Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. And our organizers, Omika Dubey, Agrim Nagrani. May we have all of you to kindly join hands and grace this momentous occasion with the lamp lighting ceremony. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a power-packed agenda today. As you know, as you have seen, this is the moment where we are creating history. Yes, they say, let us rewrite history the right way. Because so far, history has been in the hands of the conquerors. So this time, let us all conquer through the transformative power of blockchain and create a dynamic history for India to become not just a 5 trillion economy, but we can definitely envision a 10 trillion economy in days to come. Are we all together? Of the conquerors. So this time, let us all conquer through the transformative power of blockchain and create a dynamic history for India to become not just a 5 trillion economy, but we can definitely envision a 10 trillion economy in days to come. Are we all together? Yes. So first, I would like to request our first keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we are extremely elated to have Mr. Amit Thakur, MLA of Bicharpur with us, who is going to share his valuable acumen and his knowledge and his vision of his dream about the world of technology. May we have all of you join hands and give him a huge round of applause.
Blockchain startups on 24. जब मुझे इस समिट के बारे में बताया गया, मैंने तुरंत ही मैडम को बोला कि इसमें मैं जरूर आऊंगा। गिफ्ट सिटी जैसे भारत के एक जिसको गौरव महसूस आइडिया पे कर रहे और कल जाके जो इस उभरते हुए भारत की आने वाले दिनों की पहचान बनने वाला है, ऐसे वेन्यू के ऊपर जब ये नए जमाने का जो आइडिया है और उस पे स्टार्टअप समिट होने जा रहा है और इसमें एक युवा राजनीतिक के रूप में मुझे उपस्थित रहने का मौका मिलता हो, तो उस मौके को मैं छोड़ना नहीं चाहता था। तो मैं पहले तो उनको आभार करूंगा कि उन्होंने हमें इस समिट का सहभाग होने का मौका दिया। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कानपुर आईआईटी के अंदर ब्लॉकचेन डिग्री को जब शुरू करने के भारत एक सुपर पावर के रूप में हमें एक विकासशील देश का हम पे एक थप्पा कई सालों तक लगाया है, पर अब जब दुनिया मानने लगी है कि विदाउट इंडिया हम कुछ सोच ही नहीं सकते। हमारी जियोपॉलिटिकल जो परिस्थिति है वो हमारी ताकत है, परंतु हमारा उभरता हुआ जो युवा धन है, जो टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर पैशनेट है, हमारा जो ट्रेनिंग है टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर, हमारे युवाओं की समझ है, उस समझ को लेकर विश्व के अंदर काफी भरोसा है। कोई भी देश भारत जितने वर्सटाइल युवाओं का देश इस पृथ्वी पर नहीं है। जब 2004 के करीब मैं चाइना के दौरे पे यंग पॉलिटिशियन के नाते था, तब वहां के सामान्य रूप से जो युवा थे वो बेसिक इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज सीखने के क्लास यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर भरने जाते थे, और ज्यादातर करके सारे पॉलिटिशियन, हम वहां के प्रेसिडेंट को भी मिले, वहां के स्पीकर को भी मिले, यूथ मिनिस्ट्री जिनके हाथ में थी, इंडस्ट्रीज मिनिस्ट्री जिनके हाथ में थी, सबके साथ हमने बात किया। और तकरीबन आज भी विदाउट ट्रांसलेटर वो बात नहीं कर सकते। तो जो डिफरेंस इंडिया और उनके बीच में है कि हम जल्दी से वर्ल्ड के साथ कम्युनिकेशन के साथ, नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ, जो वक्त हमारा लीडरशिप हो या हमारे युवा हो, तो वर्ल्ड के साथ हम जल्दी कंफर्टेबल हो सकते हैं और वर्ल्ड हमसे तुरंत कंफर्टेबल हो सकता है। जहां तक स्टार्टअप के आइडियाज की बात है, सिर्फ 10 साल पहले मोदी जी ने इस टर्म को जब लोगों के सामने कॉइन किया, तब लोगों को लगा कि मोदी जी ने ये स्टार्टअप और स्टैंड अप जो बात की, वो बात कोई पॉलिटिकल बात होगी, पर आज वो देश की सच्चाई है। आज देश के 1 लाख से ज्यादा ऐसे स्टार्टअप है कि जिसको पूरा देश मान्यता देता है, और 1000 से ज्यादा ऐसे स्टार्टअप है जो देश की इकोनॉमी का एक बड़ा हिस्सा बनने की क्षमता है या उस दिशा के अंदर वो आगे बढ़े। मोदी जी ने सही ये कहा कि भारत के अंदर जो आजादी के पहले 25 साल थे, वो 25 साल कृषि के थे। उसके बाद के जो 25 साल थे, वो 25 साल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के थे। उसके बाद जो 25 साल थे, वो आईटी और आईटीईएस के थे। और आने वाले जो 25 साल है, जिसको हम अमृत काल कहते हैं, वो 25 साल वो स्टार्टअप के 25 साल है। हम लोग वैसे समय के शुरुआत में ही बैठे हैं या उसमें इन्वॉल्व हो चुके हैं, या उसके अंदर हमने अपना प्रभाव डालने का पूरा सक्सेस प्रयास किया है। तो वी आर द फाउंडिंग जनरेशन ऑफ द स्टार्टअप एरा ऑफ द इंडिया। तो इसके अंदर वैसे एरा के शुरुआत में ही यदि हम ब्लॉकचेन की चर्चा करते हैं, यदि हम टेक्नोलॉजी की चर्चा करते हैं, और वो भी हम फिनटेक सिटी के देश के पहले फिनटेक सिटी के अंदर बैठकर यदि हम चर्चा करते हैं, जहां पे विश्व के सभी बड़े इंस्टीट्यूट आने के लिए अपने को गौरवान्वित महसूस करते हैं, और वैसे में यदि हम यहाँ बैठकर ब्लॉकचेन की बात करते हैं, तो अवश्य रूप में भारत के लिए ये बहुत ही खुशी की बात है। और मुझे ऐसा अवश्य लगता है कि जो देश आज से 10-15 साल पहले, वैसे ये टर्म ही तो 2011 में आया, पर हम इतने कम वर्षों में यदि हम उसके ऊपर इतने ज्यादा टेक्निकल लोग इससे जोड़ पाए हैं, तो एक हमारे लिए आने वाले फ्यूचर को लेकर ये भरोसा देने वाली अवश्य ये बात है। ये देश जिस दिशा में आगे बढ़ चुका है वो अभी रुकने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारे पास जो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है, हमारे पास जो हमारा बिजनेस है, हमारे पास जो हमारा 141 करोड़ लोगों का एक ताकत है, उस ताकत के आधार पे और विश्व के अंदर जिस प्रकार के डिफरेंट बिजनेसेस के अंदर हमारे लोग विश्व में कहीं ना कहीं जुड़े हुए हैं, तो ये स्वाभाविक रूप से ये वो लैंडस्केप बनने वाला है जहां विश्व अपने आप को आकर साबित करना चाहेगा। हमने ये अवश्य रूप से ये सोचना चाहिए कि अब विश्व के अंदर वो मौका आने वाला है कि आने वाले सालों में जो लोग बाहर जाते थे वो अवश्य रूप में अपनी अपॉर्चुनिटी को, अपने आप को साबित करने के लिए भारत में वापस आना चाहेंगे। जब भारत में वो वापस आना चाहे तो हमारे पास जिस प्रकार का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ह्यूमन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए, वो ह्यूमन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कभी भी हमारे प्रयासों के बिना नहीं बन सकता। यदि हमारे प्रयास हैं तो क्या है वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, क्या है वो कंपनियां कौन सी है जिसके अंदर लोग आना चाहेंगे, लोग अपनी पूंजी लगाना चाहेंगे, तो उसको हमने उस प्रकार के माहौल के बिना ये संभव नहीं है। हमको उस प्रकार का माहौल पैदा करना है जिसके अंदर आइडिया आकर अपने आप को ग्रो करे, बराबर। नहीं तो जो आइडिया हार्वेस्ट होने के बाद उस आइडिया के ऊपर यदि माहौल नहीं होगा, बराबर, पौधा हम लगा देंगे पर पानी डालेंगे नहीं, उसमें खाद डालेंगे नहीं, पौधा वहीं का वहीं मर जाएगा। पर यदि वो माहौल है, एनवायरमेंट सपोर्ट करता है, पौधा हार्वेस्ट भी कर दिया है, जमीन भी सपोर्टिव है, हम यानी माली उसको पानी देने के लिए, खाद देने के लिए तैयार है, अवश्य रूप से वो पौधा ग्रो करेगा। तो मुझे ऐसा अवश्य भरोसा है कि आने वाले दिनों में इस प्रकार के थॉट्स के ऊपर एक इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है। यूनिवर्सिटीज के अंदर एक इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है, इस प्रकार के बिजनेसेस के अंदर एक इकोसिस्टम बन रहा है। तो इकोसिस्टम ये हमारी जो फ्यूचर ड्रीम है, उस ड्रीम को अवश्य ये सपोर्ट करने वाला एक एनवायरनमेंट हमारे वहां बना है। मुझे ये भरोसा है कि आने वाले दिनों में हम इसको आगे बहुत ही अच्छी रूप से बढ़ाएंगे। जब देश प्रगति करता है तो हर व्यक्ति प्रगति करता है, बराबर। वर्ल्ड यदि बड़ा है, अमेरिका ने यदि प्रगति किया तो वहां के हर व्यक्ति ने प्रगति किया, वहां के हर कंपनी ने प्रगति किया, वहां के हर राइटर ने प्रगति किया, वहां के हर फिल्म प्रोड्यूसर ने प्रगति किया। तो जब देश महासत्ता बनता है तो उसका हर व्यक्ति वर्ल्ड क्लास बनता है। यदि हमारा देश महान बनेगा, यदि हमारा देश वर्ल्ड को लीड करेगा, तो हमारे हर प्रकार के क्षेत्र के अंदर जो लीड करने वाली व्यक्तियां है वो लीड करेगी। तो जैसे जैसे माहौल बनता है, मुझे लगता है कि उस माहौल का फायदा हर छोटे व्यक्ति को होता है। तो हमारे व्यक्तिगत जीवन के अंदर भी यदि नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना आती है कि हम जो भी करें वो सर्वश्रेष्ठ करें, यदि हम सर्वश्रेष्ठ नहीं करेंगे, यदि हम हमारी जो इंटीग्रिटी है उसके ऊपर ध्यान नहीं रखेंगे, यदि हम हमारे जो कथन है उस पे लोग भरोसा करें, उस प्रकार का व्यवहार हमारा नहीं होगा, तो हमारी इमेज को बड़ा धक्का पहुंचने वाला है। हमें ये भी सोचना है कि मैं जो भी कर रहा हूं उसको लोग भारत के नाते देख रहे हैं। मैं जर्मनी के ट्रेड फेयर में था, वहां पे जर्मनी का खुद का एक स्टॉल किसी कंपनी का लगा था। उसने लिखा था कि भाई चाइनीज प्रोडक्ट, तो चाइनीज प्रोडक्ट यू बाय एंड थ्रो, अमेरिकन प्रोडक्ट बाय यूज एंड थ्रो, जर्मन प्रोडक्ट बाय यूज 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 एंड यूज। तो उसने ये यानी चाइना ने बड़े पैमाने पे मास प्रोडक्शन के आधार पे इस वर्ल्ड को कवर करने का ट्राई किया, पर उन्होंने ये ध्यान नहीं रखा कि एज अ कंट्री उनका इमेज क्या बन रहा है, उनकी प्रोडक्ट का इमेज क्या बन रहा है। वो नया टर्म दे रहे कि हमारे पास तो दोनों प्रकार के प्रोडक्ट एक अच्छे भी है, एक सस्ते भी है, तो अब उनको इस बात को लोगों को कन्विंस करना पड़ता है। पर चाइनीज प्रोडक्ट वो एकदम वर्ल्ड क्लास है, उस बात को रखने में शुरुआती वर्षों के अंदर वो नाकाम रहे। ये हमारे मान लो कि शुरुआती वर्ष है, हमने हमारा कोई भी युवा उस प्रकार के माहौल के अंदर बड़ा न हो कि जिसमें हमारे वचन की कोई कीमत न हो। तो हमारे वचन की जब कीमत होगी कि ये इंडियन बोलते हैं तो ये फाइनल है। गुजरात के अंदर भी लोग बाहर बिजनेस करते हैं तो गुजरात का चेक होगा तो रिटर्न नहीं होगा, ये हमारा भरोसा है। इस प्रकार की संस्कृति के अंदर हम है, बराबर ना, कि भाई एक मूछ भी आपने दे दिया तो वो पत्थर की लकीर है, वो हमारा क्या कहते हैं कि ट्रांजैक्शन फेल नहीं होगा। तो ये हमारा क्रेडिट है। तो इस प्रकार से इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज के अंदर भी जो लोग इंडस्ट्रीज के अंदर नए आ रहे हैं उनको भी ब्लॉकचेन के अंदर प्रतिष्ठा के अलावा कुछ नहीं है। ब्लॉकचेन यदि आपका व्यवहार गलत होगा तो आपको उस समंदर से पार फेंक देगा। यही तो ब्लॉकचेन है कि आप इसमें आंखें मूंद कर भरोसा कर सकते हो। ये आपको अंदर एंटर होने का तो छूट है, अंदर जाके आपको उसमें जाके गलत काम करने का आपको परमिशन नहीं है। तो यही ब्लॉकचेन है। ब्लॉकचेन ये हमारी इंटीग्रिटी को दर्शाता है। और मुझे लगता है कि आज के दिन में जो सारे सेशंस होने वाले हैं उस सेशन पे आयोजक ने बहुत बढ़िया स्पीकर्स इधर लाने का प्रयास किया है। और यही स्पीकर ये बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से जो एक नए भारत की नींव है, नए भारत का जो ड्रीम है, उस जो भाव को एक अच्छी तरीके से रखने का अगुवाई करने वाले हैं। ये सारे जो स्पीकर है उनको सब ठीक से सुनेंगे, एक नए विचारों को वो अपने अंदर आत्मसात करेंगे। बस मैं मेरी यही सब बातों को कह के और आने वाले जो नए भारत, नया विश्व जिसको हम लीड करने वाले हैं, हम थर्ड इकोनॉमी यानी से लेके तीसरे लेवल की इकोनॉमी आफ्टर अमेरिका, आफ्टर चाइना, हम तीसरी सक्षम इकोनॉमी बनने की दिशा में है। और हम यहाँ पे रुकने वाले नहीं है, हम इससे भी आगे जाएंगे। आने वाले जो आजादी के 100 साल है उसमें हम अवश्य विश्व की सबसे ताकतवर तीसरी इकोनॉमी बनेंगे, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। हमारे जो क्रिटिक है वो भी ये मानने को तैयार हो गए हैं कि भाई आने वाले दिनों में यदि 3 बड़े देश होंगे तो उसमें एक भारत होगा। और मेरा ये भरोसा है जब आजादी की सेंचुरी में हम तीसरी ताकतवर इकोनॉमी बनेंगे और इस 21वीं की सेंचुरी के अंदर हम अमेरिका को भी पछाड़कर इस विश्व को हम नंबर 1 बनकर लीड करेंगे, उसमें मुझे दो राय नहीं लगती है। बस ये नए भारत को प्रणाम करके मैं मेरी बात को पूर्ण करता हूं और इस ब्लॉकचेन समिट को मैं ओपन डिक्लेयर करके मेरी बात को पूर्ण करता हूं। नमस्कार।
So thank you very much for this invigorating speech, ladies and gentlemen. May I request now Ms. Omika Dubey to kindly come and felicitate Sir. Sir, could you kindly come here? We would like you to be felicitated with our precious memento as what a wonderful thought you presented us. नया भारत, क्योंकि भारत को अभी विश्व गुरु बनके ही हमें साथ में एक दूसरे का हाथ पकड़ के भारत को विश्व के मैदान में विश्व गुरु बनाना है। जोरदार तालियां दोस्तों। Thank you so much, sir. Well, that was quite an eye-opening, motivational session. Ladies and gentlemen, did you enjoy it? Can I see some energy in the house for our beloved sir? And one more time, we would request, sir, to be honored. Can we have all of you join hands and honor our guest of honor? Thank you so much, sir. And now may I request Mr. Sunil Kapadia to kindly come for the opening remarks, where the stage is all set for you.
morning, everyone. And seriously, I'm excited, overwhelmed, and I'm short of adjectives to see such an audience for a blockchain summit. For the first time, I guess we are having in Gujarat Blockchain Summit. So I'll just introduce briefly about who am I. My name is Sunil Kapadia. I'm a blockchain architect and Dilji Pakko Gujarati ekdam. Born and brought up in Ahmedabad. Right, I'm just associated with multiple technologies over the years. So by heart, innovator, and I'll not take much of your time because we are anyways we want to start the event and all. So I welcome you all on behalf of the organizer team that welcome to the Gujarat Blockchain Summit 2024. Thank you very much for coming today.
Well, now may I request Mr. Pranav Pandya, Chairman of GESIA, to formally open the summit and share his vision for the future of blockchain in Gujarat and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome. Please put your hands together. Thank you.
Good morning, friends. I'll be waiting for the guest of honor to depart because I see quite a few colleagues also joining in. So, as I was speaking to my senior industry colleague Sunil Parekji, paucity of time I'm aware, 10:30 also I'm aware, so let's start and close it as far as possible. But then, Mr. Sunil Kapadia said about the overall and invigorating environment that has been created here. And I categorically believe, Sunil bhai, in this feeling of having that there is a Polynesian word, categorically a Hawaiian word, mana. So I've always observed that GIFT as a campus is full of mana. And so mana basically is the sheer essence of the spiritual and the divine force asking you to come together and dwell in some superior power. That is something which is inside. And we have a parallel which is known as Atman. So I've always observed that, and in fact I was talking to the lady from Deloitte that yes, whenever in case if there is a program which starts at 9, then we see to it that people are here, and we have always observed people are, in spite of GIFT being away from Ahmedabad or to that matter, people flying in, at 9 we by and largely have the crowd together. So first of all, thank you very much, all of you, bringing you here early morning. I know we started a bit late, but then I would like to conclude my talk as far as possible. So I am Pranav Pandya. I am a co-founder and chairman of a company known as Dev IT Limited, and I am also honorary chairman of Gujarat Electronic and Software Industry Association. So the GESIA as an association is a nodal entity which acts as a fulcrum or a bridge between the stakeholders. So we have public sector on one side, private sector on the other side as end user, private sector as a solution provider. We have got academia, a very, very strong part of our stakeholder ecosystem. So all in all, coming together, and the end users and the users, and the end users and the service providers. So all of us coming together, we form this ecosystem which we call as GESIA. And I'm very happy and proud to represent the same, which is a 25 plus year old, almost a 3-decade old entity. Net zero was a point which was written in the EDM which was provided to us. And then there was another point which was written as women empowerment. Now, I'm sure most of you will agree the technology is gender agnostic. So it empowers virtually every gender. Whosoever is able to decipher it, whosoever is able to innovate based on the technology, whosoever is able to come up with a disruptive solution or a solution which can be used by the ecosystem at large with ease and with a quickness to adopt it. So I would not dwell on that. I know Neha and quite a few all would be here to talk on the empowerment aspect, categorically for the women folks. But for me and for most of the technology ecosystem people, I believe sincerely that technology is gender agnostic. By all means, it empowers across. Net zero. So, as DevIT, we also have a independent profit center, a full functioning body, a company known as Mindtech. And I was talking to my colleague, Kunal Soni, I think he's sitting there, he is, that what are his thoughts on net zero. I have also read a few things on it. And how interwoven would be blockchain with net zero. So, net zero, as we all know, is whatever emission that we do, if we are able to take it out from the environment. That's how we balance it, and that's how we take it towards making it a zero affair. So, where does blockchain fits in this? So, I was going through McKinsey document, and it is showing up certain incredible numbers that people should be aware of. All of you, the aspiring technocrats here, the entrepreneurs here. Probably $9.2 trillion per year is required to be shelled out till 2050, provided we want to be that net zero compliant world which has been decided in Paris as a COP21. If that's the case, then probably 6.5 trillion per annum needs to be spent towards generating the assets which are basically low emission based. And that brings it further that roughly around 12 trillion, roughly around 12 trillion odd will be the annual sales that can be happening till 2030. So look at the incredible opportunity that you have before you in terms of climate technology. Because the way to achieve this is nothing but with the help of environment-friendly cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology that we are talking about, and you all will be. In fact, I'm no expert in that. I have a dedicated entity in my own company, and he is also going to be talking, and there are many of you renowned and illustrated speaker on the topic will be talking on this. But then this is what it is, incredible opportunity as far as climate tech is concerned, and climate tech is the way out with the help of environment-friendly entities like cryptocurrency and blockchain, taking us further. So, in order to achieve this, why we are talking of blockchain here as far as net zero is concerned? Because not only it brings in the transparency, but it also brings in, because of transparency, a phase by removing the intermediaries, especially in the supply chain, which is going to play a phenomenally game-changing role as far as our achieving towards COP is concerned. COP goals are concerned. Because अगर फेथ होगा एक दूसरे के अंदर, अगर ट्रांसपेरेंसी हमें दिखेगी एक दूसरे के अंदर, तो ट्रेड हम करेंगे, हम एक कंफर्ट लेवल लाएंगे एक दूसरे के साथ बातचीत करने में, मोर एंगेज रहेंगे, and that's where blockchain is going to play a pivotal role. I have few points, just mentioning that, and then I will be ending. According to me, I'm sure you guys will be talking, but the opportunities straightway lies is in terms of carbon trading. So ब्लॉकचेन की मदद से अगर ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म बनाए कि जहां पे हम लोग कार्बन क्रेडिट वाले जो लो एमिशन एंटिटीज है, whether it is a country per se or an organization, then those which are with larger emission can actually, based on this transparent and faith ensuring blockchain technology, should be able to trade on that, and therefore there is something I'm sure either solution is there, or probably you would be coming together in these sessions that are outlined for the entire day, and you can talk on this. Then in the similar way, I'm also of the opinion, and I had thoughts on clean energy trading. Again, there was a peer-to-peer network that can be established with the help of blockchain, tokenizing your renewable energy assets, and you can actually trade with the help of that. So that is something to dwell upon for sure. As I was telling you, that supply chain, essentially, citing supply chain example, I was talking to you that essentially it is going to removal of intermediaries is going to bring in the transparency in the faith, and this is actually also supposed to help us in terms of transacting the funds, because immense amount of private investment will be required in order to achieve the COP goals of the SDGs, and this funding can be kind of enthused, can be promoted, can be kind of encouraged, provided we have a very faith-built, blockchain-based platforms where not only you can monitor the fund which is gone, and you can also monitor the projects which this fund was supposed to be used for. Because these projects would be across the continent, it cannot be specific to a particular nation or a particular region. So that's where, when we want a global level investment to flow in, what a better answer than blockchain technology? So I'm sure people can be talking on that, and you would be having better ideas about that. And last but not the least, better tracking in terms of reporting. So greenhouse gas emissions are better to be tracked with the help of this blockchain technology in order to remove the duplication related controversies that has been created. So genuinely a nation should be aware how good it is in terms of greenhouse emission, and the better way it should be tracked, and therefore I'm proposing again blockchain to come up with a platform on the same. So with this few points from my side, I end my talk here, and I genuinely thank the organizer, the Global Gujarat Blockchain Global Summit team, and the Giaka team, because they are the main support behind, the pillar behind this entity. So I essentially thank the organizers, and I thank all of you for being here, and have a great session ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. May we request you to kindly stay back, as we would request Ritishri to kindly come and honor sir with our token of appreciation, our special memento. Ladies and gentlemen, it should be a warm welcome. That was quite a beautiful talk. Well, that was a motivational session, so one more time. Thank you so much. Well, after that amazingly motivational session, let me now request Agrim Nagrani to kindly come and present our honorable dignitaries with our token of appreciation. May I first request Dr. Sunil Parekh advisor at Zydus. So please kindly come. We would like to honor you with our token of appreciation. I would request Ms. Omika Dubey to kindly do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We want to show some energy this morning. Now may I request, thank you very much sir for your gracious presence. Now may I request Mr. Satya N. Gupta, Chairman of Blockchain for Productivity Forum, to kindly come and receive the honor of our token of appreciation. Ms. Omika Dubey will do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly show some benevolence of love and appreciation. Well, this is our beautiful blockchain family. Can we have a huge cheer for all of us? And now may I request Mr. Dinesh Suthar, CEO of Kuchko Mosul, to kindly come and receive the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a huge round of applause, please. Omika is going to do the honors, and this is our token of appreciation. Thank you very much. And following these inspiring, motivating words, we would now deep dive into the world of blockchain. Let's explore blockchain as a cornerstone of our future urban and financial landscape. And for that, may I now request Mr. Joseph Joshi from IFSCA to kindly come and share his vision of blockchain shaping the future of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our guest.
Thank you very much for being. Good morning, everybody. So nice to be here. Seeing the crowd, the youth of the country, it's so inspiring. Completely resonate with what the Honorable Chief Guest mentioned earlier. So, respected dignitaries there and friends, let me get into my business of talking about what they wanted me to. But before that, let me do a quick check. How many of you are here for the first time to Gift City? Can you raise your hands, please? Oh, that's quite a number of people. Okay, that's good. For those who have been here before, and if it's been 6 months before, I'm sure when you came in today, gift has changed, right? And for those who come for the first time, come back after 6 months. I assure you, you will see a different gift. It's changing every day. Every 10 days, I see some buildings, raising up to 3 floors. That's the speed at which things are working. So just to set the context here, I belong to IFSCA, the regulator here. I'm the CGM and CTO there, and I head the technology and fintech department. So basically, before jumping into blockchain, probably I should talk a little bit about GIFT itself, because we have some people who are coming for the first time. So GIFT was conceived. It was not actually GIFT when it was started. The conception was when the Honorable Prime Minister was the Honorable Chief Minister then. The anecdote goes that they had very clear vision that it should be a financial center. They were clear it should be international, and it's going to be in Gujarat. So they were clear about Gujarat, international and finance. But they couldn't complete the acronym. And that's when the Honorable Prime Minister pitched in and said, I need technology to be part of it as well. And that's how the word GIFT came in. So look at the vision. This is 15 plus years ago. Somebody saying finance and technology will have to get married and be in the same place to take it to the next level. That's how GIFT was born. Gujarat International Finance Tech City. Right? So, Prime Minister. Now that you got the concept, GIFT, they say, is like a tri-city. We are in the confluence of tri-cities here, like the cultural past, which is Ahmedabad. Probably the present is your Gandhinagar, and the future is here in GIFT. Now, within GIFT, we have some zones and some demarcations, and I thought I would spend some time there for the benefit of the newcomers here. So GIFT actually has two zones. One is called the DTA and one is called the AZZ. DTA is Domestic Tariff Area. We are all in that area right now. And there is a zone called Special Economic Zone, which is a custom-bound zone. A little away there, you can see that. So now these two are there, and in our country there are many AZZs, many DTAs. So what's special? What special was, within the AZZ, they created something called as an IFSC, which is the International Financial Service Center. So this is within the AZZ, and this is the first IFSC in the country. Of course, GIFT is the first operational smart city in the country, but then IFSC is the first IFSC in the country. Now you may ask, what is so special about this IFSC? The speciality is this. Today in India, we have a rupee convertibility challenge. Rupee is not fully convertible. If you have to bring in foreign exchange, if a company or a business has to come from abroad to India, you have to convert it back to rupee. You can't bring dollars directly. But this IFSC is the only foreign jurisdiction in the country today, which means you can do business in foreign currency. You can do business in US dollars, pounds, euros. We have denominated as a regulator 11 different currencies. You can't do business in Indian rupees though, because it is foreign jurisdiction. So, in short, what we are trying to do here is, the government of India, we had a lot of flight of talent and capital out of the country to offshore locations. Singapore, Dubai, Mauritius, Cayman, you name it. That's where all of these capital and talent went. Now we are trying to attract it back into the country. And this is now onshoring the offshore. The offshore is this IFSC. That is the whole plan of this IFSC. Now just making it foreign jurisdiction is not enough. We have to be competitive. So what did the government do? They said, we will make it a very competitive tax regime. So today the IFSC, you get zero corporate tax or business tax for 10 or 15 years. You choose which 10. So that you're on par with any jurisdiction in the world which gives you tax exemptions. Number one. It is the only zone which has got zero GST. It's the only zone where you have zero stamp duty, zero security transactions tax, 000 on a lot of factors. Probably your tax consultant will tell you what all is zero there. So this is the only zone in the country today which gives you that benefit. Not only that, initially when they started the IFSC in 2015, the 4 domestic regulators were in charge. Namely the RBI for banking, SEBI for capital markets, IRDA for insurance and PFRDA. So when a bank had to come and set in the IFSC, the RBI gives the license and so on and so forth. But in 2019, to help in the ease of doing business, the government of India, through an act of the parliament, created a new regulator with the powers of RBI, SEBI, IRDA and PFRDA. So a unified 4-in-1 kind of a regulator called the Authority for IFSC, IFSC-A. So that is the organization which I represent. And now with this new regulator coming in 2020, with the unified powers of these 4 regulators, today if a bank comes into the IFSC to set up, it is the IFSC authority who gives the license, because RBI does not have the remit in that jurisdiction. If an exchange comes in, it is IFSCA which gives the approval, not SEBI. If an insurance, reinsurance guys come in, it's IFSCA which gives it the approval, so on and so forth. Now what has this led to? It's a very interesting thing. Today if you have to move money from New York to Singapore, or you have to move money from say Dubai to wherever, FEMA does not come into play. Foreign Exchange Management Act. RBI does not come into play because it's not domestic. The same thing happens now here if you're going to move money from Singapore to GIFT IFSC. Because the remit is not domestic. It is now an international jurisdiction. So FEMA does not apply. So it's as easy as moving money from Singapore, Dubai, to New York, wherever, from GIFT IFSC to US or from US to GIFT IFSC. But hey, wait, if you have to move money from GIFT IFSC to Ahmedabad or Bangalore, it is the same as moving it from Singapore to Bangalore. So the flip side is also there because this is foreign jurisdiction and you're doing business in foreign currency. So essentially what it means is this is a jurisdiction which has a very competitive tax regime, and if you have clients who are in foreign jurisdictions, you're doing business with them in dollars, pounds, you have clients in US, you have clients in Australia, Europe, and it's a financial service which you're dealing with, probably this is the jurisdiction you need to be in. Now this is what actually powers the entire GIFT story. This is what makes it very attractive. In spite of it being a super smart city, a terrific underground tunnel, district cooling, you name it, you should take a tour of it when you get a chance. But then the economic part of it which is happening here is what is creating the stuff. Now what we did after this, we didn't just sit on that. We thought, okay, what else could we do other than just the traditional financial services? Because if you have to be a world leader, just emulating the other leaders is not enough. You have to do something more. So when we analyzed, we saw there were businesses which has actually gone out of India. Let me give you an example. India is the third largest aviation market. You know the number of flights, airports, number of passengers. We are the probably second largest, I should say, not even third. Probably it's going to be the second largest very soon after US and China. Now, if your Air India or the Indigos wanted to buy aircrafts, the model is they go to Dublin or Singapore or Beijing because that's where the lessors are there from whom they lease the aircraft. Now guess what? For a business in India, for Indians, the Indian companies have to go abroad, pay the local taxes, commissions, hire the local CAs and lawyers, basically you're giving jobs there, for a business which is completely in India. And that's what we want to change. We want to bring it back to India. So what the IFSC did was, we created a aircraft leasing regulatory framework, which helped the lessors to come to GIFT IFSC and set up. Now what's happening? Your Air Indias and Indigos of the world just need to walk to GIFT IFSC and get the leasing done. They need not go out, which means you have brought the jobs back, you have brought the taxes, the commissions and the incomes, everything back into the country. This is, my friends, what we are saying, bringing it back from offshore to the onshore. We are onshoring the offshore. This is one example. This is a new business completely for the country. This was not there at all. Similarly, bullion exchange. I'm not sure how many of you have heard about it. India is one of the largest consumers of gold. Our Indian women have 25,000 tons of gold is what the estimates say in the households. But then we are not the price setters of gold today in the market. It's being set by LBMA, London Bullion Marketing Association, or Association of Dubai or wherever it is. The reason is we don't have a wholesale exchange. And that's what we have now created here in the IFSC. Today, there's a lot of action happening, and I'm sure you'll hear more with the UAE SEPA coming in and a lot of corridors opening up. So that's an entirely new kind of business. Now here there's a blockchain crowd sitting, and you're all wondering, what does that got to do with me? Your aircraft leasing or gold and stuff like that. A lot. Because when we pushed aircraft leasing, we thought, why not ship leasing? Because a lot of Indian businesses are going to Dubai to do ship leasing. So we came up with the framework. Now you can do that business in India. Reliance recently said about 20,000 crores of their ship leasing business is going to come to GIFT IFSC. And I'm a dreamer. I want to see tomorrow probably satellite leasing, and with Gaganyaan and space travel, why not spacecraft leasing from IFSC in the next 5 to 10 years? I think that's how we should go. Now when I say it like this, You can do a lot of tokenization here. You can do a lot of provenance here, because whenever you're talking about gold, you're talking about things moving around, there's a lot of trust required in the entire system. And that's where some of you are going to come in and play a big role. Probably you're not seeing it today, but very soon it will be very obvious. And before I conclude, I just also want to touch upon something. IFSC as a regulator is the first regulator in the country, and this is the first jurisdiction where you already have a regulatory framework for Web 3.0, Metaverse, blockchain, AI/ML, and so on and so forth. Today we have in our regulatory sandbox projects which are tokenizing green bonds, which are tokenizing bank deposits, bonds, and also real estate assets. This might be a well-kept secret, but you are the people who should know that things are happening right in your backyard. We are looking at those applications today, and we see a lot of potential as a regulator too on that. So just to conclude, they say that today's innovation is tomorrow's necessity. And at GIFT, here what we want to do is engineer tomorrow's innovation today so that India takes its rightful place as an economic superpower. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Well, may I now request Chirag Kapadia to kindly come on stage and felicitate Mr. Joseph Joshi for this wonderful, wonderful speech. Could you kindly come on stage, sir, because you had a really, really motivational session today morning. We are absolutely energized, seeing the future of our country is in safe hands. Thank you everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly put your hands together. This is a token of appreciation. As we can see, the Statue of Unity uniting all hearts, technology uniting hearts and souls from all walks of lives. Thank you so much. And now, are we all ready for our first panel discussion? Some brainstorming sessions, some mind-numbing conversations, some debates. Are we all ready? I think everybody is like tired, too sleepy. Can I see some energy? Okay, if you want to be a part of this mind-numbing panel discussion, then ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to kindly be ready with your questions, be actively participating, because this is your moment where technology is going to transform not only people at large, but all our lives. Yes, it is a moment where technology is not only going to give enterprise solutions, but solutions to each and every individual right now. So first, our session is titled Blockchain's Role in Modernizing Infrastructure. As we know, if a country needs to be developed, the first and the foremost backbone is its infrastructure. And today, technology has become the pivotal tool in shaping that backbone and creating a strong foundation for a country's progress. So first, if you all are ready, can you all put your hands together to welcome our panelists? First, we have with us Kamlesh Nagware, co-founder FSB Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our panelists, please. As the stage is getting set, I think we are all getting ready for this first panel session, which is going to be all about some engaging talk. So please put your questions ready, because as soon as this panel is going to be over, you guys can shoot your questions to our panelists. So first, we have with us Mr. Kamlesh Nagware, co-founder, FSV Capital, ladies and gentlemen. We have with us now Mr. Shashi Pal, COO, Antier Solutions. Why is this energy so low? Thank you. And once again, Mr. Joseph Joshi, CTO, IFSCA. Yes, very well deserved appreciation. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. And finally, may we request our moderator of the session, Mr. Prasanna Lohar, CEO of Blockstack. Well, this is one of the most engaging sessions, ladies and gentlemen. As I leave you all, the dais is all yours, gentlemen. Let us come together, join hands and curate a wonderful session. One more time for this wonderful session, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, very good morning out here, everybody, and great to see that blockchain summit which is happening in Gujarat for the first time, and what a lovely crowd out here. I think as a and I think Joseph has already set up a tone with his keynote how modernization is happening in India and how IFSC and GIFT City is really playing a major role. I think blockchain we have seen in the Indian context at least since 2015-16. I have been observing how it is being getting in shape. While it's a foundation technology, it will take its own time for actual adoption. And how we have seen internet came in our life back in '95, and today we can't have any of those use cases. The way we communicate, the way we do all these financial transactions, it's all backed by internet. But as we all know that there are some gaps, trust gaps, there are some operational gaps. That is why we look at blockchain, AI and the other Web3 technologies so that we can really enhance all of our operations. And good to see that the business model which we have seen early 2000 are now challenging themselves. There could be something more in those business models. That is why we have seen some more business models are coming. So-called currencies getting changed with the CBDC, central bank currency. Tokenization is coming and knocking the door, how we can really do the same business to the next market. So I think with this panel, we will really discuss how blockchain will play a major role on modernization of the infrastructure. There might be a lot of use cases, challenges, support from government, regulatory aspect. We'll discuss a lot around that. So I'll start with Shashi. Shashi, we have seen, and people talk a lot about blockchain will change many things. Like in the sense, the way we have, I spoke about CBDC, every SMS we receive from a bank or any of those enterprise entities are on a blockchain, in at least Indian context. Some of the digital public infra, like Digital Yatra Foundation is coming on blockchain. Will not be surprised, DigiLocker is coming on blockchain. In the sense, all these use cases as a citizen we are going to use is definitely coming on blockchain. And the other areas, like you could see at least 10 plus governments, including Gujarat government, I was here last week, you see that land registration for many of those citizen-centric use cases coming on blockchain. While government is there, want to understand what more other sectors are really coming and really getting incentivized by these foundation technology.
Thanks for setting up this thing. So, like you mentioned, internet, right? It took its own pace to come into the mainstream. So similarly, blockchain is taking their own time, right? Though the time duration will be less. For example, initially the money part, it started tokenizations, right? The Bitcoin, the Ethereum that we can see today, right? So everything started with money, and then it moves to art, tokenization of art. Then it moves to security tokens offering, and now asset tokenization. Right? So there is a value chain that is moving and is ever evolving technology. and it's taking its own pace, right? And its own pace, they are changing, and they are now shifting to the mainstream. I think government has started already visualizing all these things, and CBDC's first thing that I could see that is changing, right? If I I comparing it with the blockchain technology that's shaping it up. So first was money that is getting tokenized. So here we are coming with blockchain CBDCs, right? And similarly, then art, then there is the infrastructures. Then there is a, for the STOs, then now the assets are moving, all the assets that we can see it. So I think down the line, whatever we can see, like whatever fundamentals behind any infrastructure, it's going to shift into the blockchain. Alright, so starting with banking services, definitely the laws and regulations will take a game, because there are a lot of other stuff that we need to see. As a forefront of the technology, we can see only benefit of the technology. But governments and the law and a lot of regulations, like Joseph sir had mentioned, so a lot of things that are working behind the scene that probably we will get to know down the line. Yeah, so I think everything that we could see today, it will be shifting into the infrastructure or anything that we can see. It's moving to the blockchain technology.
Yeah, I think rightly said. And if you emphasize as a canvas, we'll have blockchain use cases in the four different areas. Maybe it could be a national level use case, the way I spoke about some of those CBDCs or DPIs coming on blockchain, or at an organization level, we want to really see every organization becomes zero knowledge group. How do we govern every identity in an organization, see how they are really working from morning to evening, how MD or a CEO or a CISO in the bank or office can really have a greener view, whatever the data movement is happening. Or some of the use cases like consortium based, the way we see banking consortium, as we said, or insurance consortium, or a multi-consortium like an insurance claim, how it can be very easy on the back by digital identity. And whatever I'm talking is really happening. But the best use case will be cross-border. At a global level, how can I have a global passport? Or how can I have a really health index of a particular country, put it on blockchain? So I think everything, as you rightly said, is coming on a blockchain. But Kamlesh, you have seen being a CTO at a Snapper and some of the innovations which you have done at IFSC also, right, in the last couple of years. And as we have moved from pure play tech to investment side, FSP Capital, wanted to take your view, how is the blockchain shaping up in the last 6-7 years in Indian context here?
Yeah, so thank you, Prasanna. I'm setting the context. So before answering the question, I want to say about the GIFT and IFSC. So I can only 2 years before, and I can really see the difference. Like Joseph mentioned, like in every month he can see the difference, like 3 floors build up. That is really happening because I came 2 years before in the Vibrant Gujarat, and now I see it second time. So I clearly see the difference. So it is really growing up. It is a great opportunity to be set up here. So about the blockchain ecosystem, so I started my blockchain journey in 2016, so it's almost 8 years, and I seen the use cases and seen the NFT, crypto, and all that stuff. But there are many interesting projects happening, like Gujarat is already blockchain-based digital for the travelers, and it's already active and running, and everyone uses nowadays. And similar to CBDC infrastructure is RBI building, and like OMDC, like maybe e-commerce, decentralized infrastructure, they're also hitting the blockchain layer on their infrastructure. So there are a number of use cases, and there are a number of use cases already happening. People not aware. For example, currently I'm working one project in Gujarat, Rajkot. I can't say the name of the organization, but actually we are doing the traceability of ghee products, and we identify the 20,000 farmers in Gujarat, Rajkot, and building on traceability of these ghee products across the chain, from farmer to animal to till product consumer, and that's already a work in progress, and it is done by the Ministry of Animal Husbandry. So this is already happening, and people are not aware. So like try is one example, CBDC another, DGETRA another, and such many use cases. And we also doing some work with IPC. So my previous company is Future Tech, with a currently. We are one of the sandbox company where we doing the tokenization of waste management plastic related on blockchain, and IFSC provided a grant and also provided the regulatory environment to try and test. So there are many such use cases already happening, and we can't say just a buzzword and only the UC stage. There are many use cases and production is already.
I think in 2016 we used to call it as a buzzword. Rather, every discussion used to start with what is blockchain. And you talk any decision maker, they used to ask, it can be really done in a mobile app or a web, why blockchain is really required. But I think we have moved on to a different orbit now. Typically, some of the IS officers, they themselves say, how do you really sign it up? So they have reached to that maturity level.
Yeah.
Do you really do the smart contract audit? Which are the tools you use? So I think maturity level has increased. But at least at a national level, where Joseph, you are driving IFSC so well, and we keep hearing your guidance on, and you also spoke in your keynote around sandboxes. If you were to, if I ask you which are those top 4 to 5 areas where this sandbox is really going to help for a country like India, or which are those use cases you see?
Thank you. So, for us, so just to give the context, in the IFSC here, we have 4 different types of sandboxes. So I'm sure some of you might not have known this. 2 are very famous, and the other 2 are, a few players have been using it. So just taking a couple of minutes to explain those so that you understand what I'm trying to say here. The first sandbox, we call it as an innovation sandbox. The second is the regulatory sandbox. Third is called the interoperable regulatory sandbox, IORS. And the fourth is referral kind of a sandbox. When I say innovation sandbox, what we mean is you are using bleeding edge technologies, new things, you're really pushing the envelope. That it's risky to put that into a real world scenario right away and get live transactions going, but we could use test transactions to test the concept and get the regulatory comfort. So that's what I mean by innovation sandbox. When I say regulatory sandbox, as a regulator, we are entitled to have the regulatory sandbox, just like RBI and all the other regulators world over, MAS, FCA, all the people have regulatory sandbox. So we also have a regulatory sandbox where we are trying these innovations, which has graduated from innovation sandbox to the regulatory sandbox with live transactions. So what happens is we kind of restrict probably the risk, because as a regulator I'm worried about the risk, I'm worried about the consumer protection. So we restrict and say, okay, you can do let's say 50k US dollars or 100k or 250k, whatever is the risk for that use case is. That's how we design it. The third is the interoperable regulatory sandbox. This is a sandbox between the 5 financial sector regulators of the country. So if you have an innovative solution today in India and that straddles between 2 areas, let's say banking and capital markets, that innovator cannot go to RBI alone, because RBI will say this is capital markets, don't come to my sandbox. And if I go to SEBI, SEBI will say this is banking as well. So now the innovator is stuck. So there was a committee called IRTG, the FSDC, the Financial Stability Development Committee, chaired by the Honorable FM. So under that, they constituted an IRTG, Inter-Regulatory Technical Group on FinTech. I'm part of that. So we came up with this concept of an IORS, where all the 5 regulators are part of it. So if the innovator comes with a solution which has some element of banking and capital markets, both the regulators have to sit together and hear out the innovator and make sure you get a go, no go kind of a stuff. So that's the third IORS part, right? And the fourth one is on the referral, which is about having fintech bridges with overseas regulators. So we have one with MAS in Singapore. So today I refer some of our innovations here to Singapore, directly to the regulator there. They have referred a couple of their innovations to us directly, so that it comes from Singapore to India. So that's the concept. Now, answering this question specifically, the use cases traditionally we position in blockchain or in some of these cutting edge areas of tokenization in the innovation sandbox, because it might not be ready to do a live transaction right away, because a lot of things have to be sorted out. And to very specifically answer this question, when we started, the top 3 use cases which came were on cross-border payments, RegTech, and AIML. That's how we started. So we had a lot of applications coming in cross-border. So that I'm not sure how many of you are following. Some 2-3 weeks ago, IFSC has come up with this payment services regulation. So we looked at it. So the way it is there is a lot of market demand and it is there in the sandbox. So when they exit, they need to have a regulation. So under DPSS, which is our Department of Payment Systems and Services, we created this new regulation. Now the trend, so this is like almost 1.5 years ago. Now the trend which I'm seeing is a lot of tokenization requests coming in. I'm seeing tokenization of real world assets. And now we have put up a committee for asset tokenization. The committee is going to give its recommendation, and then we will look at what kind of regulation we need, and so on and so forth. So right now, the top 3 for me would be on tokenization. AIML is coming up, right? And of course, a lot on RegTech is still there. Apart from this, just so that it interests this community, want to tell that we had one on space tech and a couple of them on quantum tech, which we have given the regulatory nod. Quantum tech, they are looking at optimization, and again, they have some blockchain components which they're trying to do. Space tech, you might be wondering what exactly is the space tech doing in IFSC. Quickly taking 30 seconds to tell you that this is the US space tech, which is taking the geospatial intelligence on the satellite health, giving it to insurers here in the IFSC so that the insurance company can underwrite efficiently the satellite insurance. So that's the kind of equation we are trying to do. And some of these guys are going to the provenance, and when you say provenance, I cannot do it without blockchain. So I think you got the answer.
I think wonderful, and I'm sure at least 10 plus applications will be there in your office today, at least today evening, looking at Web3 and tokenization, the guys, and some of the quantum guys also sitting here. The coming back, I think blockchain is a foundational tech. It takes its own time to really implement. But see the magic, right? You open a bank account and it takes maybe 5,000 to 10,000 rupees for a bank to open a bank account for a customer. And the customer says, no, I'm not happy with ABC bank. He goes to maybe another XYZ bank, and that bank again incur that much cost. Right? And imagine at least everybody must be having more than 1 or 2 bank accounts, right? And imagine at a country level or at a RBI level, we have incurred that much operation cost. But tomorrow, rather today, there are some experiments are happening where you do KYC once, the same KYC can be decentralizedly available on all the other banking nodes. And you just have to go there and give your consent, which could be a next of, we have seen paper KYC, eKYC, vKYC, CKYC, rather, this will be decentralized KYC. While the KYC typically good identity will be something like a self-sovereign identity, which is typically around Web3 world, having a KYC within your pocket. But it takes its own time. And when we started this project, and there are a lot of questions, a lot of challenges to come. Who will hold the data, right? So, and how one bank will say, yeah, I'm already gone with the Hyperledger, why I have to buy R3 because consortium says it should be on R3. Or some banks will say, I don't know what is this blockchain all about, right? Awareness. I think there are a lot of challenges to build path-breaking ecosystems or path-breaking use cases. Within a bank, if I sit and I can tell you at least 300 plus use cases how banking can change the way we do banking today. Or many more controls will be vanished over a period of time. But challenges is really something, and it's not a technology challenge. But technology challenge, we have seen how MS-DOS has become Windows. Or we will certainly will see how scalable blockchain we can bring in. But we want to understand what are the peculiar technology challenges. I think you deal with a lot of customers, and how you really see which are those 2-3 challenges. Let us open this forum, this part where Kamlesh will talk about what challenge he has faced for. Yeah.
So, well, client comes with a vision that they want to do something because they heard about this latest technology, blockchain, right? So they want to do something, but for example, I'll just take a good example of our prominent client, Skoda, car company, Skoda. They want to do something into the blockchain, but they don't know because the user experience in terms of the blockchain and user experience in Web 2.0 is totally different. So that's why I think that technology, as I said earlier, technology is evolving. So there is a term called account abstraction is coming now, right? So there is a framework that are getting set up, but I'm sure there will be multiple things that the client is want to do something, but they are literally stuck. Once they know that there is a blockchain, there is a transaction, there is a certain way to do it, there is a smart contract. So we are all talking about technical jargons in front of them. So that's why as a company, what we started is we created a team called Business Intelligence Team, and wherein they are just guiding the client in Web 2.0 language rather than Web 3 language. So I think this is where we all need to focus on, rather than discussing or talking. We need to understand our audience first, rather than starting with these technical jargons. So we need to make him understand that how it's fruitful for him in his current business. So far, whatever we have created onto the blockchain, that is just a hypothetical numbers that are there, but there is not ROI there. So with the invention of this asset tokenization, so I foresee it's a huge market, like Joseph mentioned, like it's a trillions of money that can be moved easily to India, because India has that youth now, India has that power, India has the largest community of blockchain, right? So I can see over here also every second person is not just familiar with blockchain but announces of the blockchain as well.
So I think just to summarize, there could be 4 types of challenges. One could be awareness or education, and now we see a lot of courses available, Kerala Blockchain Academy, and our friend is also doing a lot of awareness blockchain courses. I think more or less next generation developers who want to get into, I think they know how to really go ahead. And if any company wants to do, as you rightly said, you start with awareness and then teach how to derive that use case. Second thing could be around technologically where companies can talk, where there are a lot of technological challenges we see, interoperability, scalability, speed. Third would be like how do you really bring that governance, right? How do we, where I think regulatory sandboxes and even regulators at government level also we see the strategy and relevant enforcement, how it's not only technology, how business model should be coming around, right? And the fourth is around what are those use cases to pick on, is it really required or not required as a incentive, right? How do we derive that ROI, return of investment? So I think Kamlesh, you may want to talk about those technological challenges or any other challenges which you have seen as a Snapper days and
So, as a technologist, I seen from last 8 years, right? Technology now mature. I think we can't say like technology is not mature. Scalability is now improved. Interoperability also is in place. So now I think more challenges in terms of first awareness education, not about the blockchain, but in general of technology uses, in which use case and what is the context. Another is the ROI, because I don't want to implement blockchain, but they don't understand whether it's a right use case or right fit, or if there is no ROI. For example, currently in the discussion, we are building the traceability of one, let's say, low value item traceability. But if consumer not aware, if they want to do the QR code scan and want to see the traceability, or maybe they don't care about the traceability. This is one. Another is like regulatory challenges. So, for example, but when we can say like
regulatory is getting sorted. It's all
sorted.
about what use case we are going to bring.
Not bringing the every stakeholder benefit in a blockchain ecosystem is very hard to implement blockchain, because it can't be one centralized specific, or maybe one not specific to one stakeholder. There should be win-win for all the stakeholder. Then you can implement blockchain in a consortium.
To say the choice whether to go for Hyperledger or R3 or any blockchain as a service platform, or wait for something more bigger, which is.
So I think you don't care about the technology, don't care about the which blockchain. If you see the real use case and it's solving some specific problem, go ahead. Whether it's a public chain, whether it's a private chain, whether it's any of the governance.
But typically banks will never go for a public blockchain. They will always look at some private. Maybe some of those prominent examples are like Hyperledger, R3s, and so on, based upon their evaluation criteria also. And in my view, whenever we want to choose any blockchain platform, we need to look at how the platform is really engaging the community, how many developers are available out there, and the maturity, how it will integrate with the existing system. Are there any interfaces available? And that's how we look at it. So, Joseph, do you see any challenges, and how do you see these challenges can be mitigated?
See, as a regulator, we only see challenges and risks.
And just to support you, I think last 2-3 years, we keep doing at India Blockchain Forum. Telangana State has done tokenization framework. But I really do not see that challenge. Yeah.
So let me tell you. So see, first, of course, you touched upon it, governance, right? So today there's a lot of Web3 action which happened. But then because of some very poor governance, the entire industry or the entire segment has been kind of painted with a broad brush. Say, for example, something like FTX happened, or Ronan Bridge happened. It doesn't mean everybody's like that, but then there was a failure in the governance. That's something we need to fix first to get the credibility back. But then there are some more deeper issues. For example, data privacy. Right? Europe says GDPR. And as per GDPR, I as a user can say, I want my record to be deleted. It's my data. Now I put it on a blockchain. It's immutable. How will you delete that record? I have a problem to solve. Right? Second, you look at asset tokenization. We want to securitize it. Now, SEC and Ripple, numerous cases world over. What is this token? Can I classify it as security, utility? There are different avatars of it. We need to have clarity on that. And then, which means we need to change our regulation. So there is a Security Regulations Act, SECRA. That needs to recognize token as a security. So I need to amend that first before I can give a legitimacy to this token as a security. Right? So like that, what I'm trying to say is, there's a lot of such niche areas which we need to really look. Now, fundamental to blockchain, smart contracts. What is the legal validity of a smart contract? What happens if a smart contract misfires? Is it the responsibility of the developer, the bank which ran it, or the bot which ran it, or the outsourcing company which created it? We need to have a clear idea there, because at the end of the day, as a regulator, I also need to balance consumer protection, right? So there are some, I won't say these are problems which are insurmountable. There are some loose ends which we need to tie, and I can see a lot of bright minds sitting there which will give us the solutions. So we need to sort these things out and bring in that credibility, the governance, and make sure that this is here to stay. Like he started with saying, earlier they used to start with what is a blockchain. And a few years ago, people used to say, this is a solution looking for a problem. Right? But I think the time has come where this solution can solve a lot of problems. Of course, there are a few more things which we need to tie up, which we will do along the way and make it a very robust solution. So that's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
One point about the data privacy. So I represent the Hyperledger India. So now, technology matured. So now in a Hyperledger fabric, we have feature to take a data, delete the data, which can solve the GDPR compliant problem. So, for example, suppose you have a chain and you want to decide, let's say you want to take the block archive of, let's say, previous 10,000 blocks. You can do that now. So technology matured to address this kind of issues.
Correct. So that's for one particular chain. Now you have so many chains. Now another angle would come as interoperability, because tomorrow I want things to work seamlessly across, right? So yes, that's why I said we have bright minds solving the problems, but there are still some more loose ends to be tied up, and we will reach there.
So I think for continuation onto that point, like UPI is there, like a unified payment interface. Simply not interoperability, but I would say there will be a single chain kind of that will be there down the line, wherein all the blockchain features, the inherent features will be there. So let's see how the future is shaping it up. But yes, technology is taking its own pace, but I'm happy that government is actively participating now and accepting it is not as a challenge, but as an opportunity to lead into the world's business.
And when we say government, it is always supported by RBI, IFSCA. Imagine RBI has its own DLT committee and they drive a lot of areas. And maybe sooner or later they will come up with their blueprint how blockchain should be utilized in the banking use case, the way we also guide them. IFSC is doing, IRD has done some of the cohorts, and one of the companies so-called Linter is a part of their insurance. CB also had, I think, and the government per se and the regulatory per se, a lot of things are happening. And corporates like, as you said, UPI, right? I think they tried with Vajra to bring the Vajra as a blockchain ecosystem if some of you can understand the reconciliation part. How do we reduce the reconciliation cycle which comes next day cannot be on the same day? So I think over a period of time we have seen a lot of maturity to corporates also. We have seen examples like GMR coming with their own thing. I am working closely with the Samsung kind of a logo. They want to really bring on a blockchain wallet. While they are looking at how regulation, they will certainly connect with the society, how they can bring on their things which they have done in US and Korea. Or they want to look at how greener your phone should look like. There are a lot of challenges when you operate your Android phone. So I think there are a lot of path-breaking use cases are certainly coming for per se. But in my view, there are 4 or 5 areas which will drive next economy. One of those is the good digital identity. And the countries who have, right, we are based with Aadhaar, Web2-based, but we will see how decentralized identity will really that to interoperable from one country to another. Second use case, we keep talking about tokenization or asset tokenization and many more use cases around that. How it can be really be a major role where sitting here you can buy a property in Dubai, provided how rules and regulation will play. Third could be something which is around decentralized autonomous organization, where we talk about a lot of decision making should be transparent, voting or e-voting kind of use cases. I think that will drive where we have seen Estonia like country has already implemented at least 200 plus use cases. So other countries will look at and implement around that. Some of the prominent use cases backed by blockchain and Web3 could be metaverse, right? How it will come and how within metaverse identity and these other railroads will play a major role. And we talk about NFT will not come based upon how newer business model will arrive. And in short, we keep saying that blockchain is so secure, but on the other side, security matters how we are configuring it, how we are utilizing it, whether smart contract is written, but who is validating? Even if we say that this will be validated by this tool, but is there any standard? Then we have standards already mentioned for signing off any of those Web2 use cases, like by OWC guidelines, and there are many more PCI DSS guidelines, so on. There is a long way to go for a blockchain. While it is happening in parallel, CBDC kind of a use case comes, and while NPCI is driving that as a public news, they also struggle in the sense how do you really bring on India scale thing, right? While it is in pilot with 16 banks, how do we really have a immediate settlement or offline CBDC or interoperability, the experience with Singapore or UAE to cross border? So I think there is a lot of way ahead. So what is your guidance for blockchain, for corporates, for students, for startups, and all the enthusiasts here? So what is your guidance? Because what is that they should really embark as a
So well, there is one thing. I'm not sure how blockchain will do or at when time it will do, but definitely it's enforcing everybody, starting with our governments, with our compliances, or everything that they need to change something. So settlement, for example, moved from T2 to T1. Why? Why there is a change? Why there is a sudden change now that settlement started from T2 to T1 day, and over the time it probably will be T, right? And on blockchain, it's happening immediately or within seconds. So, if blockchain is a technology, it's ever evolving technology, it will take its own time for sure. I'm not sure like by when we will say that it's fully implemented, but definitely the things that are enforcing our governments, enforcing our regulatory authorities, like sir mentioned about the smart contracts. Definitely, people started thinking now. Their communities are getting built now. Laws or regulations are getting built now that how to build a legalized smart contract, for example. Legalize the definition of a token. Will be that token or asset will be backed by its equity, backed by its profit, backed by debt, backed by anything. So that we can think of, right? So technology will take time, but I think the beauty of the thing that it's forcing our government now to start thinking onto the technology side, and that is happening, and I'm fully confident by the way that it is getting absorbed by everybody. Days are not far when we will say everything move to a blockchain as a technology.
Absolutely, I think right. So Kamlesh, what is your guidance for all of our enthusiasts, maybe putting some startups or some maybe startup looking for funders. Yes, you can.
So I think there are huge opportunity out there in India in the industry because till date we are trying to work for the US and UK to solve their problems as IT, right? Now we itself growing as a more than 8% GDP, right, in the recent figures, and there are a number of problems available, and now support from government to the regulator to the startup ecosystem, education, academia. So I think there are huge opportunity. You can find the problem and solve it. You will get support from government. You can get support from investors. You can get support from even regulators. So yeah, I think there are lots of things you can do.
And other ways, either you do it and somebody else is already doing it. Right?
Job created instead of looking for a job because huge opportunity there. So even I now visit nowadays even the tier 2 cities like Jabalpur, Raipur, and I surprised to see now every engineering college has some kind of incubation accelerator and house of the 100+ startups growing, making revenue, and they are not looking for a job. They are trying to build something, and so this is changing because when I was doing engineering on that time, lots of facility was there, and now it's there. So you go and build some solution and try to build something instead of looking for a job in any agency.
For me, I don't think I'm in a position to give guidance thing because the experts who already dabble and dirty their hands. But one thing which I could tell in this forum is, see, right here we have created this fintech entity framework, which is a regulatory framework, Web3 or blockchain. So already you have some regulatory ring fencing support because I've seen startups come to us, get our authorization, and when they apply to us, they would have said, I'm valuing my startup at X. But after we give the authorization, suddenly it becomes 7x, 8x. I read that in papers because the investors are valuing a regulatory stamp of approval. So probably if it's there in your backyard, you should leverage that. Second thing, Kamlesh already said that we also give out incentives. There is incentives for these startups in the blockchain and other spaces. So those who are authorized could also apply for that, and incentives range from anywhere from 15 lakhs to 75 lakhs. 75 is for the green areas, so tokenized green bonds and stuff. They're eligible for that, but you have a proof of concept. You get about 30, 50 lakhs in the sandbox and stuff like that, which is not huge. It's not like, please understand, this is the first time a financial sector regulator in the country is giving out grants to startups. No other regulator has done. So we are doing that in the GIFT City today. Right, so that's number 2. Two other points which I want to say, I won't say it is guidance or advice, but it's something I see when applications come to us. Sometimes there is lack of clarity. We really appreciate clarity of thought, attention to details. Of course, in the sandbox you can build the product. I do not want to see a finished product. I still give amends, or we can make amends for you to build the product. But you should have the clarity of from where to where you're going and what you think are the problems. If you can state clearly what are the things you want us to help you, that is also good. But having that clarity is very important. And second thing which I think might be important in the days to come is to focus on the IP, the intellectual property. That's where a lot of our startups are missing the bus. The IP finally goes to some foreign country, foreign investors outside the country. The knowledge power is of our own youth, and the IP is ours, and I do not know why we are not vigilant on that. So that is another humble request I would have, that when you're ideating, when you're creating these wonderful solutions, have an eye on the IP part, because the country is changing the IP regime also, and you should also have a plan to monetize that IP. Forget about monetization. People are not even thinking about retaining the IP. So that is something which I would definitely want all the startups to do. Thank you.
I think excellent discussion. Yeah, excellent discussion on this particular topic. So in a nutshell, the way ahead for every stakeholder, typically we see any ecosystem stakeholder is maybe academia, students. So I think they have already started marketing blockchain. We have seen blockchain CUs are coming, Kerala Blockchain Academy or Idea Labs, and all these academies are working very closely with the tech companies also, Tech Mahindra and others. Other pillar could be corporate, start with small, that's how they started. And you may not know, many corporates already started creating their own internal CUE on deep text, and blockchain is one of the prominent part of that. I can name GMR, Flipkart, Samsung, NVIDIA, Infosys, TCS. I have seen those days they were not having anything, and that's how they started those areas. So prominently say, and the way they do, they start with small, they take along all the stakeholders in the company and slowly go for a internal use case to the larger use case. I think third, government, the way we see national strategy coming for India, and the way PM and many other stakeholders at various state levels are now implementing. You never know, Assam or Rajasthan, West Bengal is already on blockchain, Tamil Nadu doing e-voting, Kerala doing crop insurance, or Maharashtra trying for land registration, Gujarat recently done bid for land registration, or Odisha has done for at least 50 plus use cases. They want to bring it on blockchain, start with the citizen wallet plus banking blockchain as a service. So I think a lot of wave is happening on all the stakeholder areas. Experts, influencers are really helping to nurture that knowledge. Regulators are supporting with the right regulation on which is a long-term regulation. It's not something like you need to move from Web 2 to Web 3 because it's a movement. It's not something we will do away with the Web 2 in the next 2 days. Right? It's an experience-changing moment. We just treated them as a name. Web 2 and Web 3 both will coexist, and maybe we'll land up in Web 4. Never know. Which is a era of maybe 5G or autonomous, backed by metaverse, backed by IoT, smart cities, cognitive cities, and so on. I think it's a beautiful time, and as a deep tech technology, blockchain or AI, they will change this foundation. And good to see that how various stakeholders are really helping at India Blockchain Forum, the way I started a couple of years back, with that vision that how we create right policies, how we work closely with the regulator, how we work closely with the corporates, academia, and so far so good. We have come up with a good structure in India, and we have some chapters coming in Canada or chapters coming in UAE also. So wonderful talk today, and thank you so much, Joseph, Kamlesh, and Shashi for bringing that lot of knowledge. At least a lot of us will carry lot of knowledge, and we can certainly take some of the questions. And while everybody is available here, we can take a couple of questions, right?
May we request all to kindly share your questions, because of course this was an engaging session.
Hello, this is Kalpesh from PM People. Actually, sir, we are building the blockchain in projects management, and our problem is when client is, we are sending that project status report to the blockchain. Now our client are facing the problem that all the information are the public, right? So is there are any possibility that regulatory can create the private blockchain and only the related stakeholder can access those information?
Maybe not a regulator, even as a, because you may be putting the data on public chain, right? So you must create the private chain, maybe any of the framework like R3, Fabric, or any kind of things and stuff, and create the private blockchain with your clients and your customers, and share the data across accordingly.
So foundationally, you need to really ask whether that use case require blockchain first of all. Okay, I don't think so as a project plan or project management, unless you want to make it decentralized tomorrow, or unless you want another token back, supported by something. But going from on the ground, I think for a private per se, considering you want to onboard some identities there, employees and the whole process, maybe you have some third-party partners and so on coming on to this. In that case, you need to really, one of the important steps, which blockchain you are choosing, which blockchain platform, and certainly some of our friends will agree. There are private blockchain. I will not promote Hyperledger or R3 or something based on pocket size. You can always choose which blockchain. But they are very costly. Just for a project management, you want to invest 1.5 CR for a Hyperledger license. May not be.
It's a free. It's not licensed. It's open source code. You can deploy anywhere.
Hello, this is Ibrahim from Chintle. So I wanted to ask if you can help me understand how blockchain can help in cases where all stakeholders are private. So in cases like DLT, everything is private, right? So how is blockchain helping us rather than a simple server setup? That's all. So it's not a infrastructure challenge that it cannot go so fast as blockchain. So if everything is happening privately, it's not public, and it is not supposed to be public in near future. Then how is blockchain helping in that case?
So One of the use cases which we are doing, like example, a payment company, which is a private, but they have lot of operations where they deal with lot of file transfers coming in from the external sources, and within the organization they have a lot of tax to be added by particular units, and one unit is dependent on other. Another example could be like a supply chain within a company, like how a phone is getting manufactured. Ultimate output is on the 30th day, but in between from day 1 to 30th day there are a lot of designs, lot of IPs, lot of important documents, and the exchange from one unit to another. So I think that is how we need to look at identity of an employee, then workflows, and how complete organization can become a zero knowledge or a zero trust organization. Because today it may not be the requirement, but tomorrow the way regulations are happening, various acts are coming, it's a good sense to really implement. But again, we need to see how you really want to take care of a cost and many other aspects around. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Pierre, and my question is for Joseph and Maybe Prasanna. So we have seen that regulatory framework is needed in terms of onboarding the actual user or the consumer. So for example, we take an example of supply chain or the healthcare or any fintech, right? So I have seen that we have the solution, but onboarding is tough because not all the parties are agreed to be onboarded to the particular solution or the structure, right? So how the regulatory framework will boost this onboarding process? So if you take insurance example, they are not ready to onboard because there is multiple insurance parties should be involved to make a proper blockchain kind of solution, right? So how regulatory body will help in boosting the adoption?
If I take this, maybe Joseph can add on.
Yeah.
It all depends on what you want to build. Is it a healthcare system, insurance system, or some financial application, or some? So based upon that, a particular regulatory entity will come into the picture. Maybe it's a fintech where you are onboarding your customers. A fintech has to talk to bank and leverage on all those APIs. So bankers will take care of that regulation. Inherently, before signing it off, before going live, they will take care of every other regulation. How are you onboarding the KYC of the customer? How the data is moving from that fintech ecosystem to bank ecosystem? So it depends which use case you are driving. That regulation will come. Regulation may not be required at all. It depends upon use case.
Yeah, so I'm specifically talking about finance use cases where kind of a voting, like proxy voting on a stock exchange, right? Where the regulatory framework should be there. Then and there only people will, the other companies, stock market companies, registered companies, they will adopt the solutions, right? So how you see this process before the adoption?
See, from a regulator's perspective, for us, there are some cardinal principles, right? One, financial stability, looking at the systemic risks, looking at consumer protection. There are some basic, pillars which we focus on. For what you are saying, I think that's for the market forces to decide what they want to do with that problem statement and the solution. As a regulator, our regulatory frameworks will not kind of force a customer to pick a particular product or solution. That's not what a regulator should do. A regulator is supposed to be making sure it's a fair game, right? Nobody's kind of hurt. To give a very kind of a crude example there, right? And in your case, if you think the solution is really good, I don't see a reason why people are not going to come to that. Because what I have seen is when people have applied to us in our sandbox and when we gave the regulatory approval, with the regulatory approval, they were able to get more trust and traction in the market because a regulator is backing them, right? There was one guy, I'll give a specific example, no names here. He wanted to put in a project here in the quantum space, and that was about 50 crores or more. He was behind us for the grant, and the grant is like 30 lakhs. So I was telling him, boss, this is 30 lakhs, which as a regulator I can give. It's a pittance. Your project is like 50 crores or 70 crores or whatever. And he said, sir, I just need 1 rupee from the regulator. I have investors in US willing to put in $50 million. So that's the thing when it woke up to me, like, wow. So they're attaching a lot of premium. So that's what we will do, bring in credibility. But it is for the market to pump in based on what they see. So you will never see a regulatory framework which will kind of say that go towards this solution or attract this product. That is not what a regulator's ambit is usually.
I think we can take one last question and then everybody's around, so we can always discuss offline.
Sachin.
I hope everyone can hear me. Alright, my name is Arjun Kazanchi. I'm the CEO of a company called Ruba Finance. Very graciously, IFSCA in December 2023 gave us the approval for the innovation science.
Is it a question or?
It's a quick question, which is fun. So we're essentially seeing the issues with regard to adoption. Obviously, regulation, you guys have taken care of. The economic incentives around the inefficiencies the market needs to take care of. But in terms of the infrastructure, private blockchains, public blockchains, do you think it's time right now that an NPCI step up, create an India stack, maybe an interoperable stack, and then decentralize the infrastructure?
So I think in Indian banking context, we have a company called the Indian Banking Digital Infrastructure Company. And the agenda of this company, how they can create a digital infra, not only because we can't have in the sense, the way these companies will work, but we can't run after only blockchain, because we have to run after use cases. And these companies are made for use cases, based upon which company is right. For example, NPCI is for payment. That is where they have come up with the CBDC as a use case. And they are doing another project while they have that aspiration to really bring on open source, another form of a hyperledger on a blockchain. And so that is how I look at it. So everybody has an opportunity to bring on, while there are a lot of layer 1 platforms and so on. But good to see that banking blueprint and a relevant platform, banking as a service backed by blockchain plus AI, that will solve a lot of problems to look at. I think similarly, it's opportunity for various service providers also here, and they come and see SAP has gone sometime, right, as a ERP system for all those 17. So that's how we need to look at which is that business problem we are solving with that use case. Everybody has an opportunity. Otherwise, we can't have a Samsung phone, or we can't have some of those Canon camera. It all built by a lot of integrity components and so on. So everybody has an opportunity to really build whatever they want to build. NPCI is made in the way it is in public, it's made for only payment and the relevant infrastructure, which they are really doing nice. That is why we speak about UPI in every country. Tomorrow we'll talk about their CBDC, our CBDC in every country. That's how we look at that answer. And IBDS is taking care of this Indian Banking Digital Infrastructure Company to bring on that digital infra backed by blockchain, AI and other deep techs, and backed by normal finance and API banking, so that the banking can be incentivized as a platform. Likewise, we have there was one of the topic we wanted to discuss, but over a period of we discussed that digital public infra, and most of the DPIs today talk about OD, National Open Ecosystem by Protean or NSDL. They are doing on blockchain. You talk about ONDC, they are evaluating blockchain. DG Yatra, you said they are evaluating blockchain. So I think whether they fork that blockchain and use it for some purpose, or they do it from scratch so that IP remains with us, I think that's a very good question, and every organization has its own way to really look at how.
I can add to when before this India blockchain strategy release, so already CDEC and NIC created the infrastructure where everyone can use that infrastructure and build the use cases. So it's already there, and for the IDBC, for the banks, and the RBI CBDC for the CBDC.
So the fragmentization is leading to islands of either liquidity or information, because of which the same issue I will try to strive for interoperability arises. But thank you so much.
I think thank you. I think it is a wonderful session, and great to see that session with a lot of energy from both the sides, our panelists and all of our audiences. So thank you so much once again for being so great audience.
May I request all of you to kindly stay back, as I would request Ms. Farzana Sheikh to kindly come upon the stage and honor our illustrious panel, our valuable dignitaries, our eminent speakers who engaged us with this mind-blowing discussion, ladies and gentlemen. One more round of your applause, a huge round of applause for our eminent guests. May I now request our guests to be felicitated with our token of appreciation. May we have some energy? Well, this session was completely filled with knowledge as we
broadened our horizons, and a session that is going to stay in our memory. And from here, we will take a lot of inputs and build a lot of solutions. I hope this becomes one of the most engaging and motivating sessions. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. As we can see, the Statue of Unity being a token of appreciation as we unite together in this world of blockchain, the technological revolution, the fourth industrial revolution, ladies and gentlemen, as we thank all our illustrious panelists for this wonderful session. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now, may I request you all to kindly have some refreshments, take a 5-minute tea break, and come back in 5 minutes as we are going to be joined with many more engaging sessions. Thank you very much.
चा कंप्लीट आवा चालू रहो कर दो चालू रहो हमारा नहीं पता हमारे तुम्हारे फीलिंग जरूर हमारा फोटो पार्टी ये लोग ऊपर लाइव हो ना वहाँ
वीडियोग्राफी उठा रहे हो ना ये ब्लैक में पूरा ले लिया था पूरा जब ये पॉइंट था तो पूरा सारा फोटो सब कुछ सब और बाहर का वेन्यू वगैरह लिया था क्या? हाँ सब आएगा पूरा
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly reassemble as we already have had a long break and our dignitaries are waiting as they have their immediate appointments. So please respect their time and please come back and join our next session. May I request all the volunteers to kindly visit the garden area and request all our guests to kindly reassemble as we are now going to start our next session. Our next session is Aadhaar Keynote. Digital identity is the cornerstone of modern governance and service delivery. We have with us Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta, Director UIDAI, who will shed light on Aadhaar's pivotal role in unifying the nation through digital innovation. So ladies and gentlemen, as we can see, a very, very crucial and a very, very beneficial session for us. Financial deliverables which the government can directly send from bank to bank to so many beneficiaries across the country. We see so many critical areas of development that has happened after the evolution of Aadhaar, and globally this is also a historic moment for India for creating such a humongously unifying platform through Aadhaar. So may I request all our guests to kindly be seated as now we are going to start a very, very significant, a very, very important, engaging keynote session on Aadhaar. We are going to start our session in the next 2 minutes. So can I request all the volunteers to kindly visit the lawn area and request all our guests to kindly be seated, as we really would be happy to have a full house when sessions like this happen. It is important for our knowledge. It is important for putting everything back in mainstream. So may I request you all to kindly reassemble and start our next mind-blowing and thought-provoking session on unifying the nation through the usage of Aadhaar. May I request all our volunteers to kindly visit the lawn area and request all our guests to reassemble, because now we cannot wait anymore. This is a crucial keynote session for all of us to attend. There is a lot of learning, a lot of takeaways from this session, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ready to experience Aadhaar unifying the nation through digital identity. So this session is all about developing our knowledge in the area of how Aadhaar Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we are absolutely ready to start our session. May I now request Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta, Director of UIDAI. Ladies and gentlemen, a thumping round of ovation for our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, sir. And we are indeed grateful to have you with us right now. As the stage is getting ready, the dais is all ready. We are about to start a new milestone in the world of technology with the implementation of Aadhaar. One more time, a thumping ovation, ladies and gentlemen.
Today I stand before shed light on transformative initiative that has played a pivotal role in empowering individuals through power of digital identity Aadhaar. Aadhaar, which means foundation, new and unique, was launched in 2009 by Government of India. It was conceived with the vision of providing every Indian a unique identification number. However, it has since evolved Aadhaar authentication and e-KYC features. So after this, these advancement has led the Aadhaar-based e-KYC services, which has significantly reduced the cost of service delivery, especially in the rural areas. India has experienced significant growth in the last 10 years and positions itself to become one of the top 3 economies in the world. The transformation has been largely driven by adoption of technology in delivering services and benefits. As a result, India's digital public infrastructure concept has gained global recognition. A prime example of India's DPI success is Aadhaar DPI, which is world's largest digital identity platform. According to McKinsey report, 3.6 million people world lack legal digital identity, with 1 billion having no identity at all. Aadhaar addressed this issue by providing a digital identity to every Indian citizen, showcasing India's capability to deliver services based on digital identity. To put things in perspective, only 7% people in India have passport, 13% having a driving license. In contrast, nearly 100% population now India hold Aadhaar ID. Aadhaar has played a pivotal role in financial inclusion, enabling the opening of more than 48 crore bank accounts since 2014, fostering financial inclusion and enabling the transfer of subsidies and welfare benefits directly to these accounts. Linking Aadhaar to bank accounts has been a cornerstone of financial inclusion. This has facilitated easier access to financial services with AEPS, allowing secure and convenient transactions. From urban center to the rural remotest village, now everybody has come and joined our formal economy platforms using authentication process, very simple Aadhaar authentication processes. The Aadhaar has laid the foundation for other digital public infrastructure like UPI, which has achieved a staggering 1,000 crore transactions per month. So Aadhaar's integration with various government services has been a game changer. Through direct benefit transfer, subsidies, pensions and welfare programs now directly reach the intended beneficiaries. This has not only minimized corruption but has also created a more efficient and transparent system, ensuring that the government benefit genuinely uplift those in needed. Significant use case of Aadhaar is One Nation, One Ration Card initiative, which has made ration card portable across the country. Say, suppose someone from Bihar, UP, who is coming to Gujarat or anywhere, now he can use his Bihar, UP ration card and can get the ration benefit from Gujarat from any fair price shop. So this portability has increased the efficiency of the distribution system. Another use case is One Nation, One Student ID, launched as part of National Education Policy 2020. Lifelong APAR ID, streamlining the process of tracking academic progress from primary education to higher education. Students, schools, government are now can track all academic records of the individual, and on the basis of this now new system makes transferring between college easier to the students and helping government plannings. Like now students can customize their courses, like someone is having some particular interest in particular university course, he can get some credit from A university, then some remaining credit or course from B university, and then he gets the combined degree from some third location. So this is only possible after providing a unique identity to every student. Another use case is in healthcare. Aadhaar has brought about revolutionary changes. The creation of unique health IDs like ABHA ID, Ayushman Bharat card linked with Aadhaar has streamlined health records and services. It has ensured accurate patient identification, reduced duplication, and ultimately contributes to better health delivery. The ABHA ID now have the health record of every Indian who has registered on ABHA ID. So this one doctor who has what has done earlier, the second doctor can check the history of a particular patient. There are so many this kind of different projects in good governance, government using, like some states are now having family IDs, and using family ID, like Haryana is having family Pehchan Patra. So using family ID now government can give the customized benefit to the doorstep to particular families. Gives way for new field of application, DG Yatra, Jeevan Praman certificate for pensioners. Approximately 20 lakh pensioner certificate was submitted last year in November 2023 using Aadhaar face authentication. Till now, 1.4 crore travelers use DG Yatra at airports. As technology continues to evolve, there is a need to continuous innovation to realize the full potential after India's success. Many countries now implementing digital identity platform. More than 30 countries are planning to implement DPI in the Indian lines, and some countries are now having digital identity on blockchain also, like Bhutan has implemented digital identity platform on blockchain. The adoption of Aadhaar has universally accepted. Digital identity has simplified various aspects of our life, from opening bank account to opening payment account to obtaining SIM cards, availing financial services. Aadhaar's role in identity verification cannot be overstated. It has not only reduced the burden of carrying physical documents, but has also enhanced the overall efficiency of this process. Aadhaar is being now used 80 million times a day. So, recognizing the importance of data security and privacy, UID has implemented robust measures to safeguard Aadhaar data. Quality data is essential for effective delivery of services. So, Aadhaar has consent-based digital identity system, which includes features like digital signed QR codes, digital signed XML files, ensure data accuracy. Aadhaar has been a beacon of progress in our journey towards a more connected and inclusive India. It has surpassed barriers, making identity verification seamless and empowering from every citizen with a unique digital identity. Aadhaar has not only transformed the fintech sector, but has also set a precedent for digital identity systems worldwide. As we look forward to the next decade, technology will continue to drive digital ecosystems. It is imperative for organizations to engage with government bodies and focus on customer education to ensure the successful adoption of digital services. I have touched some of the government plannings, I have touched some of the government schemes where Aadhaar is being implemented, what the government is planning. So now this forum, I want to just give you flavor what in which direction government is going on, and you can also give some new applications, new suggestions to the government to implement the citizen services. This is all from my side.
May I request Ms. Omika Dubey to kindly come on stage and felicitate our esteemed speaker, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Gupta, with a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this mark of thank you. But this time, please remember to keep your questions ready and also mention which speaker you want that question to be put across to. So please mention your name, to which speaker you want your questions ready, and be very clear with your questions. One person would be allowed only one question, and due to lack of time and because we want to keep things going on one after the other, we have to be very precise in the timings. Okay, are we all ready? अरे खाना पीना हो गया, अभी थोड़ा जोश तो दिखा सकते हैं. How's the Josh? I'll ask you again, huh? How's the Josh, guys? How's the Josh? Now that's the spirit. So as you can see, we have a panel discussion navigating the investment landscape, and we are going to be joined by our eminent panelists. First, we have with us Neha Sharma, founder and director, Accelerate India. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So we are seeing a ladies' participation. Thank you so much. And next we have Mr. Amit Mehra, partner, Borderless Capital. There should be more thumping around the ovation, isn't it? Fuel concept करेंगे, अभी गाड़ी को चलाया जाए. Okay. Next we have with us Mr. Milap Singh Jadeja, founder, iRoller Capital. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause. अभी तो सिर्फ warm up हो रहा है. Action time अभी शुरू होने वाला है. And finally we have with us Nirav Sheth, founder and CEO of Kathiawar Ventures. See, this is the energy I want with all of you. Okay. And before we begin, I want all of you to be very precise on your questions. We will only take 3 questions, and this panel discussion will be timed due to shortage of time. We'll have to be very, very succinct. So ladies and gentlemen, be ready, be engaged, get clear with your questions, and do ask your questions to your respective speakers. May I now request our moderator, Mr. Nirav Sheth, founder and CEO of Kathiawar Ventures, to kindly begin the session. Once more, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I really appreciate the crowd is so beautiful around here. Very patient enough, and I am sure that everyone had good breakfast, a brunch sort of, and now we can have this discussion on investments. Now, what I believe, and everyone would believe, that any business needs finance at its core, right? So that is where blockchain, a very beautiful technology, being developed, and the use cases are so engaging, and the future of blockchain is so prominent that more and more investments need to be in place to make sure that the technology gains enough and more momentum, and the applicability of the technology has been, it gets matured every day. So I welcome everyone in the panel over here. Everyone is absolutely, a beautiful panel again. So in navigating the investment landscape, I would first start with Amit over here. Amit, I'm sure that the audience is very much in line with what the event is all about and what is blockchain and all, but still, for my knowledge, I come from finance background, I understand less of technology to my extent. If you can just help me to brief about blockchain, basic principle on what the tech is all based upon, types of blockchain and why blockchain a trusted approach, and last, if you can add how the technology has improvised in last 5 years.
Hello. Yeah, sure. So maybe I'll do a quick 30-second intro just to have a little bit of context. So I'm Amit, so I'm a partner with Broadcast Capital. We are a Web3 focused VC fund, primarily do seed and VC, we like to lead rounds. We have done a few strategic later investments as well. Biconomy with over 250 companies in the portfolio, around half a billion under management. Currently deploying from a 5th and 6th month. So coming to blockchain, I think the best and maybe a little, the most contemporary example is, what happened actually, I think 10 hours, 12 hours ago, where, Play Store basically decided to stop or remove all info edge, Naukri.com, Bharatmatrimony.com, 99acres.com, right? So that is the power that centralized players have. That if you have one centralized player who controls which apps can go, and today like 90% of Indian users actually use Android. So with one jolt, suddenly there's some big, like the main dispute is on payments. Should they use Google payments and all? So the idea is that should one centralized entity have that much of power? And so that's where blockchain comes in. The whole concept of blockchain is we should take this power from the 1% and give it to the 99%. So make it community owned, make it decentralized. And so that's at a high level, how you think about change. So when you say governance, consensus, all these blockchains, you might have heard of consensus, how the community decided what to be voted. So for example, in Ethereum, there are these hip proposals where basically they say that, okay, what is the next improvement proposal? What do we want to see in the chain? And you as token holders, you have a governance right where you govern which proposal gets passed and which doesn't get passed. So that for me is the beauty of blockchain, is taking power from the 1% and giving it to the 99%. Now at a higher level, basically it starts with public chains and private chains. Public chains are chains which are permissionless, which are, everything is out there in the public. Permission chains are where it is permission and so on. And also, initially the first Web3 started with proof of work, where the idea was, and this is a very important milestone, like everything started with Bitcoin, where you basically have to compute, and based on your computation power, if you are a miner, you are rewarded. And the beauty of it, that is there only be 21 million Bitcoins in circulation. The mining rate will be slashed in half every 4 years, and that creates the kind of scarcity and gives value to the token. So that is proof of work. From there it has evolved to proof of stake, and now, for example, Solana proof of time, and now there are more versions of proof of liquidity, like Parachain. Recently invested in Parachain, that is proof of liquidity. So there are new kind of consensus algorithms coming in. So that's at a high level, the various at a blockchain, how the tech works. So that is some of the background of the tech. In terms of implementation, there are very real world use cases where, for example, farmers in Argentina, we have invested in a company called AgroToken. They don't have liquidity on their farmland, so what they do is all the crop they tokenize, and based on those tokens they get a value, and they are able to participate in capital markets, liquidity markets. So stuff like that, tokenizing real world assets. So RWA is a big category, it is getting back in traction now. Tokenizing RWAs, creating new L1s, tokenizing art. These are some of the more real world use cases. And then there is an entire kind of DeFi use case where it is mainly participating in DeFi, which is decentralized finance, and participating in NFTs, which also give you that, okay, it's a unique token which you have, and so on.
Thank you, Amit. I thank you for your simple answers to understand the entire technology. Now, having said that, building a technology needs otherwise finance a lot of other things like the right mentorship, the guidance, and so what I've seen and experienced in my career is people, the founders typically, who are good at technology might not be good at everything. So I would like to ask Milad bhai, you have been into building ventures from scratch more than a decade of an experience you have to help startups or new businesses gain enough and more guidance and strength to build that particular venture and grow. So how does building a technology venture differ from traditional venture building, and the challenges typically faced by the tech founders, for building that technology, doing that MVP and going into the market and growing and scaling up typically? If you can just throw some light.
Sure, thanks. Thank you, thank you, Omika ji and Agrin for the organizers to consider us to be a part of this blockchain process. And I was wondering at that time, blockchain and what will I speak? I really don't understand that much. So I'm also learning today of these nuances of this particular industry. But coming from Gujarat, and when we talk about tech or you talk about non-tech, at the end of the day, we all look at Dhando. Paisa Rema Banwana, right? The final key is that is whatsoever startup going to make money for you or not. That's the prime focus. So we at iRoller Capital, we broke that down into parts. Right? That what are the 6 fundamental elements of any startup, be it tech or non-tech. Right? It all starts from education. And I was speaking to this friend of ours from Jaisalmer who is here today, that how education is important, right? So it starts with, I've scribbled a note so that I don't kind of forget. So it starts with education. The next step is validation, is what we all kind of look for, the founders look for. Strategy, then comes delivery, right? And then acceleration, and then the liquidity management. Most of the startups fail in between the strategy and the delivery portion. We all feel that, okay, we have a fantastic idea and this is going to do wonders, itne download ho jayenge, ye ho jayega. But all of us fail to achieve the right product market fit. Because offline business is very different than the digital world completely, right? And that a lot of entrepreneurs or startups who come from an early stage do not realize till they do that, go through that process, be there. This ecosystem of ours today is so fragmented. Right? There are all players, but every time the only constant is the founder. The idea also pivots. The idea also changes at the end of the day. So what we do, coming to the question now, and that's why I just wanted to set that context. So that what we do is that we are with them from inception, ideation, up to the liquidity management level. Right? So that's what iRoller Capital does as a company, as an organization. We are sector agnostic. I too happen to invest in the blockchain space, of course. It all started a couple of years back, and there also we are pivoting as of now. It's more of a fan engagement platform. We are also trying to struggle and find a way out that how are we going to make money at the end of the day. So what we do is we are a part of the ideation process. What we say the venture building. So we are probably India's largest venture builders also today. We be with them based on the data, the KPIs, the numbers that they provide. We may sit down, make a plan with them, go to the government and say, where can the government help us, give us the grant or the SISFS or any form of funding. Then comes the next stage where we bring in the technology ourselves. We help build the tech. That's where we take the equity. Then we have a network of angel investors. Then there is a fund in place, right? And then now we've come up with a show, and it's a good place to say that we come up with a Bharat Ka Apna show. It's called Kal Ke Crorepati, which is going to be where Gujarat was the first chapter, right? So it is about that if you want to really make money in this ecosystem, be the ecosystem. Otherwise, we will just accelerate or we'll just end up making a fund. 100 ka bana, 200 ka bana, category 1 bana, 2 bana, 3 bana, 4 bana. But what beyond that? So the money lies in between. The value lies in between. That how many startups of yours are able to generate an IRR of more than 50% for the investor. Then the investor is with you. Then the startups come to you. So we focus on the IRR. We utilize tech as a part of the skeleton and the architecture wherever is required, because that's the speed with you grow rather than the consumer products or other side. So it's a very case-to-case model, but that's how we work.
Beautiful. Thank you, Malabhai. I believe that, so I really like the strategy what you put in that there are 6 stages of a startup to fall into, and the rightly the pain point or the disruption point is typically between the strategy and the delivery, where the startup is absolutely on the edge to define that where they will lead. Right? Now, having said that, when we talk of technology, it is not, it is important for the nation, but the technology is typically built for a global consumption. Correct. And that is where the real value of the technology comes out. Now, if I talk about UITI, which is one of the most prominent initiative by Government of India, very aggressively been taken at the time of UPI, and Nandan Nilekani was the leader who managed to do it. So it was all technology which helped the current government also, and our Honorable Prime Minister is absolutely a tech-savvy Prime Minister we can ever find. Looking to the fact that technology, again, as I say, that it is not only domestic for consumption, it has to be a global, reach. And we should not only, the founders should not look at only satisfying the domestic need. It should look at delivering, or rather transferring or exploring global partnerships or global solutions to that side. Now, having said that, when a startup is already on the stage of growth, I believe that they need more of a global approach, wherein I would ask Ms. Neha Sharma just to give a bit of a highlight that post incubation, from where Milabhai would play a good role. Post incubation, when the startup is actually growing and wants global platform to help them gain enough and more momentum in their business, how global acceleration can help Indian blockchain startups in particular?
Thank you very much for the question. And so I believe technology plays an important role when we connect it with the startup domain. So technology comes to provide the solution, number one. Number two, startups is all about scalability. So technology gives that scale also.
Now, the biggest part of this assignment is making the pitch compelling for the judges.
You can use Grammarly to make your sentences more engaging, confident, and persuasive.
This is perfect.
94% of students say Grammarly helps improve their grades. Download Grammarly.
In the business, it comes through the technology, and I believe blockchain provides solution which is global in nature. So we have enough scope to take global solution, to take blockchain solutions to the global level, because we are actually, this is very futuristic and
speak with us today. Amit in particular, it's always very affirming to see a seasoned investor with such a good grasp of like this very, very new technology. You had brought up one really important point when we were talking about investing in India or starting a blockchain startup in India, which is regulatory clarity. Before we get into, what should the regulation be, there's an issue that we're still struggling with here. So the simple question of if we have to give the justification for why tokens exist and what's the big deal with decentralization, and when we say, oh, we can make India a blockchain powerhouse, but we're not going to expose ourselves to any of the public blockchains at all. Like, what's wrong with this statement, and how can we change this sort of perception?
So I'll again keep it short. So it's actually like a very complicated question, and something maybe which is not just one brain. I think we need a lot of brains kind of think through that. But the short answer is, I think one way to start is having such sessions like what we're having today, where people get exposed to what this technology is, what all of this is. Having positive events like Bitcoin ETFs got approval, right?
third thing is actual technology which people can relate to. So, for example, stuff like helium or high matter, so more in the deepen category where people can install sensors. So air pollution monitoring. There's a company called Planet Watch where you can install just one sensor at your home, and that will monitor what is the air pollution level, especially in cities like Delhi, Bangalore, where the AQI is very bad, right? And that is crowdsourced, decentralized. You actually get rewarded for giving the air quality data to the community. I think that is something which we believe. So we are big believers in deepen. We feel that is where Web 2 meets Web 3. So that I think in a short way is the starting point.
I hope that answers pretty well. Anyone else, please? Anyone can help the gentleman with the mic?
Both of us.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, my name is Sagar. My question is in investment, in blockchain, there are a different trend. Every 2 years, the trend gets changed. So, as an investor, if you're building something in the back in 2018-19, if you're building a DeFi, you get easily the investment and you can pitch the thing. So, how your narrative keep changing specifically, or you have in 2018 someone has built the product that now has not moving out. So how you guys helping them to keep up with the narrative specifically, because this is the narrative keep just checking. It is how you check mark those things for the investment perspective.
Your question is to whom?
Anyone who can answer the rest.
I will be non-tech, right? First of all, as an investor, we want to make sure that you achieve your product market fit at least in 18 months. If you have not achieved that, then you are still struggling to work on that. The product will evolve, tech will evolve, market also changes, and then the investors also change, expectations also change, right? So there has to be a very time-bound plan to what you do. It has to be, Arnold said, your time before going into the market. Do your research, do your base work, do your legwork before you jump onto the execution side. That's all I would say, right? Otherwise, as a founder, you need to be more careful. You need to see what is happening in the market. You need to go there and see that cost mein piche to nahi rahega kahin pe. You can't ask or expect the investor, if a fund, they have 100 funds, right? They want to see how you grow. They want to help you with your issues. But they don't want to sit with you on your chair and work with you and say, boss, itsa dekhte rehna, wo dekhna udhar aisa na ho jaye kahin. That fear should not be there. It's the duty of the founder, right? With the right mentorship of the or guidance of the fund or the investor, where you are not able to make a decision. But you just can't go there and say, oh, kya karu? Right? So you have to have a team, advisory panel, have the right kind of mentors, be in the market, be updated. That's what you can do. Just be prepared so that this thing does not happen.
So, in a graph, what I want to say is that the technology changes every minute, very fast, very fast. And today's world, it absolutely is very fast, right? You cannot have a 2018 or 2020 technology working in 2024, right? So absolutely you have to be very, very fast in building what you are. The point is making is where investor will help you with making strategy for the business. Will not help you in making that technology or infrastructure, that technology, how to build and what to build. Otherwise he would have already built it. You are not invested in it, right? Anyone?
I think we are done.
Great.
Yeah.
So just to sum it up entirely, the founders of technology platforms building typically the blockchain have to adopt a global, find a global issue and adopt some solutions in and around it, and reasonably look for investors who can actually add value to you and not just run around for money. Right? That is what that the title actually means to. So navigating through the investment journey is very difficult. Today, investors who have a lot of grip over their technology or business, what they want to do, and then only they want to invest. Right? Gone are the days when you just have researched, like Neha told you that researching, okay, but then have you built something which is more commercially viable? Have you done the product market fit? That all is required when you go to an investor for funding, right? Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brilliant session. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, may I request you all to kindly put your hands together. And may I request Omika Dubey to kindly come and felicitate our esteemed panelists and our esteemed moderator, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful session that was. Mind-numbing and also a bit light-hearted. Well, one more time, ladies and gentlemen. And they were really very good with being absolutely succinct on time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I announce that around exactly at 3 p.m. we have the Demo Day event, which is going to happen on the first, I think it's room number 1 of this Gift City Club. So you're all aware of the Demo Day session, where investors are going to be listening to all the blockchain developers, all the blockchain founders who will be pitching their projects directly one-on-one with the investors. So please join the session by 2:50 p.m. so that sharp at 3 the Demo Day session is about to start. And now we are absolutely eager to start our next keynote, which is going to be on the topic Building Blocks of Next Gen Blockchain. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, may I request Mr. Hari Krishnan M., Head of Technology, Rubik's Network, to kindly join us, and he will introduce us to the building blocks of next generation blockchain, setting the stage for a future where technology and innovation converge to create sustainable solutions. Gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Hari Krishnan M., Head of Technology, Rubik's Network.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's lovely to be here, my first time here in Gift City. I don't see a better reason than TBS 2024 to be here. So, as mentioned, I'm Hari. I am the Head of Technology at Rubik's. I'm a cryptographer by skill. And we at Rubik's is an L1 blockchain with Tokenet, which is a public tokenized blockchain made with the next 1 billion nodes and the 1 million apps on chain. We're also a zero gas fee network with unlimited scalability possible. Also proudly, we are made in India and made for blockchain. Today I'll be talking about how Rubik's is building in order to bring mainstream adoption in scaling academics. getting the deck ready, I guess that's miscommunication. So I'll just spend the time explaining what we're basically building. So a lot of our panelists spoke about how scalability is an issue, how privacy is an issue in blockchain. So with my background in cryptography, I've built L2 protocols, L1 protocols before. Kind of found out that with this monolithic architecture, we're not really able to scale or not bring real-world adoption to blockchain. So I'm building Rubik's blockchain in order to achieve this issues of scalability and as well as bring real-world adoption. We have 3 or 4 main points, which is about how Rubik's blockchain is different from a monolithic blockchain with its parallel chain architecture. And this is how, when we are comparing to a typical web architecture, how the Rubik's acts like a microservice where you can scale up your services, for example, on demand. Secondly, Rubik's is very developer friendly, which means that our smart contracts are built on existing web languages. So you don't need to have your developer trained again. You can use a lot of your existing code bases in order to build the platform. Third thing is about, we spoke about the cost of running the operations, how Rubik's solves that problem. So anybody who's trying to compare between a public blockchain and a private blockchain, trying to build a solution, what usually happens is they end up picking private blockchains because the cost of running the operation in public blockchains is very unpredictable. So Rubik's, they have a fixed infra, so you mean that when you have to run your operation for the next 6 months or 12 months, you know how much it's going to take to run the application. Finally, also, I guess a lot of us were talking about data sovereignty and how regulatory has to be involved as well. So Rubik's works very focused on that. So my background is also on privacy preserving technologies. With Rubik's, what you essentially have is the user will have the whole control over how your data is created, consumed, and also controlled in the network. So these are some of the key areas I want to discuss today. Hopefully we have the deck ready by now.
डिस्प्ले में और नहीं हाँ आपको का प्रॉब्लम बगड़ी हमें लेट था जिसमें मेरी बगड़ी लेट था आएगी वाइट रखो
think it's already consensus. So, as we speak, I'm going to be talking about 4 key building blocks of Rubik's blockchain, how we're achieving mainstream adoption. Right. So, the first element is you all talk about data being the largest supply chain. And it's estimated that around 70 zettabytes of data on the internet today. The thing is, not even 1 trillionth of that is in the blockchain. And it's not because the internet has been here since the 90s, blockchain is very recent. In fact, half of this data was created in the last decade. So what is the problem? So I call this the Suez Canal problem, especially if you look at data as the new oil. And imagine having trillions of gallons of oil that you want to transfer to this mini Suez Canal, which is the monolithic blockchain. In this case, even if you have so many chips, which in this case is hardware, you're still not able to transfer all the data together. But we have this problem in the traditional web as well. And one example I would like to take is that we usually see in a lot of blockchain conferences is how Visa has 20 million TPS compared to Bitcoin's 70 million. Visa never used to have 20 million, especially never when it used to have a monolithic database. Now the web has evolved into a microservices architecture where you're regionalizing and categorizing your services. And that's how we're able to scale up into the 20 million TPS. They can even scale up to 30 million, 40 million if they want. Another example recently is how IPL streams are going on, right? Whenever there's a final happening, it's auto-scaling into the view. So this on-demand ramping up, on-demand increasing of service speed is very important in the current data-driven world. So what Rubik's does with its token chain parallel architecture is that we're bringing the microservice architecture to the Web3 world, which is what the current data-driven industry needs. So that's really how Rubik's is able to achieve the scalability that only a private blockchain these days can do in a public chain network itself. That brings me very nicely to my second point. So a lot of us are here from industry talking about how we can make industry adoption of blockchain. But as I said, the first problem that we have is the comparison between how a private blockchain and a public blockchain works, and which blockchain to choose, as somebody asked the question, right? So the question really ends up with the point that, okay, you can't estimate the cost in a public blockchain because it's public and it's monolithic, and based on the transaction, the traffic that's there, your gas cost and everything will be different. And that's why people take a private blockchains, because they know a fixed cost of running the operations. It's very important for any product that you're trying to ship in an enterprise. Rubik's, with its subnet architecture, which allows you to have a fixed infra cost with zero gas fee, makes this possible in a public network. And very importantly, Rubik's is agnostic to data traffic from other applications. This means that imagine having 2 applications run. One, if your application run, let's say there is an Amazon version of, a decentralized version of Amazon being run, right? Suddenly during a Diwali time, there's a lot of traffic coming into this Amazon network. You don't want your application to be stuck because of this. That's why it's very important that your dApp and the other dApp running is agnostic, have traffic agnostic. With the subnet architecture that Rubik's have, your dApps will be able to scale based on how much hardware you have, just like how you do it in a current cloud system. So our whole purpose is really not to reinvent the wheel, but to make sure that our blockchain solution fits into how the real web works, how the real technology and how other software is. So we're just trying to fit in our component rather than trying to shoehorn an existing blockchain into the current tech stack that's there. Finally, on the other side, I spoke about your traffic not getting affected. It's also important that if you are running an Amazon and you suddenly want to increase your TPS, you're able to ramp it up just like how you do it in a cloud with auto-scaling. So with Rubik's, if you invest a little bit more infra with VMs or your own nodes, you're able to do that as well. Also, we're all here today to support clean initiative and focus on building a sustainable tomorrow. Rubik's is a very lightweight protocol with no proof of work involved. Also, very importantly, it's a peer-to-peer network, which means that it's a perfect fit for your edge computing solutions which are known to have its support better for scalability solutions. So this is one of the key reasons where Rubix provides a better infra, not just a green infra, but also better infra and a fixed infra cost for you to run your applications. Alright, so we understood about the scalability, we understood about the infra issues. Now, are we ready to go? Probably yes. But the next part is about the developer community that we have, because this is ultimately, end of the day, a software that we have to build. Right? So what's the issue now is, we've heard this jargons about smart contract, the difficulty in auditing smart contracts, and nobody really understanding what a smart contract is. It's a bit of a funny coined term because we already have something similar in the web space, because it's just, in my words, it's distributed computing that is smart contracts. You have a business logic which used to have the current web architecture, but now there's no server. You're just trying to replicate the execution in multiple systems. Obviously, the system has to be sandboxed and the computation is deterministic, but you don't really need to again reinvent something with EVMs and already. So Rubix smart contracts are built on existing web languages or existing server-side languages, because we are basically trying to replicate a server here. So you could write your code in Golang, you could write your code in Rust and deploy it in Rubix. This means that developers don't have to reinvent. You could use a lot of your code base which you already have in your application. Which means that your Web 2 to Web 3 journey becomes much more easy. Also, obviously, with these Web 2 languages being the libraries are much more secure. Auditing teams would say that we already have a lot of great auditing tools for these Web 2 softwares, which makes it much easier to audit as well. Finally, this will all lead to faster shipping, and therefore another million apps that we are visioning to have in Rubix will be much built faster. Now, a topic very close to me and my interest is about data sovereignty and how we need to protect the data. We have DPDP Acts and GDPR Acts that somebody spoke about, that the user should have a control over deleting the data. Not just deleting the data, but how the data is consumed in the market. If you put a data there, and even if you're deleting it, you already have a snapshot. So you can't prevent somebody from taking a snapshot of the data if it's already there. Maybe they deleted the data, but the snapshot is already there permanently. So what Rubix does is it provides full sovereignty over data, which means that you have ability to completely create, control, and consume how your data is used. Consumption is very important because it is basically a business logic and how your data is monetized in the network. So Rubix does this because it's a lightweight protocol and it runs on your mobiles, it can be run on your laptops, which means that the true endpoint of the user is where the whole data is being created and stored as well. Finally, I saw that one of our speakers is Mr. Sandeep Shukla. I remember his post a few months ago where he talked about the centralization and decentralized ledgers, I would say, were around Ethereum have around 10 validators in the network for maintaining the network basically, and Bitcoin have similar numbers. So one might ask, is it truly decentralized? Because it's validated by quite a few nodes. The good thing about Rubix is that you don't need to have large infra, you don't need to have a lot of ETH, or you don't need to have a lot of RBT tokens at stake. With a light node, with limited amount of RBTs, you could be a validator of the network, earn the credits. And it is this principle of Rubix that makes it truly decentralized and democratic. I guess there's no better word to it than democracy being the place that we are on today. So I request you all to join the Rubix community and help us build the application. I can take any questions. Well, the processing time is around 5 seconds, but it also depends upon the RTT, right? I mean, if your system is in the largest case, it's just an RTT. So 5 seconds minimum to do your transaction and you reach instant finality.
You are talking about the enterprise use cases. Nobody is going to wait for seconds to process the transaction. They need immediately, like it is happening in the centralized network, right? They need that kind of speed. or for the transaction processing specific?
Correct.
How are you going to manage?
Correct. So what I spoke about was the main network where validators around globally placed. But if you are doing a subnet operation with the nodes in your network, the RTD is pretty low, which means it's basically verifying your signatures. That's all it takes, which means it's less than 1 second.
Let me give you an example, simple example of when we do the web meetings, okay? Virtual meetings, either on the Google Meet or on anything. It's a real time data transmission across the world. Now, how do you see that the blockchain technology can adopt such kind of innovation in that direction to make the transaction processing within the milliseconds? Is this possible?
Not right now, so what we do is a couple of...
Then meet here. I'll show you.
Zero gas fees, so no proof of work, then how the validation or what consensus mechanism is being used here?
Right, so if you look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin never had really any gas fee to start off with. It's that transaction fee that we had to give because you have to pay basically a ransom to get your network, get your transaction up to the speed. We use something similar to proof of stake, but it's proof of stake is a mono chain, which means that only one person who's taking it gets into the chain. So with our parallel chain concept, what we essentially have is anybody who has enough RBT tokens to validate, because it's all parallel chains. So if you're doing a 1 RBT transfer, anybody with enough 1 RBT or 1/5 of that, which means 0.2 RBTs, can be a validator in the network, because you're staking only for that particular state change. This is how we're able to do it. And you earn certain credits to the miner. So it's because of this parallel chain that you don't have to give any gas fees.
Thank you.
First of all, thanks for that one. So there's an edit that I would like to make on that particular slide where you said Visa is running at 20 mil TPS versus Bitcoin at 7 TPS, right? Visa is at 1700 TPS, 1700 TPS, that's it. So that accounts to close to 170 billion transactions per second. That's more than 1700 TPS is what Visa is in reality. The other one you mentioned that you people are planning to onboard at least 1 billion node validators, right?
You don't have to be a validator, you just need to be a node in the network. So they just making it very easy for to run nodes, because again you can set up your node in your mobile. It's one of the key ways to get enrolled. A lot of people would come on board if you can have a full node in your network. And it's not really a cryptocurrency per se. Any application that you want to build on Rubik's, you just put the Rubik's SDK, mobile SDK into your wallet, you integrate it, then you create an identifier, your own wallet.
So how exactly you are planning to incentivize this validator? 1 billion validator is seriously a very big number.
Correct. So we have an incentive model similar to earning mining tokens, for example, if that's the common word we use. So there are certain credits earned for being a validator in the network, which you can redeem to create the new tokens in the network. So that's a reward for them. Rather than the transaction fee itself, they're getting certain credits to use to mine a new token, just like how it works in Bitcoin.
But don't you think that 1 billion as a number is a very elevated number? Just try to see from this point that, say, the very first validator mined a block, and then the 1 billionth validator will take years and years to come back to the network, isn't it?
No, so it's not 1 billion validators, it's 1 billion nodes. You can be a validator, you can be just a node running there. So 1 billion nodes, even if they're not validator, they still hold the data with them. So they do not validate the transaction, they have parallel chains. So if they want to hold the data, let's say we have 2 billion people here, right? So if they want to hold the data with them, they can create a node and then the data is fully sovereign with them. So I'm not talking about 1 billion validators, I'm talking about 1 billion nodes in the network, because they can hold their own data with them.
May I now request?
There's no transaction. So yes.
Is how, okay, if I am a validator in your network, how I am going to pay the infrastructure cost? Like if I use Azure and I am holding 100%, I am a validator, right? So how I am going to pay? Because you are going to give reward to me, but reward has to be converted, and you should earn that revenue first. If you are zero gas fees, or zero transaction fees for storing the data, then who is paying that amount? It's simple, right? If I'm running a validator node and I'm on Azure, okay, so there is a two things. One is server and other, and then the storage. The storage keep increasing. So I have to pay to the Azure, right? Either $1,000, $2,000, whatever is the number. How you are going to pay me to pay that?
Okay, so as I mentioned, right? So when you verify a transaction, you're getting certain credits which can be used to mine an RBT token, let's say, right? Which is the ROI in this case, because we are using, for example, in Bitcoin's case, it's familiar to us. The value for miners is not just about the transaction fee, but because they're mining a token, mining Bitcoin here and so. Similarly, for you, it's much easier to get an RBT token. So we have some maths around how your ROI is in terms of, if you are a validator with, let's say, 10 RBTs with you, how much time it will take for you to get the investment. We have the math ready, so we could discuss that. The value going down in the market.
May I request this to be the last question, please, because we are running out of time, please.
Correct. I think for me, the true value of the network really comes from adoption. So there's a lot of adoption happening in the network, then the value will sustain rather than just somebody dumping.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now may I request Mr. Sunil Kapadia to kindly come on the stage and felicitate our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for this felicitation ceremony and let's honor our keynote speaker. Well, founders like these actually bring our country in the billion-dollar unicorn club. So let us hope we create more and more unicorns out of all these founders who are coming with technologies that transform lives. Thank you very much once more. Now let us move on to our next panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. I would request you all to kindly... So our panel discussion is titled Metropolis FinTech, Blockchain's Role in Financial and Technological Integration. And as the stage is set, may I ask you all, how much of learning and motivation did you gather today through this entire day's sessions? Can any of you please volunteer and tell me how much did you learn today or gather today or experience through this day's motivating sessions? Anyone? Any volunteer who would just want to speak? How you have a takeaway from all these sessions? Yes, may I have some hands? Some young anyone who would want to? Yes. I want all of you to kindly engage yourself because these are sessions where you have active takeaways. Yes, sir. Could you kindly tell us that how this Gujarat Blockchain Summit added value to your life?
Is this audible?
Yes, very much.
Actually, Dr. Amit Raj behind me.
Can you please come here and as the stage is being set?
He raised a hand, but I push it up and he said he wouldn't be on the bus. So,
please share your experience.
Quick intro before I do. My name is Rohit Verma. I work with a company called 911 Metaverse RS. If somebody wants to go to the URL. I come from Noida and we have a panel discussion sometime on 3:34. Me and Dr. Ahmed, who is a cardiologist, we're going to talk about something. So, I think from a learning perspective, we've been exploring Indian regulators, and we've also been tracking what's happening outside India, especially countries where regulations are much more favorable for blockchain-based activities, tokenization, etc. And I think when I heard about Big City and that it's going to be something which is not touched by the Indian regulators, it was kind of made me curious. We flew down here, and I think during the day, our CTO Joshi, if I'm not wrong, just forgive me if I'm not getting the name right, he talked about regulations here, and I'm truly excited that he is taking good leaps into making this particular GIFT city regulated by international laws and allowing entrepreneurs to thrive in this city so that they can compete with companies in Singapore, Dubai, wherever. So I think that's one great learning. My time is not up. I think looking at blockchain companies who are developing new technologies here, to name a few, our friends from Jumbo Blockchain, Vijay was here, he's working on new, launching his own blockchain as well.
So overall you had a great experience?
And not to name my friend and mentor, Shini, comes from Rubik. So I think great seeds of new technologies. So it's been great so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A huge appreciation for being a volunteer. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us now be extremely energized to welcome our key panelists. We have with us Mr. Srinivas Rao, CEO of CUSEC, right. Can you please welcome Mr. Srinivas Rao from CUSEC. Mr. Ashish Singhal, CEO, IBDIC. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Mr. Manhar Garigrat, Country Head, Liminal. And we have with us our moderator, Krunal Soni, CEO of Mindeft. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have yet another brainstorming session. So be abreast of all the latest updates from the world of technology, which is for a purpose. So here we are about to start our upcoming session, which is Metropolis FinTech Panel, that is blockchain's role in financial and technological integration. And now the stage is all yours, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, after lunch it is going to be very busy session. But yeah, we still see some enthusiasm here. So let's start. So before going forward, like with any kind of questions and all these things, like I would just like to appreciate the organizer, Sunil, Agri, and I think Omika for creating such a wonderful platform where, especially in Gujarat, like I've been working in blockchain space for like more than a decade, and I haven't seen such kind of mature people and event happening here in Gujarat. So appreciate their efforts and wish to see more such kind of things in the Gujarat, and especially what better place than the GIFT city. Okay. So I think let's start with the topic. So if I say based on my experience, I think so. What I say there are two things here. One is crypto, where we are using a different alternative financial system, right? From the existing financial system what we have right now. And another thing is the DLT. This is distributed ledger technology, which works hand on hand with the existing financial system. So let's discuss what is the role of blockchain into the fintech or the financial system and the integrations, right? So we have such a wonderful experienced panel here. So I would start with Mr. Srinivas sir, because he's carrying a lot of extensive experience with the banking, right? And he possesses all the understanding of the challenges with the traditional banking finance system, right? So I would like to know from him, what is the role of blockchain to
overcome those challenges and address those challenges which are currently there into the traditional banking finance system. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Before I answer the question, I will introduce myself. I am the CEO of GUSEC. GUSEC is a startup incubator promoted by Gujarat University. I have been in this role only for 2 months. But my experience has been with the State Bank of India for 33.5 years. I superannuated as Deputy Managing Director, Chief Risk Officer. So out and out commercial banker throughout my career. So as far as the role of mid-chain is concerned, I can see my experience evolving since 1990 till now, how the banking has undergone a change. How blockchain can change the way the banking is done. In the traditional banking, we can start with the KYC part because that is the way we establish a relationship with a bank. If any customer wants to have open accounts with multiple banks, he has to do the KYC process multiple times. But with the help of blockchain, with the digital identity is established, the whole process of onboarding a customer becomes much easier for the banks as well and for the customers as well, because banks are facing identity theft problems in onboarding customers. Many times it comes to our notice that bank customers actually use the fake identity to open the bank accounts. I quote one example. Recently, 6 months back, one bank has lodged a police complaint about one case where 300 accounts were opened. In all the cases, the Aadhaar is genuine, Aadhaar number is genuine, PAN is genuine, but all 300 accounts have only one photograph. So identity theft is a major problem in commercial banking. So this is through blockchain technology, digital identity. I will not go into details because Indian Bank Digital Infrastructure Company is working on this, so I leave that details part to him. Again, that company is promoted by Indian banks, including State Bank of India. All banks are stakeholders in that company. He will take this forward. This is one way, starting with the KYC part. The overall blockchain is going to help the operating costs of the banks to come down first, and secondly, with the transaction. Few examples like nowadays the personal loans of the banks are very popular. I think a large number of borrowers are availing the unsecured loans. Unsecured loan, basically the banks are required to verify only two things: identity of the customer and the salary documents, whether the what are income documents. These two things, right now, a lot of in the conventional banking, these forged documents are available. They can fool the banking system, but once we move to the blockchain technology, this can be addressed. Most of the important applications of blockchain would be in case of trade finance. Because trade finance is going to be a major beneficiary of this blockchain technology. In fact, the IBDIC is working on this MC, domestic LC facility. So trade finance is going to be one major beneficiary of this blockchain. Another part is the cross-border remittances, especially cross-border remittances. In India, we don't feel this problem of the payments because Indian payment systems are very fast because they are 24/7 RTGS, NEFT, but in other parts of the world it's not so, especially in cross-border remittances. Especially those people in the African countries, if they have to remit money, they are paying huge amounts of fee and it takes huge number of days. It could goes up to weeks. Even in India also, if you have to remit 2 years, maybe it takes a day and a half, 2 days. But blockchain technology and using of stable coins, the entire cross-border transactions are going to be revolutionized. And other than this, smart contracts actually going to bring down the routine way of doing banking, the collections and all. It will be automated. And one last application I can think of is about trade finance. We have one more thing. Right now, the traditional banking is working on the centralized database. So because of this single point of failure, this threat of cyber attacks is much higher. In a decentralized banking system, this can be addressed to a large extent. These are few things I could think of how the commercial banking is going to be revolutionized by the blockchain technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the great insights. So I mean, these all use cases are we've been discussing on the table, like when we talk about the banking and finance and blockchain, right? So that's great to hear, from them. But on the same note, when you mentioned the trade finance, so I would like to know from Mr. Ashish, give more insights into trade finance, how blockchain is helping with the streamline of the processes within trade finance.
Thanks. I'm Ashish. I head IBDS and Digital Infrastructure Company with a consortium of 18 banks. And I'm glad that this is a question put to origination of the organization and operation of the company happened with trade digitization as the core use case. And at that time, we were known as the Midnight Blockchain Infrastructure Company. If you were to look at it, a lot of use cases narrated by Mr. Srinivasan. Blockchain as a technology, I'm sure you've learned through the day as well, you didn't know it earlier, is essentially providing a trustless environment. And if you were to look at a trade, you would essentially have very simplistically put a buyer, supplier, buyer to bank, supplier, bank. And in spite of the fact that the UCP guidelines and overall trade processes have been cast in stone for a very, very long time, unfortunately not too much of digitization has happened there. And also, still the paper flows between the buyer's bank and the seller of the bank, and the intimation to the buyer and the seller, right from the time when the request for LC is initiated to the advising bank, to the negotiating bank, and payment settlement, etc. So what we are trying to do is have a blockchain-based solution where all the participants, which means all the banks, all the corporates, would be on this system, and a seamless paperless, presence-less transaction will happen. And typically, a domestic LC, which is anywhere between 7 to 10 days as an average cycle, can hopefully be done in less than a couple of hours. So that's really what we are intending to do. Still early days. It will take time. So our product is under development. In FY25, we should launch it because. And obviously, it will have an advantage for the corporate would be that when it is a multi-banking scenario and a competitive banking with multiple banks, today they have to go to internet banking or to bank branches of individual banks and say, okay, I want to utilize this limit, I want to now utilize the limit from somebody else. In our system, a corporate will be able to see their limits across the banks, and they will be able to issue instructions to that particular bank for whom they want to utilize the limit. And that's really the power of the network which we bring to the
Yeah, thanks. So, on the same note, I have a question. Trade finance, a lot of benefits that we can leverage from the blockchain. But at the same time, a lot of challenges are over there. When multiple stakeholders are there and they're running their own systems. So, how it is challenging to bring them on one system?
I think one of the reasons when we see or why we haven't seen so much of blockchain coming into the real life situations is because this divide between Web 2.0 and Web 3.0. So, at least from the way we are thinking, the tech part of it will completely be in the backend. As far as the corporates are concerned or the banks are concerned, they will continue to be in Web 2.0, and we will publish APIs which can get consumed by the Web 2.0 system which they have. The other important piece for us will be that from a blockchain perspective, wherever we need immutability, wherever we need things from an audit perspective, will only remain on chain. Everything else we will keep off chain, and that will also help us in taking care of the scalability issue which is inherently there in blockchain. That's how we.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point about the blockchain. Blockchain is a lot of people understand try to implement everywhere. They just want to replace the system with the blockchain, but that's not true. Like Mr. Ashish said, we have to be the blockchain as an integrated technology to the existing one, which is Web 2, what we are calling, right? So then we are going to leverage it at the maximum, right? So moving on other points so when we are talking about decentralized finance, right, as an alternative to the current financial systems, so digital wallets are very much important as an entry point for user adoption, right? So I have Mr. Manar here, so I would like to know to him how the digital wallets are playing a role in a seamless integration between the current fintech, financial technology, and the emerging digital decentralized protocols. And what kind of opportunity it brings in terms of financial inclusion and innovation?
Sure, thank you for that. So, very quick introduction. My name is Manhar. I work with a company called Liminal Custody Solutions. We are essentially wallet infrastructure and custody services provider. Custody as a concept is a fairly familiar concept with everybody in the traditional financial world, where obviously now we're seeing this shift happen in the digital asset space also. Very interestingly, this new technology paradigm that has come, it has presented us with this opportunity to have what is known as self-custody. Okay. Now we had this in the traditional financial world also. We could all keep cash, right? And we've seen how economies work with the function of cash. And then you had the banks where you could also keep large sums of cash because it's not physically possible to carry so much cash and move around, right? If you're going out or so on and so forth. So in the digital asset space, because all of this is on technology, because all of this is in binary codes, it becomes very easy now. And then you have this 24/7 availability layer in the form of that public blockchain. All you need to do is you need to be a part of this network by getting access to a wallet. And what is this wallet? How is this different from, let's say, your Google Pay or your Paytm wallet? Your Google Pay or Paytm wallet is a database which is maintained by an entity on your behalf. In this case, because you're directly connected to the blockchain, this wallet is a slightly deeper technology play because it includes cryptographic techniques and it has what are known as a private key and a public key, right? So effectively, you have to keep your private key, you have to secure your private key, and you are able to, sort of make transactions or sign transactions whenever you want directly onto the blockchain. As opposed to in your Paytm or GPay wallet, where you would issue an instruction to Paytm, Paytm would take that instruction from you after your fingerprint login, ensuring that it was you who gave them the instruction, and then you would put in your PIN and you would make that transfer. They would do it on your behalf, right? So these are the primary differences. I think coming to your discussion around DeFi and sort of internet wallets, given that we understand what these wallets can do, this spawned this very interesting new form of finance, which is known as DeFi, decentralized finance. Right now, because I'm directly connected to this network through my wallet, I can transact from my wallet to the other millions of wallets that are connected onto this network, and I can do this in a peer-to-peer fashion, right? So, sir was mentioning about unsecured loans, or if you talk about loans today, even if you have a hard asset today, and if you were to try and utilize that in a traditional financial system, you would have to first prove ownership of that asset. So, if you have a house and you want to loan against that house, it's going to probably take a good amount of time to establish the fact that you are the true owner, and then the property valuation will happen, and then lots of things will happen, and finally you may get some, you may get your loan disbursed. Now let's come to this one, right? If I have an asset in the form of, let's say, this digital asset or this cryptocurrency as they call it, right? And it has an inherent value in the eyes of everyone in the network. Let's say that value is $100. If I want a loan of $100 in another currency, I can actually utilize this asset. I can put it as a collateral. I can immediately get, the loan amount that I wanted. Somebody else is going to take this token from you and is going to probably use that to generate more income. And this is happening at a global level. So the liquidity that, the access to liquidity that you have is phenomenal. So I think this is the great opportunity, and in this also is the great challenge. How do you bring both of these worlds together? How do you bring this KYC, AML compliance into a network which is completely anonymous and which is running by itself and which is enabling so many transactions? How do you ensure that those transactions are transactions? I think that's the broader play here. That would be my comment around how the wallet and the DeFi and the traditional banking sort of interplay is happening, playing out.
Yeah, thanks for the insight. So on the same note, like DeFi, we've been working on for more than 5-6 years now, and a lot of use cases being implemented into DeFi. The particular use case that you talked about, the digital lending also, and that has numerous advantages for the physical or the traditional lending processes right now we have, because everything is getting decentralized and everybody get the access to it, right, with having less collaterals and all the things. Continue with the DeFis. I just like to continue with the question with you only. There are few things if we compare with the traditional finance. So one thing is how we are going to balance between privacy and yet the compliances for the DeFi sector.
So that's the difficult one that everyone in the world is currently grappling with, and I think that's the challenge we face whenever we go and speak to various regulators. So I think if you look at this panel also, I think we are in that spectrum of hardcore banking to something in between, and then this complete sort of crypto and digital asset world. So I think somewhere in between we have to come together. We have to meet. We have to try and bring both of these solutions. There are some very interesting technologies like zero knowledge proofs. Okay. Now, because all of this on the blockchain network, all the transactions happening between wallets are publicly available on the ledgers, right? Anybody can view them. That has advantages as well as disadvantages. The disadvantage, of course, is lack of privacy. If I come to know your wallet address, I can just keep a tab of where all your spending is happening, and I can actually keep tracking you, and I can keep surveilling your every transaction. Not just me, the entire world can know. Okay, that's a very risky thing. We don't give access to our bank accounts to anybody and everybody, right? So that's the disadvantage. The advantage is that because each and every single transaction is tracked and then it is put up on the chain, you always have a sort of breadcrumb or you have a trail. Okay, so there are a lot of people. I think until last year, one of the biggest critiques for digital assets we used to hear was they are anonymous. You don't know what's happening. It's difficult to find out where who's sending money to them, etc. But because of this inherent traceability and because of this inherent recording of every transaction, turns out that it may take 2 years, it may take 3 years, 5 years. But if you know a certain wallet address has hacked funds, you can keep surveilling it, and you can keep surveilling it to the point that the fund starts moving. Because what is the point of hacking money if you're not going to use the money, right? The fraudster is eventually going to try to move that money and use it. The moment he or she tries to use it, you have this entire transaction data. And there have been various instances where $4 million worth of Bitcoin was recovered, say after 5 years. Surveillance was happening, intelligence was building. So this is the advantage. Over, let's say, a completely cash economy, right? We are all trying to move to digital payments primarily because we understand the implications that a cash economy has. So when you move that entire set of transactions into blockchain, then you have that right form.
Thanks. So we discussed about the digital wallets and very much in details. So again, one more big challenge is when we are talking about the financial technology with the blockchain is about the infrastructure, right? So if we talk about the traditional fintech, when I say traditional fintech, it means it works without blockchain, right? There's a very heavily developed infrastructure already available. And when we are talking now, we are talking about the fintech which is empowered by the blockchain, right? So we need to be assurance of such kind of infrastructure. So since Ashish has a lot of experience into providing the infrastructure, I would like to have the question to him, how big is the infrastructure currently for the big blockchain powered fintech, and what are the hazards that we are facing over there?
That divided into two pieces. One on the side we put it anything and everything to do with 3.0, which is linked to cryptocurrency, which is linked to gaming, etc. And leave it aside for the moment. Then you look at how can the technology be used to actually FSI space. Like a couple of use cases, Srinivas, you mentioned. The other use case in India, which is happening in my sense, is it will be the largest in the world in sometimes this entire piece on CBDC. While there's enough and more debate happening at this point in time on the point of CBDC for India in the retail side, given that we have wallets, etc. But the moment the next stage of CBDC happens in terms of the programmability of money, it will just explode the thing. Look at a couple of simple examples which will happen. So there's a government subsidy which goes to women folk in the remotest of villages or remotest of places. And that money then finds the way in the husband who uses multiple ways of getting hold of that money from the wife or the lady of the house, and then uses for all sorts of things which ideally the money was not meant for. Now, if that money was for, let's say, for raising of sheep or anything else, or let's say for farming, only to buy particular seeds or fertilizers, etc. And we can track down to ensure that this part of the money only goes towards buying of seeds. And hence it is a CBDC or the digital currency to that extent. But once the money lands into the seed shop, after that it becomes like a wallet, which is interoperability between a CBDC and a wallet. Just imagine what it can do to our economy. Take the other piece if you don't want to go to the rural areas, etc. There are enough and more subsidies or tax grants which happen in the old income tax regime, let's say LTA or your mobile reimbursement, food reimbursements, etc. Just imagine what the market would look like if all of that was to be given to you as part of programmable currency. And then even if you were to go to a chemist shop and you were to buy a chocolate, that expense can be disallowed because chocolates have a separate HSN code as compared to a medicine. So a lot of those pieces can happen, and my urge and request to everybody who's at the moment playing on the gaming and cryptocurrency side, rather than trying to say that the regulators should change and hence somebody mentioned sometime back that Gift City is far off from the Indian regulator. I don't think that's the correct understanding. Right? We might have a separate law for Gift City. It might be not in the purview of RBI, but if it leads to sovereign discomfort, obviously it's the boundaries of India. All those pieces will come. So just focus those energies onto solving real life cases, which probably are a bridge between where we are currently and where potentially with completely digital world can move like Manar mentioned. Give you another piece. There's so much happening in terms of the entire green ecosystem. So there's enough and more blockchain use cases for ensuring the traceability from where the raw material started from. Another example, which is something which is very, very close to my heart, and we are working on that as IBDC, is financial inclusion for MSMEs. Now, there are about 6.5 crore MSMEs in the country. Handful of them have access to formal credit, and that too at probably a very, very exorbitant rate. So look at least on the manufacturing side, if you were to look at it, the last leg of the MSME, which could be a lane job worker. Ultimately, he is adding value to a car which is getting produced by Maruti or Tata Motors. Can we trace down what is the value addition being done by the lathe across the multiple tiers of suppliers, and hence ensure that on the guarantee of the payment which is to be made by Maruti or Tata Motors, even if it is for 1 rupee towards that last lathe job worker, can he get affordable finance? The technology is great, and there are enough and more use cases which can be done. Gap between gaming, crypto versus regulatory side of businesses which can happen.
Thanks. Like, so those are some great insights about the infrastructure and everything.
If I may, I think you brought up a very important point. personally, I don't believe in extremes. Like I feel it's all about balance, right? So what's also happening within this space, the gaming space and the digital asset space, is interestingly a lot of regulations and regulatory frameworks are developing here as well. So for example, in our case, because we are talking about custody, right? We're going to be licensed now by an international regulator, and we will have a licensed operation, right? Where we will be dealing with digital assets, right? So, and then if you go further up west, you have the Bitcoin ETFs which got launched, right? So that became a financial use case. Now between both of these, there are probably many more use cases which are looking at digital assets, which are looking at gaming, which are looking at infra. But what is important is to try and understand how they can be looked at from the regulatory side of things as well. There are frameworks, there are ground rules, and there are some very basic things that one has to, as builders or as founders, that we need to be aware of in the form of compliances, in the form of who are the people who will be enabled with these assets, with these technology platforms that we build, what do we enable, etc. So I think it's important to know that even if you are interested in that space and you want to build there are frameworks developing and there is a lot out there that we can and we should explore.
Thanks for telling that. So I mean that's a great thing I got to know also. Like I was not aware about that, but yeah. Which can also look into that and set up something like similar to India as well. Right? Okay, so when we talking about the technology benefits, we also have some limitations as well, right? So I'd like to know from Mr. Srinivas Rao, what are the current limitations that blockchain has, and how it can be a roadblock for the blockchain to become a part of the fintech integration.
See, compared to the public blockchain, the permission blockchain, but still there are risks. In fact, in the morning, Mr. Joseph has beautifully explained most of the risks, and I will just only narrate a few of them. So in economics, there is a theory of like you cannot have independent monetary policy, you cannot have a free flowing, free flow convertible currency and free capital flows. Similarly, in case of blockchains, you have this impossible dilemma like security, privacy, and scalability. So, how do we achieve this? This is the one important thing. So, as long as, because as well privacy is concerned, even GDPR regulations, pseudonyming also treated as personal data. So, only anonymous data cannot be treated as the personal data, but all other forms of data is treated as the personal data. How do you, the right to forget or delete? How do you exercise in case of immutability? The strength of blockchain is immutability of transactions. How do we take out the traces of that? Those, apart from that, there are few things which limit the usage of blockchain is the entire ecosystem has to be on this blockchain to have the maximum benefit. Take the case of mortgage lending you mentioned. For mortgage lending to be successful and fast enough for the borrower, because all of you would have taken the home loan, I think. So large number of people sitting in this all would have taken home loan. So it involves large number of parties like builder, solicitor, valuer, bank, and the borrower. So if only few of them are there in the blockchain, you cannot draw the benefit of the whole exercise. So for the blockchain to be successful, all those people should be there, then the mortgage lending would be much faster than, otherwise you would have seen, all of you would have experienced a home loan of 1 month, maybe 15 days if the bank is efficient, or if you are a VIP customer, a week. But if it is, same thing is done on blockchain, the whole timelines can be brought down. Apart from that, I think these are the few limitations as far as I can think of blockchain. Risks are to be addressed. Maybe the CBDC, which has been introduced recently, take care of some of the risks, and especially the CBDC right now is being used. CBDC, like a digital rupee wholesale, is already being used in settlement of interbank transactions as far as the secondary market yields of the government securities concerned. So they're quite successful now. Most of the requirement of settlement guarantee fund, all these things have been taken care of. Now all this become useless. In fact, I am part of CUG as far as the digital rupee retail is concerned. In fact, I have a digital rupee wallet, but after I moved out from Mumbai, I couldn't use it. Otherwise, there are certain CUG players which are the merchants who are also there. So CBDC also will be taking care of the risk. A lot of the risk will be taken care of through digital rupee traceability and this money laundering risk. All these things will be taken care of by this digital rupee.
So one of the challenges that you mentioned initially, like the scalability issue, right? So when we talk about the blockchains, like the initial first generation of the blockchains, there are a lot of scalability issues. But now if you see the third generation of the blockchains, some of those issues are being addressed properly. So we might see a lot of other innovations in this space, like which can solve this problem with the scalability. In terms of CBDC, I just want to understand from you, like what are the challenges currently we are facing with the implementation of the CBDC? Like I understand, like currently it's wholesale banking. Initially started with the wholesale, right, and then the retail also. So are we seeing challenges with the scaling of the usage and adoption?
No, I think with the entire economy hooked up to UPI, I think digital rupee retail is going to be a runaway success, because what is the advantage of the digital rupee is traceability is more important in case of digital rupee. It's not even, if you have 1,000 rupees, it's not 1,000 rupees balance. These are currency notes, digital rupees, 500 rupee one note, 200 rupee one note. You have this wallet is filled with your currency notes. Each note can be traced to where it's rupee ended. That is the important part of digital rupee. I think whatever has been the advantage of UPI, this will be used to make this CBDC more useful, and it will be, I think, huge success as and when it is rolled out to the general public. And this will also help in your remittances, foreign cross-border remittances. Like maybe even RBI may come out with like your stable coins. Right? Because right now bitcoins, they could be gaga about it, but finally the value of currency is about what is the value, how much is the fluctuation in that value. Because if it is variance is too much in that, the value of store. That value of store function is not being done by digital currencies. Maybe once these CBDCs become successful all over the world, I doubt there could be a problem with this the digital currencies, which are actually I think hot topic today. People are buying as assets, but I really don't know what will be the value of those assets in a future date.
So
yeah. Two important things are happening. One is this entire de-dollarization which is being spoken about, and India going and signing to single UPI acceptance in Singapore, Dubai. Just imagine once this stabilizes, then it is only a question of replacing UPI by CBDC, and your entire currency conversion, etc., gets taken care of. That's one piece. The second is like if tomorrow there is a stable coin, the regulatory body launched in US, UK, etc., then it's only a question of fixing the parity of conversion, and your entire transactions can it will happen over a period of time, maybe even a long period of time, and nothing in the short term. But clearly the focus on trade, particularly from today, what came up from G20 summits, etc., focus there. My sense is it will happen. The question is not whether it will happen or not, it will certainly happen. It's only a matter of time that everybody comes in the same boat and says this huge commissions or margins of the time which is wasted from a conversion in one country to another, that gets
Thanks for that. So I think in terms of the CBDC, like when we are going global, like with cross-border also, like so we see some also challenges out there, like because like there are a lot of CBDCs being made, right? I guess more than 150 countries are working on that or already have one, right? So how we are going to have like a central platform which combines all the CBDCs and make this cross-border transfer very seamless and very efficient? If anyone would like to answer the same.
I don't think there's a need of central bankers. As long as there are protocols set between two central banks or multiple central banks, it will still happen. And today also it exists in terms of the currency conversion rules, regulations. It's just that a lot of disintermediation needs to happen for it to happen smoothly.
And then if you look at it on the digital asset side, you have stable coins, and you have all of this that we're probably trying to achieve with the CBDC. We have a lot of them already sort of as an established use case. I think it's very it's a complex situation because while the benefits are all there, I think there are also certain important aspects around the self-sovereignty with CBDC, the amount of ownership and control that a user would have, and what happens in the case of black swan events, right? Because these are governments involved, etc. Of course, in our country we don't have to worry about those kind of challenges, but there are other countries who are sort of grappling with this at a very, very deep and extreme level, right? So surveillance is a challenge. China, for example, we've heard of all the kinds of things that they do, the amount of surveillance that they do. So when these control mechanisms become all pervasive, they can have very different ramifications. So those are some of the issues that come up that also need to be discussed when we talk about these things. Right? Just to put that also out.
Thanks for everything. So we have very limited time. I think we are short of time, not limited time. So I just want to conclude with one last question. Anyone of that can answer? So if we see the future outlook, how do we see the intersection between the finance and blockchain, for next 5-10 years? Anyone would like to answer? Then we can wrap up this.
Finance and blockchain, I think the intersection is already there. They're so deeply intertwined and entangled, and it's just all in one. In fact, it has given birth to newer terms like decentralized finance and staking and liquidity and transaction gas fees, so on and so forth. Right. So it has introduced a lot of new programmability of currency within finance. So I think that entanglement has already happened. I'm just very excited to see how the future or what this really looks like in the future and how this is shaped. And it will be important for us to keep all of these aspects that we discussed today and try to find that sort of balance that I was talking about. I think to me that's the future.
Thanks for that. So I think we are done with this, and I would like to thank all of the wonderful panel here for sharing the great insights on the fintech and blockchain. Over to you.
Thank you so much to our eminent panelists. May we now request Mr. Ashish Kumar Jain to kindly come and felicitate our eminent and knowledgeable power mentors here. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all our mentors, our thought leaders, our change makers who are here to make our society a really valuable contribution that they have for our society. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a warm round of applause for all our notable dignitaries here? One more time. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your valuable time and for sharing your knowledge with all of us. May we all have a group photo session now. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your precious time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the demo day is about to start. And may I now announce the names of the different companies that are going to be present in the demo day session, who are going to be presenting their project to our investors panel. First, we have Doris. Then we have Jumbo, followed by Obvious Money. Interesting name. I hope they get obviously money. And followed by Incrox. And last but not the least, we have Demo Finance. So these are the eligible blockchain developers, companies, founders, and their very, very significant brand which is going to face the investors, and they are going to be pitching their ideas, their thoughtful session in that demo day event happening right now at 3 p.m. in room number 1, ladies and gentlemen. And now let us move on to our next session. And now may I request Mr. Satya N. Gupta, Chairman, Blockchain for Productivity Forum, to kindly join us on stage and share your valuable knowledge and your expertise on the topic Convergence of Blockchain and IPv6, that is creating a phygital product for the society. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for our notable keynote speaker. Lots of networking, lots of good collaboration is happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is a platform where smart minds meet together to create a cultural and a technological revolution. And here we are. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor to be invited here in the Gujarat First Blockchain Conference to make a presentation on a topic, of course, that is slightly different than what we have been listening since morning about the blockchain as a technology. But as you know, blockchain have few different names. One of that I can tell you is distributed ledger technology. What is the other one? Anybody can tell what is the other name of blockchain? Yeah, that is called Internet of Value. The blockchain is a type of internet of value. You all know about the IoT, Internet of Things. So blockchain is Internet of Value. Actually, my protocol version 6 actually, and then IoT, AI, and there is another technology, data space. The time will be very limited, so I will be talking more about the convergence of blockchain and IPv6. And since morning we are listening about the infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, virtual infrastructure, and because blockchain is also an internet, so this also needs an infrastructure actually. Though blockchain creates infrastructure, but for creating the infrastructure, blockchain also needs the infrastructure because it is internet. And what is that infrastructure? That is what I will be bringing. It will be a combination of physical and digital infrastructure. We all know about digital infrastructure in G20 also. The digital public infrastructure group was actually coined, and that is what they are talking. But that is all about the software part of it. But for software to run, you need hardware, and that is the physical part of the infrastructure. In the OSI model of internet, the 7 layers, the blockchain has 5 layers. Actually, they have clubbed few of the layers. The first 2 layers, the physical infrastructure layer and the data layer, and we will convert club together, and that is what I call phygital actually. And finally, with the blockchain being made use of, in addition to AI and IoT, you can convert the digital public infrastructure as phygital public good. That is a new thing, and that is the future of internet as well as the future of blockchain, the phygital public good. So let me start if it works. I have to now your slides very much. What is required for that? This can should work. Oh yeah, it has already started working. This works. physical part of the infrastructure, we all know. For internet, you all please know. And the last line is the digital public infrastructure, what we have been talking since morning, and India is a leader in that part. But which one to use? Yeah, and this is something different. So just to tell you, in India we have about 37 lakhs kilometers of optic fiber. And what is happening actually, we are talking about the infrastructure and also decentralized infrastructure. In the era of blockchain, everything has to be decentralized. So here also, luckily this infrastructure is physically decentralized, fragmented, but actually it is not decentralized in the term of what decentralization means in blockchain. As you know, there is a distributed infrastructure and there is a decentralized. The meaning of decentralized infrastructure is its control should be decentralized. There should be a no common control. That is what. At the moment, that is not the case. Actually, about 7-8 players only are controlling all the infrastructure, and that is the main, you can say, disadvantage of such kind of governance or some kind of management. So by using blockchain along with the internet, we can have a decentralized infrastructure as a foundation for the blockchain itself. So here blockchain will help to create a foundational infrastructure for itself. Though blockchain was also named as a foundational infrastructure, but this also needs a backbone kind of thing. So this is what I mentioned actually, and how blockchain will help in this. I'll immediately come at that. A lot of concepts are used here, so I'll not be talking about all those concepts. We will go for mainly the blockchain part of it actually. And as I mentioned, the blockchain is also called Internet of Value. Since morning we are talking about that, but just as a revision, what is blockchain and how it works is shown here, and basically it brings transparency, traceability and trust, and it is a decentralized one actually. And these are the 5 pillars, just to bring all of you at the same level. These 5 pillars are very important. Blockchain, actually blockchain is not just a single technology, it's a technology of technology, and these 5 are very, very important. Cryptography, hash function, consensus algorithm, and decentralized processing and distributed technology, all these 5 of them. And then they can be shown in the form of so as I mentioned, we are talking about the Internet of Value. So 5 layers, and the first 2 layers are the same that what I have talked. Then there is a network layer, and network layer is what supported here by IPv6, because IPv6 have almost infinite address, so you can give address to anybody, anything actually, IoT and all that. So that is there, and then your standard blockchain layer is there, and on top of that 2 layers are clubbed together, application and presentation layer, and that is what has been talked since morning actually. So I will be talking about the down layer and about the smart contract which will be used here, one of the attributes of blockchain, and that also has been talked about actually. Smart contract is basically automation of any contract actually, and even if it is peer-to-peer or multi-agency contract, so it is automating that and removing all the discrepancy of the conventional contract. And then we are using here, and that is most important thing actually here, we are using the concept of blockchain cooperative. This is taken from the DAO attribute of blockchain, the decentralized autonomous organization. Decentralized autonomous organization means it is no central controller, it is all decentralized, and this is the cooperative. And I have taken this learning from Gujarat itself actually. I started my career in Gujarat 40 years back, and that actually Zamul had just come at Anand, and they were the milk cooperative actually. The cooperative movement started from there. Exactly the DAO or the blockchain cooperative is same concept actually. Creating a trust of the cooperative, the governance structure will not be a single man or single agency governance. Everyone will be governance. And this is what we have taken from the blockchain actually for this concept. And IPv6, as I mentioned, is the new internet. It has almost infinite address space. Actually, the IPv4, which was there earlier, it is exhaustive. Its addresses are exhaustive. They are being reused, duplicated, and through NAT, all those features have gone away if you use IPv6. So if blockchain and IPv6 work together, then we can create a very powerful infrastructure actually. Even security, people always talk about the security aspect of AI, ML, and even blockchain. Actually, IPv6 makes it very, very secure and also reliable, and especially these E2E. And these are the layers and the functions of those layers are shown. And this, if you put all these together, actually, that is what. So, blockchain combination with AI, ML, Internet of Things, and IPv6 is anticipated to create new business models and opportunity. Actually, the interconnection of these. All these technology, the interconnection of that is leading to what is called Web3. We are talking about Web3. So, what exactly Web3 can come from here actually? And this I skip actually, this is a new technology which we don't have time actually, and it can really do wonders actually, but it will come after IPv6 and blockchain have worked together. So we will not spend much time on that. Immediately I will come into this Web3 and that my main concept, what I wanted to bring to the table. So this is what is Web3 actually. Since morning we are listening about Web3. 2-3 speakers actually mentioned about web more efficient and more cooperative and clear. But what is this? And of course, a lot of work is required from the government side, from the civil society side, from the industry side, and from the regulatory body side. All of them, if they work together, we can really create a digital public good which will give you not only the internet but also the blockchain as a service. Everything will come at your home or in your hands free of cost. So that is the potential of this concept paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May I now request for the felicitation ceremony, Mr. Sunil Kapadia to kindly come on stage and please felicitate our honorable keynote speaker. Sir, could you kindly come? One more time, ladies and gentlemen, for our super senior and super gorgeous speaker right here.
These words are to be used for ladies.
No. You are equally gorgeous because you have brought so much smile in all of our faces. Thank you so much for your wonderful session and for igniting us with the knowledge that we require so much today. And now, the moment that we were waiting for so long. Yes. That's the moment we were waiting for so long. Okay, now may I request now, it is time for Women in the Digital Spotlight, where we talk about leadership, innovation and influence. And may I now request Tejashree Shah, Lead Stakeholder, Engagement and I Create. Neha Gupta, Director, Mergers and Acquisitions, Deloitte. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Ritishri Shahu, Chief Managing Director and Co-founder of Crocs. And last but not the least, but very, very happy face, I can see Miss Sunny Mohanty, VP North State. Okay. Miss Sunny Mohanty, Leo Ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a little bit of miscommunication with the friends, but I would request all of you to kindly come back and join this wonderful session, Women in the Digital Spotlight. It is all about leadership, innovation and influence. And now the stage is all set and the ladies take over.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. By the way, I don't have my photo over here, so let me just start with my introduction a bit. So my name is Sunny Mohanty. I'm the partner at Leo Ventures. Leo Ventures is a 50 million fund. It's a VC fund out of Singapore, fully regulated and licensed. So I'm traveling from Singapore, by the way, today, guys, to attend the Gujarat Blockchain Summit. I'm very excited. So far, it's been a very good experience attending all the sessions and speaking to people at the networking areas. So it's a very interesting topic, close to my heart, and I think this subject is widely discussed and spoken these days at various forums, not only this. Women in digital, I would say, spotlight, covering leadership, innovation, and career growth. I would just like to focus on that. Before that, I'd like to have a quick intro of the speakers. We like to keep it sweet, short, to the point. Let's start with the first speaker, Ritishri Sahu. A short intro.
Hi, my name is. Hi, my name is Ritishri. I am co-founder of Icrops Technology, which is a blockchain technology.
We should have more claps and more support from people over here, because this is the whole point of this panel. Okay, I mean, we might be leaders in each of our areas, representing each of our areas, but we don't get all that support that men do. So please, thank you. Next, please, we have Neha Gupta.
Hi everyone, I'm Neha. I am from Deloitte in the mergers and acquisition team, so very different from what all you've been discussing and talking about. So a fresher perspective and light that I want to add here. And it's so good to see so many women for the first ever panel on the stage where we have so many women part. So please some excitement, and if we can also have more people from outside joining us, that would be great. Thank you.
Next, thank you so much, Neha. Next, we have Tejashri Shah. Sorry, what?
Namaste everyone, I'm Tejashri. I'm at iCreate. I work as a lead stakeholder engagement, and I pride myself as being able to connect the dots at the right time.
Great. Basically, I would like to, again, as I said, we would like to focus on the top pain points that women face today, starting from this event. How was your experience, Tejashri?
Oh God, don't make me start from this event, but yes, in life, all of us know that no matter how much we talk about gender equality and equal opportunities, that's not always the case. First of all, for every person in this room here, whoever, a female who's been into tech space will agree to what I'm going to say next. They're never treated equal. The minute there is an opposite sex on the other side of the VC table, the first thing is, oh, ladki hai, isko technology aayegi kya? I mean, hello, that's not always the case. And that's what the four of us decided that this panel should focus more on than technology. I'm sure all of you are now a little saturated with blockchain and Web3 and all of those things. So the first thing is, being there are not being equal opportunities or not being taken seriously. In fact, we'll go to the next question later, Somi, but
yeah,
I think I'll just let.
So to your point, I mean, are we being taken seriously right now, considering the amount of viewers that we have in this room? That's the question that I would like to ask all our audience. I don't know where the viewers went. But anyways, let's finish this panel with Neha. Neha, what's your experience been so far attending Gujarat Blockchain Summit? I think you represent Deloitte, and why Deloitte is here?
So that's with so many blockchain development and tech and startups and everything, I think no deal can be structured if Deloitte is not there. So I thought let's go and add that extra flavor as well. And I definitely represent that female power and thought of contributing to it. So nonetheless, I have been with Deloitte for a little over than 30 years now. And Deloitte as a firm is not just it's not just an accounting or a tax advisory firm. We have a very vast and enormous consulting practice. And a part of that also focuses on tech consulting or the cloud or the SAP part of it. And I mean, we have very specialized ways to every concept and every topic that you talk about. And it's a very sizable team. So over the last few years, Deloitte has come out to be #1 consulting firm amongst the Big Four and continues to maintain the growth momentum here.
So quickly, I'll come to Riddhishi, quickly in continuation of that. So what was the journey like, your struggles to reach where you are today, and was it like an easy path for you?
I would say not certainly. I mean, for us, our struggles start from the very moment when we are out of the corporate world, wherein we want, like I am originally from Calcutta, and the major shift of me moving to Gurgaon was such a big hunch that I can't even start talking about it, because Gurgaon was perceived in a certain way. But then the journey began and there was no looking back. When the M&A team in Delhi thought of hiring me, I was the first female in the M&A team, because there was a lot of perception as to whether they will be able to carry on the load which other men are able to, and whether they will be available at uncertain times, beyond working hours, etc. And there was a very, Danish remark, I would say, which was also made, that probably, why I was chosen for that role at that point of time, because A, I wasn't married, B, I was staying away from my family. So then there was a conclusion that she can be made unconditionally available for the work. But I am very proud to say that I have been probably the only M&A resource in Deloitte India who had fast-track progress like all this while, which no other men also had it, and I can say this on record. And after me joining it, we have a surge of female employees, and at least now in M&A we have a decent inclusivity and a gender ratio. So struggles were there, but I think these perceptions come out from maybe certain females who could not match to certain expectations because of a certain situation, and these remarks are then generalized. So at least I could, with extreme family support and everything, I was there and I could establish in front of everybody that no, it's not like that, and females can basically do better on many areas compared to men, and hence I'm here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So basically, we understand there was a bias in the beginning, the reason you got the job. But coming to Riddhishi, Riddhishi, did you face any bias or any struggles? How was your journey like moving to be a chief managing director at eCrocs?
I haven't faced any issue because my family were they were so supportive, and even my partner, who is the CEO of eCrocs Technology, he's so much of supportive. So I've never faced any bias situation. So I think that I'm so lucky to have him in my life. So so I haven't faced any issues till now.
Right. So I think women need a good partner, like supportive partner, a family that can support in a growth in a career, because we do have dual duty of being at the workplace as well as a homemaker. You can't take that away from any woman actually. So coming to next Riddhishi very quickly. So how's been your journey so far, and what's your advice? Before we wrap up, what's your advice to women who are looking to come out of that comfort zone. They probably have that potential, but they do not have that courage to come out and be seen and heard out there.
So my journey so far has been very crazy journey. Technically, I'm an interior and a landscape designer, and I got into teaching English. I became an examiner with the Cambridge University and took up the teaching course without having any basics of English, and there also I had to prove myself, to Cambridge University again and again that okay, I can have the command over English without having a base in English. I'm an examiner with the Cambridge University. Then I went into getting a degree in literature, and then I went into teaching English. I've been teaching English and communication skills for more than 20 years now. And it's because of that teaching thing of mine that I got sucked up into the entrepreneurial world, where I started talking to entrepreneurs about soft skills, about negotiation skills, about how to put their best foot forward and what all to expect, and especially talking about the mindset change from being, working for someone versus working for yourself and getting out there in the world. And just to answer the question you asked, Ritishri, I didn't face a bias per se anywhere because at iCreate, when I was working full time with iCreate, majority of our co-workers were women. So we were a women-heavy corporation at that time, and of course we excelled in each field that all of us took up. My advice or rather suggestions to all women out there who want to do something and want to break out of the shell is, the first thing is believe in yourself. If you don't believe in your own capabilities, you can't get anywhere. Because if you believe in yourself, you can convince your family, your support system to be there for you. In fact, along with working for iCreate, I have my own startup. I'm an examiner. I also am a proprietor in 2 other firms that I run, and a horticulturist where I have my own mango orchards in Ratnagiri, which is very far from here, but somehow I'm able to manage that. Second thing I would tell women is, we any which ways are good at managing time. If you can manage time for yourself and your work, I think we become unstoppable. Resilience, adaptability, time management skills, and the belief in yourself. These are the 4 qualities that I would ask all women to cultivate and bring out. It's only then that we are able to, give that tucker in today's world and say, okay, we are equals.
That's so really spot on, Darshi. I totally agree. But I'm sure people would have asked you how you juggle so many things with your family and all. Thank you so much. In the industry, which is full of men, are too competitive, and obviously they have to juggle and they have to, share responsibilities with a partner, a homemaker, and also in the workforce out there. What are your advice to those women?
So I would say that obviously is your qualification, and you need to perform there par excellence. Things what works best for me is that, as Tejashi mentioned, that we are great at time management. So time, a strategy time where we want to focus on as to what we want to read, what is the self-development plan for today, and then there will be break moments. There will be moments in between where you are wanting to say take a break, etc. And that's where you can fulfill your other non-work related duties. And trust me, you would feel like behaving like a robot sometimes because you're taking too much on you. But that's how one can be able to juggle into so many roles, and it's not difficult. Just never take any female defense. There is that in every corporate and even in Deloitte there is a certain reservation for female, but I would never like to take that advantage, and if I am not capable to be in that board position, I think I would like to take a back step rather than bounce back next year when I am more fitted and more capable, so that people are appreciating me and they are looking up to my capabilities that yes, she owns it and she'll be able to take it up, rather than taking any, women's strength or women power, etc.
Yeah, I totally agree. Some of the points that you mentioned being emotional. I think we have to be more practical with our decisions between emotions and taking a decision which is obviously life-changing. And don't please play the female card, as she mentioned, So if you're not ready, just step out, but don't play the female card. Thank you so much for that, Neha. Last thoughts, because we have to wrap up the panel. Last thoughts about being Chief Managing Director of eCrocs and future ahead.
Yeah. So, I am the co-founder of Crocs Technology. So, recently, we are more focused on the technology side. So, in future, I'm thinking to expand my business obviously, and my partner is already helping me. So, I'm mostly focused on that. So.
About from your partner that you're expanding globally to Singapore, Dubai, and rest of the world. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Shri, I'll take some last words, last thoughts from you before we wrap up the show.
Sure. So all the men sitting here, the women in your life are really important, and you guys are the backbone for them to succeed. Parents are there, of course, but once you have a life partner, it's a life partner that makes a lot of contribution to your success, whether it's a woman for a man or a man for a woman. So I would request all of you all to kind of, encourage the women in your life to step up, step out, and fly high.
Just one point here, when I'm sitting here today, I can proudly say that my husband is taking care of my 3-year-old back at home. So hence I could afford to come out and be here.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I think that's a very good takeaway from this session. All these empowered women, I'm honored to share the space with all these women, and I look forward to this event. Thank you so much for patiently hearing us. Thank you.
And thank you so much for what a beautiful, engaging session this was, ladies and gentlemen. Like they say, behind every successful man there is a persevering woman.
And again, we are great on time management.
Absolutely, we have to learn time management from these fabulous ladies. One more time, a huge round of applause for women of substance right here, ladies and gentlemen. Women who are leading the march, who are making a difference, and who are showing that life could be that of a purpose. So living life of a purpose. Here we are, and may I now request Omika Dubey to kindly felicitate all our esteemed panelists, please. One more time, can we show some energy and some appreciation for this gorgeous women. Actually, I wanted to call them not only gorgeous, but also women who can create a stalwart position and also a leadership position for the generations to follow. Thank you very much. So we are very, very happy to have yet another panel discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, now these sessions are all going to be very, very engaging. So brace yourselves, get ready for our next panel discussion. Okay, this is my favorite topic, sustainable innovations. So we have with us blockchain across industries, driving sustainable innovations, and to share their valuable knowledge, may I now request Mr. Srini Ravi, CSO Rubik's Network. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together to welcome such notable dignitaries among us. Thodi energy ho jaye? Look at this, beautiful. And now may I request Ms. Garima Singh, CTO of Doris Labs. Next we have with us Sachin Kumar, MD, Jumbo Blockchain. And finally, we have with us our moderator, Mr. Sunil Kapadia, Blockchain Architect. Some energy for Sunil Kapadia ji for organizing this fabulous event. Speakers, I think they have gone to attend the demo day session, so we will like to resume our panel discussion.
Hello. Thank you very much for this panel discussion. So, like since listening about blockchain can do this, blockchain can do that. Maybe it's a silver bullet which can kill werewolves and vampires both. So, but we are not sure whether that is true in a longer run or not. So, we are going to discuss about the sustainable solutions. Like, if you have ever heard about carbon credits and all, that protocol was established around 1999. But still, we are still struggling around what needs to be done and all. So, I'll quickly start with the question that are we in that era of, can we say that we have created or we are in line of creating sustainable solutions?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sunil. Two panel members are absent, so there's more fireside chat between you and me.
Yeah, sure.
So let's go ahead and discuss this.
Sure.
So the way I look at the evolution of blockchain really is that it started around 15 years back.
Yes.
Right? It started with Bitcoin, then picked up with Ethereum, and now we are at a stage where real world adoption is still not.
True.
Enterprises are still not very gung-ho about blockchain. And the reason for that is maybe lies in the way current monolithic blockchains present themselves. Right?
True.
And that's one of the reasons I believe a lot of POCs done by layer 2s have not taken off, or they have not gone beyond the POC stage.
True.
We are aware of it in India. There is a lot of POCs on by L2s.
True.
It didn't take off.
True.
What is the reason for that? So if you look at from an enterprise perspective, I come from that background. I've been with enterprise business. I dealt with CIOs and CEOs. Their perspective is very clear.
Right.
They are not going to take blockchain for the sake of blockchain.
Right.
They've got enough innovations coming there.
Exactly.
So they will evaluate it in the framework which they are used to. What is the framework they are used to? Right? For them, the big point is predictability.
True.
If I talk to a CIO or a CEO, for them, predictability becomes very, very important. Which means fixed infrastructure. Public blockchains cannot commit fixed infrastructure.
True.
They can't commit fixed costs.
True.
They can't even commit transaction time.
Exactly.
They can't confirmation of transactions.
Very true.
The way optimistic rollups and other rollups work. So the first conversation itself with the CIO becomes a no-go. Like, what are you doing to me? Right?
True.
So that's one part. The second part really is about scalability. They would like to start small. They would like to start at the smallest level and go to the biggest level. Scalability is the second part. The third part is sovereignty. Sovereignty of data, sovereignty of infrastructure. They don't want to put their data in some place, maybe the service is sitting in North Korea. They don't want that. Enterprises just don't like their data going on. So they need data sovereignty, they need block space sovereignty. Then the other important part, faster to market. Do they have a faster to market solution? Or somebody sitting and doing a series function? Right? Then the last and not least is developer friendly. Is your blockchain and is your blockchain ecosystem that you are building? Is it developer friendly? So if you look at Rubix, the way Rubix, we've we are one of the last to play.
Right.
We are going to be launching now. We went through a few iterations, a few technology decisions, and now we have arrived at a design which is saying we will bring Web3 in the Web2 mental model.
Very true.
Very, very clear about it. We are going to make life easy for people looking to adopt Web3. So, how can we do it? Biggest example for that is if you take a smart contract. Smart contracts are written in languages. You've seen our head of technology talk about it. But are written in languages which most developers know.
Yeah, Solidity, Rust, Go, which are not regular languages, we call them. True.
So we use WebSM.
Right.
People can code in CSS.
Yes, any full stack developer can leverage this one.
Absolutely. So they're ready to go.
True.
Which means there's no retraining of.
Exactly. So you are trying to minimize the learning curve. So whenever, being in the industry for last 15 years, we face this problem all together. When a new technology comes in the picture, the first question my project manager comes to me and asks me, what is the learning curve? So how much time do your resources need to figure out this technology and all? So first of all, maybe it can lead to a grey area which we are not aware of. So we need to start again from the POC, which will again, you can say, delay the go-to-market strategy for the client.
Absolutely.
Right.
So from faster to market, developer friendly, that's some of the things that Rubik kept in mind designing.
Right.
And again, infrastructure, you can control your infrastructure, you can create your own subnets. An enterprise today on Rubik can have use cases built on subnets with very restricted PIDs getting access to what is happening. And on the same solution, they can pivot and involve their consumers and their suppliers.
Right.
So we are looking at a one composable stack, right? Where you have PIDs, you have the settlement layer, you have smart contracts, you have the ability to create fungible tokens or NFTs, and we have a wallet to move. So if you come to Rubik, it's a one-stop shop. Compared to other blockchains, right? There's at least 3 or 4 layers.
True.
There's an L1, there's an
L2.
there's an L3. The wallet is on L3, the L2 is doing execution, the settlement is on L1, it happens after 1 week, all this stuff, right?
True.
Enterprises don't understand this kind of
No, and they get confused that, okay, what is layer 2 and 1 for them is React.js and Node.js or .NET or something else. But when you throw these words to them, they will just look at them, what is layer 0, what is layer 1? Why do I need to worry about all this, you can say, linguistics?
They need to interact with multiple entities.
True.
So what we are saying is it's a one composable stack, right? You got all the tools that you want in one place. In fact, that's our vision, right?
True.
To provide all the essential and comprehensive digital utility tools.
Yes, and that actually we face plenty of problems around scalability, because when we talk about, let's say I want to integrate blockchain, so the first thing is which wallet. Now when you say there are 2 kinds of wallets, when you say custodial or self-custodial, right? When it goes to self-custodial, you need to think twice before going to market the end users. Are they capable of handling the switching between the screens and going to somewhere else, signing the transaction and come back to the situation or come back to the screen where the transaction has originated? People don't like that. For them, the transaction has to happen between milliseconds, or rather within milliseconds. Now, switching between the windows will take seconds. Forget about milliseconds. So that's where the custodial or non-custodial, that wallet bot is always there before selecting or moving towards the blockchain implementation.
So, as I said, one composable stack. Okay, you can have a subnet architecture if you want, which are auto syncing, right? The subnet themselves will be auto syncing. All these things will give you unmatched privacy.
Yes.
Right? So one of them is stack analogy, right?
Right.
You can do all these things.
Yeah.
But if you want to earn $26,000 and spend $130,000, which is what I read the other day, somebody doing a transaction on Ethereum, what's the point?
Yes.
26K, but spend 130.
130K you are losing. No, that's putting our money to sustain Ethereum.
Absolutely. So that I believe, and hence decentralized marketplaces disintermediation of existing technology stacks. These are two areas for public blockchain.
Public, yes.
For collaboration between
Entities, yes.
Entities within organizations. I'm talking to some people. They are saying between marketing and finance, the stacks are very different. We are governed by very different audit and compliance requirements. You can treat it as different organizations.
Of course.
Can we have a solution?
Umbrella structure kind of thing, where there is a master organization and there are various organizations under it. So point is again, these are common problems which are related to regular blockchain ideas. When we talk about carbon credits or something, I needed half an hour to explain my father what is carbon credit. Why is it important for our Mother Earth? What exactly are we trying to achieve? Now, when we create a solution around this one, let's say the carbon credit or supply chain traceability solutions around supply chain. We are in Gujarat and we know that we are mango lovers, and pretty soon we will have organic and inorganic mangoes. And there is no way in the world that anybody can tell exactly that whether this is an inorganic mango or organic mango, right? Even if you put on blockchain, so what sort of problems you see, because supply chain is a part of everybody's life. And carbon credit may or may not be a part, but supply chain is definitely a part. So in that case, let's say, because we are talking about farmers, let's say food and all, so can they leverage carbon credits, or can they leverage something which can give them an additional advantage for their survival? So point is, do you see that farmers should adapt to this one, or are there any proper use cases being adopted by the industry or any success stories?
I'll tell you what, tokenization, what do you do? Most of the supply chain cases have been built on patents.
Yes.
You all know what patents. Patents have been shut down. One of the reasons patents are shut down is because the heterogeneous stakeholders across the value chain didn't agree on what value they should take.
True.
That's the point.
That's the point.
And it becomes very cumbersome to implement it on a private level.
And apart from that, the security aspect of it, onboarding of users is also a very cumbersome process in comparison to public blockchain, where you just install a wallet and you are good to go within 5 minutes.
On a public blockchain like Ruby, so with a smart contract and DID, and you can have multiple smart contracts.
Yes, not just one. To control your entire automation process, maybe one leads to another, some sort of smart contract automation itself, not just the outside automation, but within the smart contracts also we can do that.
And then you do tokenization.
Yes.
And again, you don't require huge cryptographic algorithms for this.
No.
That's why we believe a lightweight algorithm, which serve the purpose of some kind of engagement, should serve the purpose, because the ticket sizes are not large here.
True.
So how do you get all these people into the fold and transfer? Another point, Sunil, which we were discussing earlier, is that most people look at blockchains becoming a solution.
Yes.
That's it will never happen. Blockchain itself is not a solution. Blockchain is either the infrastructure layer. There are at least two more technologies in my view, other than the back-end and front-end technology. At least two other technologies are being
Of course, yes. It is like similar to AI. AI cannot survive on its own. You can create a model, but what will you do with that model? Unless and until it is consumed by a website, mobile application, desktop, anything. But unless and until that consumption is there, you cannot make it happen. AI cannot survive alone. Similarly, blockchain also cannot survive alone. There are at least 3-4 technologies associated with that, and using those technologies only, we can implement such solutions.
Absolutely. So if you see, other than the Web2 technologies that you mentioned about, there are very specific, domain-specific technologies that are required. Let's say IoT, AR, VR kind of technologies, very domain-specific and use cases.
True.
But what I'm seeing uniformly, right? Blockchain, privacy-enhancing technologies, and AI. These three are going to be hunting in pairs.
True.
It's like Indra, Shami, and I think that's going to happen, right?
Of course.
Every use case worth its will stand in the next 2-3 years, survive the next 2-3 years, and come out, will be tokenized. We'll leverage these three technologies optimally to deliver value for enterprise.
True. So when it started around 2013, when the first programmable blockchain was released, people still thought that okay, this is blockchain, so cryptocurrency, maybe still it is like Bitcoin. People didn't realize that okay, this is a separate platform altogether from Bitcoin. So point is then people realize the problems, and then we have layer 1, layer 2, layer 3 and whatnot, the other solutions. But the challenge was to how to make the solution so adaptable that it can be used by a street vendor. It's not something that okay, somewhere some fancy person sitting in a cabin using blockchain to some trade or some cryptocurrency transactions. It is about adaptability, otherwise the technologies cannot survive. Like AI affects everybody. Now AI sits in your phone, you can ask a question to your phone and it answers AI. Similarly, blockchain also needs to go to that level where the adaptability is to the, let's say, 140 crores are our population, at least 100 crore people are using blockchain. That's where the actual rise in the technology will be seen by the industry.
I think we've reached that stage. I think we've reached the evolution. We now have a lot of protocols coming.
Yes. Yes.
Who have realized that it is important to dovetail the design of the protocols on back of the needs of the enterprises.
True.
So I think that bridging is happening. So to come back to the topic that we have today, yes, if these 3-4 points that we covered for the conversation here are addressed by blockchain, then they will be able to deliver sustainable value
solution
for enterprises.
At least a long-term solution or something which actually changed somebody's life. And not just because it's a technology, it's a fancy word and everybody's talking about blockchain, let us just use blockchain. I mean, we face plenty of clients that just come to us and, okay, Sunil, we want to use blockchain. But why? I mean, there has to be the why has to be answered first. Then you should select that, okay, that blockchain, whether the solution is ready for blockchain adoption or not. So I believe that once that mindset is done, that's why we are seeing the rise in the use cases around RWS or real world asset tokenizations or security token offerings or real estate fractionalization and all. And that's why I believe carbon credit market is also rising up, or sustainable solutions around wind farms and plenty of other things.
Some of the use cases we are seeing are in MarTech.
Yes.
Right? Again, it is not so regulated. MarTech and AgTech, I was discussing with a couple of my colleagues from the AgTech industry here today. Right? If you look at the entire AgTech space, huge amount of disintermediation possible.
Yes.
It is completely opaque, right? And there are a lot of stakeholders. Between the brand and consumers, there's a lot of value lost. Between the publisher and the end user. There's a huge value chain. The waiting to be disintermediated. The problem till now is the moment you said gas fee and transaction fee, the business case went out of the window on the first conversation. Now, you're going to say, okay, there's not going to be any gas fee. You have full control on your data. You can scale as you go along. You see benefits, then you can come up with it.
True.
AgTech is one area. MarTech is another area. Which is seeing huge amount of interest in terms of open loyalty. Open loyalty is one area. Retention marketing, there are use cases. Health tech is another area.
Yes.
One of our partners in the US, fairly large community organization. I'm not going to take names. Huge numbers. They are building a wellness cafe for their members, where they are looking at providing compliant data on blockchain using PIDs in a manner which is flexible.
Awesome.
Health tech, AgTech, MarTech, there are a lot of conversations about happening.
Yes.
I agree with you. Tokenization in fintech is taken a lot of what I call media space, but there are a lot of all these other segments of which are picking up. Slowly it's steadying. I think we will see a lot of this.
Yes. So thank you very much, Mr. Srini, for sharing your valuable experience around the technology and all. Let's just give him a huge round of applause for his experience. And I'll just take a couple of questions if there are any. Okay then. Thank you very much, Mr. Srini. I think we we have got only 2 people, so all the questions were properly answered. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
May I now request Omika Dubey to kindly come on stage and felicitate our honorable panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this beautiful, thought-provoking session where we learned so much. And a smiling group photo, please. A much well-deserved felicitation. Can we have a huge round of applause also for our organizer here, ladies and gentlemen, for bringing Gujarat's first blockchain summit and putting together this wonderful session.
Sachin is in town.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special keynote presentation from Mr. Kumar Vivek, IRS Joint Commissioner, Ministry of Finance, and he will be talking on the topic PPP-led blockchain initiatives for transparent and efficient governance, Digital India. May I now request Mr. Kumar Vivek to kindly come on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious presence.
Thank you. Hello everyone, my name is Kumar Vivek. I belong to the Indian Revenue Service, that is the IRS. Currently I am working in the Ministry of Finance. In my current capacity I am looking after anti-smuggling and special investigation. If you are wondering what a taxman is doing here in a technology summit, then even I am surprised what exactly I am doing here with all the blockchain experts. But jokes apart, I am a technology enthusiast, and I firmly believe that a technology-informed bureaucracy or a technology-informed civil services must become a norm than an exception. In my previous capacity as the Assistant Vice President in the Goods and Services Tax Network, that is the GSTN, I have worked at the intersection of policy and technology. So based on that experience, I think I can share my limited perspective on the topic of PPP-led blockchain initiatives for transparent and efficient governance. Well, this topic sounds so interesting, and I think a very exciting time at 4:15 to present this to you. So here I am. I'm looking forward. So change this? Okay, I think this is the first slide. So it is always the private sector that disrupts the scene with a new technology, right? Be it blockchain, be it Web3, be it drone technology, or robotics and so on. And governments usually, world over, have been slow to try new technologies, and particularly so in the case of blockchain. And there is a reason behind this. The euphoria around, in the mid-2010s, around cryptocurrency and its volatility that we have witnessed in the past couple of years, it has made governments wary or, a little bit more cautious about blockchain technology and its adoption. However, as we have just witnessed in the past 1 or 2 years, that the excitement around cryptocurrencies has cooled off, thanks to the collapse in the value of major cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now I believe that is a good thing that has happened to blockchain technology. Why do I say so? Because after this euphoria has gone, now everyone is having a sane and cool-headed discussion about the real potential of blockchain technology, its possible use cases inside the government, and the broader framework in which it can operate. So now you will see that there is a lot of interest within the government to see how blockchain can be implemented to make governance more its national. And the pathway to our future where blockchain is an integral part of the governance ecosystem. Okay, so it is within this context that, so it has almost become a cliche now to throw this word. Benefits of blockchain technology, they align exceptionally well with the priorities of the government. Why so? Blockchains are highly secure, tamper-proof, immutable, and they also ensure provenance. All these attributes are critical in addressing concerns like privacy, transparency, and security in governance. So that is the first reason, that the attributes offered by blockchain technology align exceptionally well with the priorities of the government. Now let us delve into the second reason. PPP in blockchain can be a great model because there is convergence of interest between public and private entities. Why do I say so? It is particularly true where a set of transactions involve multiple stakeholders, including businesses and the government agencies. Now, since I am from the tax background, let me use the case of goods and services tax for example. Now, each transaction between a buyer and a seller is important for the business and the government alike. Now, the record of sales in the form of an invoice is critical for the government because the government knows that, okay, this is the tax liability that is arising because of this transaction. From the point of view of the buyer, this transaction, this invoice is equally critical, introduced in, say, refund processing, businesses and governments alike. Transactions would be real time. All entities will get access to the same set of data. Processing will become automatic. Reconciliations will be much faster. And frauds will also reduce to a great extent. Frauds like fake invoicing, all these fly-by-night operators. Okay. So it will make the process more efficient and transparent, benefiting businesses and governments to a great extent. So as you can see, the likelihood of having a public goods and services tax blockchain platform in the future is very high. Why? Because the government and the businesses, the private entities, are sharing the cost and the benefits, which can be addressed by using the blockchain technology or identifying processes that can be made quicker, effective, and more transparent by using the blockchain technology. So you will witness sporadic use cases coming from different parts of the world. For example, migrating land records to the blockchain, storing academic records like your mark sheet and certificates, maintaining health record of patients on the blockchain and so on. So these are all the use cases that you will be hearing on a regular basis. I think this is an important development. Why? First, it showcases the potential of blockchain by targeting the low-hanging fruits because these are simple use cases and you are showcasing the potential of blockchain to government agencies and entities. It will lead to higher recognition and acceptability. Of course, blockchain is not as glamorous or sexy as artificial intelligence. So I think having a string of proven proof of concept will go a long way in that direction as far as adoptability of blockchain is concerned. Second, this use case approach sets the foundation for a wider framework-based approach that can actually revolutionize the fundamentals of governance. So that brings me to the next important and significant framework approach. This is essentially a grounds-up approach that aims to leverage the potential of blockchain by routing different components of governance into blockchain platform. When I say routing different components, all your stakeholders, all the processes, all the data, all the transactions. Okay. So it is akin to reconstructing your house. You know, the use case approach is like constructing an additional room if you want one. The framework approach is, you know, creating a different entire space. You know, your entire space and make it more comfortable for you. So it is essentially going to revolutionize the potential of blockchain in the future. And what it means is that blockchain becomes the foundational technology of all the ecosystems. For example, banks, governments, sports, trade, manufacturing, supply chain, and so on. We had a very good discussion on the concept of CBDC and also smart contracts that can be incorporated into things like programmable money and etc. So that is going to be the future of blockchain, and that is based on the framework approach. But of course, it is easier said than done. Maybe this experiment can continue with the traditional use case approach at the same time. Now coming to the next slide. Transformative use cases of blockchain governance. Now let me take the case of a couple of use cases to clearly demonstrate the effect of this technology on transparency and efficiency. Imagine having your identification data like your address, your Aadhaar data, your mobile number, passport, voter ID, educational records, everything on the blockchain. So once you have this data on the blockchain, of course it is private, it is secure. And as you know, there are permission models of blockchain. It will actually allow you to control who can access this data. And since each view of your data will also be an add block to the blockchain, you would know who has actually seen your data and when. Imagine the exercise of opening a bank account online. You know, you won't be required to follow the traditional, today's KYC steps, as your bank will have access to the requisite information on the blockchain, and once you will give the permission, in a matter of seconds, the authentication will be done, and you'll be having an operating bank account. Similarly, think about passport renewals. After 10 years, your passport gets expired. But once you have the information on the blockchain, the Ministry of External Affairs or the passport agencies, they will be sharing this data with the police department, and they don't have to come to your place. They will authenticate the data, they will authenticate the information, and within a matter of, say, hours, you will having a newly renewed passport. So that these are the kind of and how efficient it becomes. I remember my own struggle when I was applying for a master's in the US. To share my transcript with all those schools, I had to spend thousands of rupees. I had to run from pillar to post to get my transcripts, my documents, my certificate attested. But if I have all this information on the blockchain and I give my university in the US or in UK access to that blockchain, then I don't have to spend thousands of rupees, and all my transcripts will be authenticated within a matter of seconds. So these are the efficiency gains I'm talking about. So this setup benefits everyone. You get more privacy and security. Entities like schools and banks and police get reliable information, and the government becomes more transparent and efficient. Similarly, there are many other use cases, but I'm not going to delve into that because of paucity of time. But you see that it's a win-win situation, or rather a win-win situation for private players, for citizens and governments. That brings me to the last slide, which is overcoming challenges to unlock blockchain's potential in governance. Of course, there are many challenges, but I am just trying to highlight the four from the point of view of government, that how exactly government sees this problem. The first is we need to make sure that the blockchain technology works well without disrupting our current technology. The governments don't want to disrupt the current technology. Second, there will also be a need to move a lot of legacy data or a lot of legacy paperwork onto the blockchain. Governments have been running on physical documents for several decades. Now obviously this transition to digital platforms are happening, but there will be a need to, that will be a mammoth exercise. Of course, then we will need to build the necessary systems and infrastructure that can support blockchain innovations. For example, digital public infrastructure, blockchain as a platform service. And finally, we will also need to teach people how to use it at all. Maybe the starting point would be to tell people what exactly is a blockchain. And here's a fun fact. In a survey, when the respondents were asked, do you know about blockchain? 70% of them said, no, we don't know about blockchain. We don't understand about blockchain. And then 30%, they lied. Right? So, but jokes apart, if we can handle these challenges, blockchain could really help make governments more open, efficient, and fair to everyone. And on a parting thought, I must say that when we have a hammer in our hand, everything looks like a nail to us. Okay? So let's not start looking for problems that can be solved by blockchain. Let it evolve organically on its own. So thank you so much.
May I request Ms. Ritishri Sabhu to kindly come on stage and felicitate our keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen. One more time, a huge round of applause for Mr. Kumar Vivek, IRS Joint Commissioner, Ministry of Finance, who has come here and shared his valuable time and his valuable insight on the concept of blockchain, building solutions for humanity at large and its real life use cases. One more time, a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are about to begin our next panel discussion, which is real world asset tokenization that stands at the forefront of revolutionizing investment landscapes. And we are extremely elated to have with us our panelists. As the stage is being set, we are joined by our eminent panelists. May I first request Mr. Ashish Khandelwal, founder ANQ, ex Xiaomi and Bajaj Finance, ladies and gentlemen. A huge round of applause. Now we have Shashi Jha, founder Jigsaw Law. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands Our next speaker is Vaibhav Sharma, founder of Coke Studio and D Hidden. Welcome on board. And finally, we have with us our moderator, Aritra S, Legal and International Expansion ANQ. And now the stage is all set for a mind-blowing discussion on real-world asset tokenization and how it is going to revolutionize our investment landscape. Gentlemen, the stage is all yours.
Good evening, everybody. This is the exact number of people I saw back in 2015 when Bitcoin was getting discussed. So be very proud of yourselves, way ahead of the curve from the rest of the world. Money in this real world asset tokenization? Is it an absolute out and out gimmick, or is it something that's actually happening? whether it's India and the private sector, whether it's government. So I've got some folks from the legal sector, somebody who's building a company in this, and somebody who's successfully sold, one of the only few founders I know successfully sold a crypto or a Web3 company in India to a large L1. So we'll start with Ashish, who's the founder of InView, who flew in at 6 a.m. today in the morning to speak on this. But tell me honestly, Chief Ashish, do you think RWA is even a thing, or is it just like one random Google term? It's a cool thing in crypto that people keep saying. And the second part is, does it even make sense for the way our country is structured right now in terms of how the company sector is structured, in terms of how the economy is structured? Does it even make sense to have RWA companies in India?
Okay, so is RWA real thing or is it cool stuff? I think it's a cool stuff which is real. So there's a simple answer, right? Because everything has to be a cool stuff before it can get really exciting for lots of players to come participate and start thinking about the real stuff which can be built, and which is with the RWA, which is real world asset tokenization comes into place, right? Now, if you look at from a country standpoint, not only India, across the world, right, many economies, I think while initial frenzy of the blockchain was about the crypto, right, and over time, as most of us realized, crypto has real use case, right? I think it got abused a lot for a variety of reasons, right reason or the wrong reason, just everything altogether. But then, as you go deeper in the technology, you realize that the use cases are far beyond what we have explored so far, right? Especially when it comes to real-world asset tokenization. So, keep it short, right, and simple. Think of it this way: in the current scenario, current scheme of things, there are lots of assets, right, which only certain accredited investors have access to. Primarily because of the entry barrier which is there, of the execution cost which is there, of the entire ability to understand and execute some of these contracts which are there. Now, if you look at from a retail or large audience standpoint, if you are able to fractionalize them, if you are able to reduce the cost of entry barrier, if you are able to make information more transparent and adaptable to anybody and everybody, and make it more liquid, the participation goes up. Right? And in any of the economic activities, as the participation goes up, liquidity moves up, economic activities start triggering. Right? So that's a whole piece. Now the whole point is, do we really need a blockchain or Web3 for this? Right? Can it be done with a microservice architecture, with the API, and couple of the pieces? And that's where the real answer lies, right? Because most of the pieces can also be built in the architecture or other technological mechanisms. But if you look at when it comes to asset, right? When it comes to finance, everything starts from trust and ends at trust, right? And eventually, if you have to move into a scenario where you can have the larger participation, you want to have a trustless architecture. Why so? Primarily because if you look at and something which you witnessed, right, as a country as well. Some of the people, if not all, right, find it difficult to invest into real estate because you know that it can be manipulated, right? You know that prices are speculative. You have no idea about the real information, right? Whether there's litigation and other pieces. Now, primary purpose of blockchain technology, which brings in immutability, right, transparency, those pieces makes it foolproof, and hence, for a real-world asset tokenization to exist, blockchain or Web3 is a must. Right? So it's a cool stuff which I think will revolutionize the way we interact with some of the assets from the investment standpoint.
But how do you make it viable for the end user? Like, say, my maid who makes 40,000 rupees a month, can she or he afford a 1 CR property just because real-world assets are there? That's question number one. Second, do you really think end users or investors, do they really even know how a bank works? Let alone how a bank works. Do they really even know how UPI works? उस बंदे को तो फर्क ही नहीं पड़ रहा है. So why would he care that ये blockchain में बन रहा है या मैं JavaScript में कोई architecture बना रहा हूँ? Why would an end user or an Indian today care? If I tokenize and fractionalize say a 50 crore property in GIFT City, divide it into 10,000 rupee sockets and give it out as tokens, उसको क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है? So how do you make it viable for the regular Indian investor?
So in fact, that's what it answers, right? So if you look at from that standpoint, right, your made, even for me, assume I have no idea about the blockchain technology, right? all I care about is what is the use case, right? Now, especially the weaker section, especially the people who have been staying away from the financial inclusiveness, right, from the sense, primarily because see, not everybody can afford to invest 50 lakh rupees, 1 lakh, 1 crore rupees lump sum, amount, but everybody has an ambition, right? So even in this example, right, or respect for that maid who is earning 40,000 rupees, she also has a right to have a better future. Now, for her to have a better future, she has to have access to not only lending, right, not only credit, but also the investment asset where she can park some money for the better future, right? So that's one thing, right? So 40,000 rupees, she can always, let's say, hypothetically invest 400 rupees a month, right, or 4,000 rupees a month. In fact, when we were young, right, and earning whatever small amount, right, and couldn't afford a real estate, let's say, hypothetically, right? That time we used to think, what if I could have bought 1 square feet or 10 square feet every month, right? By the time I would have, accumulated the entire piece, my value would have been locked, right? I would have realized the appreciation. At the same time, I would have built the asset, right? So for an end user standpoint, they don't have to worry about whether it's a blockchain or not, right? Blockchain is the means to achieve the outcome. Outcome is, for some of these people who have been staying away from any of these kind of investment instrument and have no access to bring them together, right? So it increases or enhances the financial inclusion. So that's number one. Number two, if you look at sorry, your second question was.
The second question: how do you make it viable to the end user? Like, how do you make it, like, for example, so many companies today, we have reward ecosystems. They give you coins. You swipe this card, you get this coin. But for the average user, how do you make it even awesome in a sensible manner?
Makes sense. And in fact, first time you also asked, they don't even know about the bank, right? See, that's another beauty, right? Some of these people, most of these people also feel very uncomfortable interacting with the bank, right? Because you'll find, a bank, guy is cross-selling you something which is, not making any sense from the investment standpoint. And I think unique to lots of the stories we have seen in the past, right? It's not that the banks are not fraud prone, right? Every now and then, I think banking system equally has equal amount of frauds. The moment you bring in this piece, right, for end user standpoint, because where you were trusting a one particular centralized institution, now you are trusting a system, a process, right? So that's one thing from the adoption standpoint. Now coming to the second piece, which is viability, right? Bad actors are always there, right? And that's the reason why I think there's a greater need always to have a right set of regulations, right? Now, when I say right set of regulation, I'm not talking about the over-regulation, right? Not regulators getting into the business, but regulators with human protection mechanisms which are put in place in order to instill the trust, even in the zero trust environment, right? Because I think, in some of the discussion, one of the benefits of trust, and like it or not, right? It's not that everybody trusts with the banks, right? While we believe so, right? Or we have been, made to believe so. So over time, I think if you put those right layers with the right amount of right practices in place, and since it will anyway reduce the cost of transaction, it makes it much.
In India, where we were doing billions of dollars of volumes before government came knocking, we also led Coinbase in India, right? If the government of India, through its departments, for whatever reasons, comes so harsh on things like crypto, virtual digital assets and all of that, which is, in my book, still least of their concerns in terms of a larger set of issues that the government has. Real estate is still real estate as a sector contributes much more, right, in terms of tax, in terms of the amount of liquidity, the money which moves through and all of that. Do you really think you have REITs today, you have AIF models, right, how you invest in India? There's also minimum investment criteria and all of that. Do you really think RWA, because RWA needs massive structuring. Real world asset tokenization needs massive overhauling of the way real estate is done in India. Do you think this will even make sense in a country like India? For anybody. We know of so many companies who approach you, who approach us for investments. Like, what's RWA? I want to tokenize what? My go down. I want to tokenize a 2 BHK property. I want to tokenize my bungalow and divide it into small square feet and sell it off as tokens. Sir, yoga India is possible. And if yes or no, free legal advice, how do you even structure an RWA company in India?
Before I answer your question, you mentioned a bit of right? So a wise man in government or part of government once said in one of the meetings some time ago that government is like a road, right? So let's say the traffic police is not able to control the accidents. So sometimes what government does is it says, okay, no more driving on this road. This has exactly what happened with crypto in India due to a very severe or I'd say regressive tax policy. That's in a bidding of the government. They do what they do. Only they know why they do it. Second, you mentioned about the potential of RWA. $1 billion worth of RWA passed through. $1 trillion. There's a company called Broadcast. $1 trillion.
That's a world market, right?
Yeah. Now coming back to India, whether RWAs can be done or not, and if it can be, what are the challenges, how it can be structured. Now, my answer to whether it can be done or not in India is an empathic yes. It can be done. And there are enough legal protection in our existing structures, existing laws and regulations to allow RWA. Why I'm saying it is, RWA is nothing but you are fractionalizing an asset to increase its liquidity. Real world asset is there. There are already laws in India to take care of norms like registration. If it is, let's say, a land record, right, registration. If it's a security, there is already a regulator which securities, ownership, whole, transport, and everything. If it's some other real world asset, again, there are, I believe, enabling laws available. So it's not a question of law.
So which
when we talk about RWA in legal terms, it's not a question of law. It's rather a question of governance. How do you create the RWA structure in such a way that it can be an efficient system? Now, when we are creating an RWA structure, we have to be very, very conscious and sure about certain things. You cannot have, all RWA structures has to actually think of the underlying real world asset. So if I'm, let's say, creating an RWA for a building or a plot of land here in New City, right? Then the structure which is being created has to take care of the fact that the existing land record system does not recognize assets ownership on blockchain. Primarily because it's not linked. Joint Commissioner was talking about blockchain use cases. Let's say some of the state governments have started, digitizing the land records. They are not on blockchain. They are still in digital form. Tomorrow you have blockchain with some permissioned access, at least for validation part. If tomorrow that structure can be linked to an RWA structure, then it becomes easier for all of us. Today, if I create let's say, corporate equity through which I am holding that land, and then I tokenize that corporate equity, and start selling those shares, those fractions. Unfortunately, in today's legal environment, as far as land ownership is concerned, that fraction of ownership is not recognized as holding the land. That's why the underlying real or entity structure has to be very crucially finished. Now, that's why I said the structure has to align to the underlying asset. If I go to, let's say, securities market, we are in Gujarat, Mr. Ambani's son is getting married. So we'll talk about Reliance Industries. Let's say I have 100,000 Reliance Industries here. I want to fractionalize it, tokenize it. Today it may be 2,000, 2,500 one here, I don't know what the price. And we make it 10 paise. Start selling it 10 paise. The problem is, in RWA tokenization, unless we restrict it to, let's say, a geographic market like India, if it is global in nature, then the securities laws of not only India, but also different markets have to be taken care of. That becomes a regulatory issue and a governance issue, not necessarily a legal issue. RWA is a very interesting and very topical subject, and legal regulation within that again is a very interesting topic, very close to my heart. So if I start speaking on this, probably I will take the.
Both of you being extremely positive about things in India, I don't think it's true. Which brings me to you, Trevor. You built companies in the delivery sector. RWA is, for me, I still think still hopping on blockchain, RWA token, pump and dump. I still honestly don't think good work is being done in RWA blockchain anywhere in the world. Generally speaking, because the kind of properties or the assets, when I say property, it's not a property means a big road. If you look deep into most real world asset tokenization companies, you just go on Twitter and do RWA, you'll see the kind of crime tokenize. It's one of the reasons a lot of serious companies don't take these kind of companies seriously. But having said that, you built companies in India before, people like us were building exchanges, doing the exchange part of the business. You've actually done what a lot of people were not doing in blockchain at one point of time, which is what I said initially. One, you were doing companies in blockchain when it was not cool to build companies in blockchain, but some of us were building the money part of crypto, right? This money part of crypto and this tech part of crypto, which majority of crypto kids do not understand, right? You built company and sold it to probably the largest blockchain company in India, which does not do any more business in India for whatever reason. Do you think we are going in another hype cycle with RWA specifically? Second, what do you think Indian, as a community of developers, product managers, investors, we did well in India in terms of pushing the idea of Web3 from the tech perspective, not the money perspective? What helped you build these two companies, sell it off? And what do you think is currently lacking in the blockchain ecosystem in India? And I can go on. A lot of things I don't like what's right in India right now in blockchain. So these two, if you can help us understand, so that a lot of other people will come.
So I'll answer your
first, because talking about hype cycles is where essentially I built the first two companies that I exited. The first company was essentially a services company that focused on tech, which is 3D, AR, and VR, and we did that really well as a team. And when metaverses started becoming a thing.
So these are some of the things which we want to take care of. Another very quick point, especially in the context of securities market, right? So if you are creating an RWA based structure, be it security or a derivative, it's by definition, derivative is by definition a security, right? So either through close negotiations or dialogues with current securities market regulators, securities and exchange board of India, either create an alternative trading market structure for RWAs or simply go and apply for an exchange license. So those things has to be done, and that will make the market more transparent. That will make the governance easier for all players, including government and other stakeholders. So that's my big two suppositions.
Well said. So I like the question that you asked, and I'll approach it with the 4 years of activities that you were talking about. So on the regulatory standpoint, I think while regulators and governments are trying to protect the country and the control of how things work well, I think they should do so not at the cost of impeding innovation. There are technologies and domain experts like yourself and Shashi and teams like Blockchain that are trying to do a lot of new work. So I think putting out a little bit listening here and truly trying to understand how this is a new skill of innovation that can enable a lot more value. That's an important thing to from a regulatory standpoint. From an investor standpoint, it's not about it's about not jumping into facts. And I think the Web3 ecosystem has been around long enough for investors to see for themselves. While you're investing in potential, now it's time to invest in the reality of how whether the technology is being built or not. Take for example metaverses. Interoperability is still an issue. There are teams that are trying to do so, but I think it's about realizing what works and what doesn't, and backing the teams that are trying to really enable valuable change in the ecosystem. And from developers and product managers, I think it's about changing the mindset that that business works with easy money. The Web3 ecosystems unlocked a lot of money in the ecosystem, people with high salaries. There are kids who just graduate from university to become product managers and developers who don't understand how business works and haven't had enough experience under their belt to understand the value that you deliver should be equivalent to how much you get paid, for example. Right? So it's about putting it down into the work and really getting the work back from a product management or engineering sector and work towards innovation and not for family or I think it's just those are the
Alright, super. So you got a point to make, otherwise we'll close this.
The only point I'm trying to make, if they're creating anything with RWA or blockchain or anything tech, or if you are upcoming startup entrepreneur or someone, don't try to save a few bucks today. Consult a legal and regulatory expert, because the money you will spend today will save you multiple times in future if you have the right advice. I know it's a cliche because I'm a lawyer. I deal for that. Don't necessarily come to me. Talk to any subject matter expert, but do take an advice. That's the only thing I want to say.
Alright guys, thank you so much for whoever is here. This still honestly reminds of 2015 when only 10 people in San Francisco and Delhi were hearing the word Bitcoin. If you're here, you're hearing the word real world asset tokenization. There are no laws on this subject across the world. There is fractionalized asset, but trust me when I say this, in the next 5 years, land, property, goods like shoes, everything will be tokenized and traded. And this is going to be the next actual front-ending product barrier for making blockchain known to your grandmother and grandfather as well. So keep building, and if you are building anything to do with RWA, we do invest. Keep in touch with us. Also partner with us because we run financial firms. We have a couple of regulatory entities and an advisory body. So
may I now request Ms. Omika Dubey to kindly come and felicitate all our eminent panelists here, ladies and gentlemen, with our token of appreciation. Thank you for your valuable time, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for gracing all of us. May we have a huge round of applause. There is a felicitation ceremony. I would request you all to kindly be together. Ladies and gentlemen, can I see some energy? You just had refreshments. You can show some love. Thank you so much for making our first Gujarat Blockchain Summit such a valuable one, such a momentous one. And now we are going to have a fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. And joining us, we have first Dr. Amit Raj, Managing Director, Plexus Healthcare. Welcome, sir. Welcome on board. May I request Mr. Rohit Verma, Director, CEO, Metaverse 911, or shall I call 911? Okay, Metaverse 911, pretty interesting. So we will have Mr. Rohit Verma as our moderator, and we are very, very excited to have our fireside chat on the topic patient-centric blockchain solutions enhancing healthcare delivery. So ladies and gentlemen, finally something good in the world of healthcare, and we are really, really excited for the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I was kind of scared that there will be few of us. I think I see. Thank you so much. All right, so I think I don't want to take you through the introductions. You can go to our website and look at us. I think the main hero in this discussion is Dr. Amit Raj. So let me ask one or two questions. How many of you are from Rajkot? Okay. All right. How many of you are Ahmedabad? Awesome. So Rajkot is just 4 hours from here, I guess. How many of you have invested in crypto so far? How many of you think healthcare is the most important use case for blockchain and crypto? All right, there we go. So I'll tell you a little bit about Dr. Amit. So he's not one among us. He's not a guy who is doing technology. He's doctor because he's a cardiologist. Out of 24 hours, he spends almost 15 to 18 hours in the hospital, and probably some part of it in the operating room wherein he's conducting operations. So my first question, Dr. Amit, is to understand what's been your journey so far. I mean, coming from hospital, managing hospitals, patients, into this field of blockchain. What is so interesting that you wanted to see here?
It's a lovely question. Well, just to give you a small background. I'm a cardiologist, entrepreneur. You can say I built hospitals and kind of exited. Cardiac is something which I really, love it as a profession. I started cardiology not because I wanted to start cardiology. I was a critical care specialist. Long back, I kind of lost my brother in a heart attack. I mean, that's where the entire journey of cardiology really kicked in my mind. I mean, I lost my brother in a small time small village in rural Uttar Pradesh. And it was a very saddening. I mean, I'm sure, somebody loses someone elder to you at a younger age, the entire family is affected. So, so that's why I thought, let's become a cardiac doctor. Yeah, enough. I pursued studying cardiology. Even after as I did my practice, started hospitals, and that entrepreneur kicking was always there. So wanted to start multiple hospitals. So Rajkot was my first venture in Gujarat, and I should say Rajkot is really Rangila Rajkot. I must say. So it has given me all the love and care, and especially being in Gujarat, I was in all other cities, states of India as well, where Plexus was there. So coming back, the sadness, the grief was always there. That I lost my brother. Cardiology, I'm doing some work. So in a conference where a friend of mine from US, I can name him. He's Mr. Amar Jamadiyar. He's a techie, older. I don't know. So we just met. I was in the audience, and he was presenting a beautiful medtech solution for rural population. So and there was an AI startup as well. Both of them were debating, and then I was confronting them as a audience on question answers, and they were like, "Doc, you've been talking real, governance part." So that's where the real journey of digital kicked into me. So post the conference, we all sat down, an hour of discussion. There you go. A pilot was signed up. How we can really use digital approach in impacting many lives. So friends, I could tell you this as a doctor, we use a lot of tech in our medical intervention, especially in the cath lab, in the critical care. But these medical devices which are there, which all, somewhere in the technology is always been connected. So the connected word really struck us. So how can we connect, something, which can impact? So that's why, we went back to the drawing board and said, how we can start a clinic, a digital heart clinic in a village. Where the availability of a doctor can be, made available using telemedicine cloud solutions. A medtech device can really help in diagnosing a problem. That's why I lost my brother, because, there was no medical device to diagnose a heart attack. And simply, the doctor used to just give a, blindfold injection, take a gas and wait. But what happens next? After a couple of hours, this problem went on. So the connected care, there was a missing link over there. Availability of doctor, a good doctor. So these were the missing links to be joined using digital approach. And then we started with about 10 villages in Bihar and about 10 villages in Chhattisgarh. In the Naxalite area. I traveled down to the Naxalite areas. So it was a pretty scary, but the impact, friends, it gave us wow. I'm consulting a patient sitting in Rajkot for a patient sitting in close to the Nepal border. I still have his testimonial that he had a heart flutter. His heart rate was around 150, 160 onwards. So he prescribed him certain medicines so that he can reach a medical college close by. The next day morning he reached and he said, "Doc, they all are surprised. Who gave you this medicine?" So hats off to this tech, Rohit. So that tech really, made us wow. One life saved out of the problem statement which we all go through. I'm sure most of us would have one or two members of their family living in a village or a remotest part. So that gave this power, this energy to us. So why not 10 villages? Why not 20 more? So we got support from the government. In the morning, our chief guest, Mr. Amit sir, did mention this, that Startup India, Invest India, programs. Our company is registered, and I should say, friends, I got support from the government, monetary support, and as well as appreciation. And we returned that, whatever said, funding which we got. Then IIM Kolkata also gave us some incubator fund, and we kind of, did that pilot, and amazing. It was a social impact investing, return on investments, and saving lives. So that's where this tech really kicked me off. And then the tech Ida, I can say, just went down the mind. What next? So 3 years back, I was in a conference in Bangalore, just went in blockchain. I don't know what's blockchain. So, someone taught me. I read online, I said, all right, let me, go to the real world and see what blockchain and how blockchain can help people. That time blockchain was just a story. It was just on papers about 3-4 years back. No use cases. So that's how, the hunger for, improving these village level using technology really kicked in. And now, I have a roadmap for the next 3 years, how disruptive this tech can really bring into lives. And tomorrow I see, I get goosebumps when I, tell you the use case in Rajkot, in our hospital. But people really appreciate, Doc, what have you created? So, that feedback is really, heartwarming, friends. I'm sure this will completely be an amazing disruptive tool.
Right, so Dr. Saab has done quite a bit of work. He's launched a Metaverse Experience Center at Rajkot in the hospital. And from his vision perspective, if I come to the blockchain story, very interesting one. From a vision perspective, please spread the word. If there are partnership or companies who want to partner with Plexus to take the technology of healthcare into various hospitals, or you have some idea you want to test it out, do clinical testing, etc. So please do reach out to Dr. Saab. So during conversation, he asked me that did you get COVID? I said yes. Once I got that. Did you have Dolo? Dolo was very popular, and it was almost such a situation that it was difficult to get Dolo in the pharmacies, and people used to buy in black. I said, do you know that it was a real Dolo? So I'll hand it over to him to tell you the real story of how blockchain can come in to sort of deal with counterfeit medicine. It's not a problem that we have come across recently. It's been many decades and years. It is said through market research that almost 40% of the medicines that we buy, and this is just a number that is estimate, I think could be larger, 40% is counterfeit. So all the medicine that B and C class cities are consuming could probably be. So Dr. Saab, why don't you tell us about the challenges in implementing this and what use case you see of blockchain in counterfeit, dealing with counterfeit of medicine, dealing with skill sets of doctors. So,
well, the first thing I'll just appraise you all about the Metaverse Center. This Metaverse Center, I'm sure most of you, I'm sure all know about Metaverse. So we just created a content, we put it on a VR set and gave it to a patient. Amazing result. When I was at Harvard for my, education in the Harvard Business School, where a beautiful topic of creating value in healthcare was something which was very fascinating. So how digital ecosystem can be created to deliver a larger value. So today, COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID, all must have gone through some kind of a weird experience with the hospital, with the doctors. So I'm sure there must be some, percentage of lackness of trust, lackness of, believing a hospital, believing a doctor. What is this doctor telling? Is he here to make money? Is he here to, fleece? I've been getting these, phrases quite often whenever we travel across. So that Harvard really, this I'm talking about is 2017. I said, wow, when those guys getting value, why not we bring in value into our system post-COVID? And technology is one way. When I started a small clinic in a Chopra, in a small village in rural Rajkot, a value was created. And now how we can enhance further building the trust? Then here comes the metaverse. So knowing about a hospital, knowing about themselves, knowing about the doctor and the procedure and the disease is a larger value which I emphasize, which will be disruptive. When a patient says, "Doc, मजा आ गया सर, ये क्या आपने मुझे दिया? I love you, thank you." मेरे में जो apprehension था, जो doubts थे, सब metaverse ने मुझे दिखा दिया. Amazing feedback. Well, then how do we further enhance the value? Well, this tech, we've been talking about Web 2, Web 3, blockchain. I mean, I'm learning. I'm still learning. Well, I feel, one of my take-home messages for this, blockchain is trust building and enhancing. Tomorrow, example, when you being a patient, I tell you, Rohit bhai, kindly, this is the medicine prescription, and kindly validate my prescription which you are using it, or this other application which is so the further simple Doro 650 can be further validated where it has been manufactured. Earlier, I think Kamlesh did mention about a pilot project on supply chain, on agriculture. Why can't it be adopted, put in healthcare? I'm sure you all will be loving if I tell you, yes, this medicine is manufactured from this company, the logistic, channel partners, it comes to me, and my name is there as a prescription as a doctor. Don't you think, this is the most transparent thing which you all love to get it informed? And so most of you are. So bringing in more value, technology is bringing in value. So today, tomorrow, this blockchain is going to bring in larger value in healthcare. So combining technology, combining a tech which is upcoming now in a Web3 model and development of blockchain, this is going to be disruptive. So not even medicines, not to name the counterfeit percentage, the government is really, working very hard, and hats off, the percentage which you mentioned can be sketchy. But still, again, my question is, what if I tell you that this medicine, this stent, the implant is genuine? This is the method in which blockchain is giving that conviction that yes, this is the real thing. What doctor talks, what the patient pays for is in a format which cannot be changed, amended, which is made eternal with the blockchain tech. And I'm sure this is going to be disruptive. Apart from the counterfeit, we've been, laying our footprints on the runway to adopt blockchain is probably on insurance, on identity, confirmation. We've been hearing stories that a patient has expired long back and the surgery has been done. So all these can be, can be adding on to the real-time insurance actuaries which the payment gateways of the government or the insurance can be helpful to. So blockchain is going to really help it. So these are the commonest use cases which I feel, which Lexus Media is going to adopt. We've started with metaverse, and then we're going to start with the pharma. But as you mentioned about challenges, well, I'm not here to discuss other challenges because challenges are nothing but problems. But problems are going to be addressed slowly as we showcase the value which blockchain creates. So by default, the problems can be can be reduced or can be made available to people to look on.
No, absolutely. So my sense is that this is a message to the entire industry because we come across lots of projects, RWA, gaming apps going crypto. They want to raise capital. Various kinds of intents we see in the market. Seldom we see something as real as a hospital or healthcare. It's a serious subject. Okay. So my message to the entire industry sitting out here or outside is that let us come together and look at Plexus Foundation, the foundation which is leading the Web3 technologies adoption in the healthcare side. And my question to you, Dr. Amit, is that how do you see Plexus Foundation participating in the healthcare industry from the point of view that you go to build IP, some of the blockchain developers, some of these companies will come and partner with you. But how do you take this and make this a mainstream set of technologies for the entire healthcare in India, and perhaps look at taking this to the underserved?
Yeah. Rohit, I mean, in my earlier, I have a mission. I'm here to showcase. I want to present a paper in Harvard, in the European Society of Cardiology, ACC, where the Gujarat model which I'm have created and I'm going to create, with the use cases and the results. A digital dome in healthcare is going to be, I'm proud that in near future, few months, a digital dome in healthcare will be created. And as the topic itself is very interesting. You being a patient, example, I'm going to empower you with all the trust and all that yes, as a doctor we practice legit medical practices, and these are the supportings to it, and technology is helping you. So a use case model has already been set up. Now scaling it up with this digital approach, using metaverse, using blockchain technology, using combining the physical and the digital healthcare in a phygital format, creating a dome of healthcare with multiple heart hospitals and multiple rural clinics, cloud medicine based solutions which we are coming out with, and backed with blockchain tech to empower the patient about himself and the medicines which he's been using and the consumables he's been using, and the impact story. So far, God is kind. I've been working very hard. So I see that as a game changer where a single district can be made into a digital health dome, and with the scale of economics, then why not entire state, why not the country? So I'm fortunate that the government has really helped me out, and with forums like Gujarat Blockchain, there are multiple forums where I had attended where I made good amount of friends in this. I came in as a doctor. People like, "Doc, what are you here? This is not a place for you." I said, "Yes, this is not, but I'm learning." So I've made good amount of friends. I've made many friends over here. Earlier, and on LinkedIn, people have been, conversing about my mission. And I should thank your company. Rahul Sethi is a pioneer. He's a stalwart. He's a an influencer, one of the meta guy. So you being a leader by kind of mentoring the ecosystem. So with this approach, as a doctor, I cannot do everything alone. In earlier one of my articles in Indian Express, where I had mentioned disruptive collaboration. Let's be together. You being a techie, I need you. You need me. Let's create an ecosystem for the people, and the impact is going to be shared. Blessing needs to be shared. So that shared ecosystem. Let us see what next. With my use case results, I would be in front of you all with an amazing testimonials.
I just got a hint that we had kind of exceeded, but just touching upon the use case, and thank you, Dr. Saab, for giving us opportunity to be associated with the Plexus Foundation. And it's not about the money that it's not about business. It's about the life goal. So as an individual, I think we've all seen in our families, people suffering due to lack of health care and all that. With the metaverse solutions, like for instance, I was talking to someone in Europe and he said, it takes me about 6 months to get an appointment with a doctor. So using the Plexus Foundation tokenization, we are passing on a utility to every token buyer that he can meet a doctor in real time in the metaverse environment of Plexus Foundation. And that will really solve the problem. If you don't need a doctor to be meeting you physically, you just will be told on in the metaverse, and therefore you will save time, effort. So those kind of use cases are around in metaverse, and I think Dr. Saab, if you want, you can elaborate on that. On blockchain, I mentioned, so And I've also said that, Rajkot Plexus Hospital has the Metaverse Experience Center. Anybody who wants to participate in any form, please do drop it there. So that's it from us. Dr. Saab, any final comments?
I'd love to take offline discussions. Yes. Please, I'm welcome for all suggestions.
All right, thank you so much.
And I again vouch, yes, blockchain is a disruptive tool. We need to only wait and watch how much value it will create in healthcare. I mean, healthcare perspective, I see a huge runway, and with the results of the initial results, I mean, this is going to be a game changer application. It's just a matter of time. How we adopt to it. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
May I now request Omika Dubey to kindly come up on stage and grace our dignitaries with our token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. These are the men who are revolutionizing the medical industry, the medical sector, ladies and gentlemen, and bringing to us a ray of hope for our future generations. Thank you so much for your gracious presence and for making this session so. Can you fill in the blanks? So? Interesting. Very nice. So, ladies and gentlemen, on a lighter note, we have come to Gujarat, which they say is vibrant Gujarat. And this is a summit where all the vibrant souls, vibrant faces come together. I need to see some smile in the face, some joy in the heart. Okay, you can just wake up from your sleep. I'll give you 2 for that. But I would request you all to kindly assemble together because very soon we are going to have a power-packed entertainment session, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have an engaging, entertaining fireside chat very soon on the topic of metaverse. Yes? Because metaverse is something very, very intriguing, curious. It makes us feel like little Sinchan and little Donald Duck, little Mickey Mouse. So all the cartoons within our society, well, you may say, what is she saying? Yes, we all have a cartooning side within us, a little goofy side within us, and creating a lot of interesting avenues for those goofy side. We have the phenomenal immersive world of metaverse, because metaverse is a platform which can make you whatever you want to become. See, right now I'm holding a vibrant colored flower and wearing a vibrant outfit. And in metaverse, you can wear whatever you feel like, become whatever you feel like. There is a goofy side of yours that can be completely unleashed in the metaverse. Because metaverse is something which is unleashing your creative potential. It is never ever limiting you actual reality, but it is unveiling a creative and a very, very energetic side of yours. So right now, as we are going to get ready for metaverse, may I request our volunteers to kindly call all our guests to be seated once again, because this is going to be a very, very entertaining session, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, there is a keynote session on the topic of AI and emerging tech by none other than Dipali Shukla, founder and CEO of MetaD. So, Dipali ji is going to set the stage on fire on the topic of metaverse, which she is artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence can actually create a lot of new products, services in days to come. So we are ready for our next session, which is AI and emerging tech. And thank you very much, Dipali ji, for joining us.
Everyone, I'm so excited to talk to you about artificial intelligence. I was supposed to start it differently, but then she already revealed what I'm going to talk about. So yeah, so I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence. And as we all know, artificial intelligence has power to reshape the world, and we are witnessing the change already, right? AI can equip all of us with the best tools fitted to our needs. I understand that AI is here to stay. It is not just a phase. We have to adopt AI in the ethical way. What do you guys think? Is it just a phase or it is going to fade away? So there is nobody who can answer? So do you think AI is here to stay or it is just a phase? It's going to stay, right? So when we all of us understand that AI is going to stay here, so we have to have ethical practices and we have to have environment where we can have secure and safe AI. All of us are like experiencing AI in almost all the sectors. We talk about education, e-commerce, manufacturing, finance, so on and so forth. So as a founder of Metadi is an AI company, and I envision a different world wherein tasks are automated with utmost accuracy and executable AI is a thing. Decision making, content creation, it should be like as easy as just blinking of your eyes. Then it is medical facility where AI can play a very vital role and it can be extended to all. Then educational sector can be democratized. So there are many ways AI can help us. So let us understand what Metadi does. So Metadi is a technology innovation focusing on artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing research, and many other things. Metadi aims at creating technologies that transcends the limits of computational and intelligent systems. At Metadi, through our team of experts, we are looking to change many sectors by producing more efficient, ethical, powerful AI and quantum computing solutions. We want to contribute in academic research, industry applications, and the challenges that continues to evolve within these area of interest. So what we have done? Metadi, pioneering the future of artificial intelligence and machine learning with open source initiatives. Metadi has played a key role in developing innovative technologies in the area of education, health, space technology, aviation, media, agriculture, defense, among others. Appreciating the role of accessibility and collaboration in driving technology, Metadi has done a huge move by open sourcing one of their base model on Hugging Face. This is a tactical move that is in line with our vision of making AI technology public, which should be available to researchers, developers, and organizations in the world. We at Metadi are committed to research on futuristic ASI, means artificial super intelligence. Our team of researchers are dedicated on building a neural network that's complex enough to replicate human thoughts and emotions. At this stage, achieving artificial super intelligence would require significant advancements in AI research. As ASI solutions would feature a complex neural network that acts as an extremely high-powered version of human brain. It would use large language models to power NLP and NLG to able to communicate with human users. ASI would have capabilities to create inventions and solutions without human interventions. So let's embrace the technology and welcome the upcoming changes. Thank you very much.
May I request Dhanraj to kindly come on stage to felicitate Dipali Shukla ji for this wonderful session, and may I request short and succinct session, a huge round of applause for valuable insight within a stipulated frame of time. This is a great learning. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And very soon we are going to start our fireside chat, ladies and gentlemen. जिसको जिसको पार्टी करनी है, क्योंकि आने वाले हमारे बीच में पार्टी नाइट के फाउंडर, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be an entertaining, a fireside chat like never before, unveiling the potential of being the best version of yourself in the world of metaverse. May I now request Mr. Rajat Oja, CEO of Gametronics, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Yes, Vinita becomes Vinod Kumar. That is something which is only possible in metaverse.
Right? You can be whatever you want.
Yes, in metaverse you can be anything you want to. May I request everyone who's outside to join this session? It's going to be really, really interesting. Something fun-filled, but something of a lot of knowledge and clarity of concept, because there's a lot of clarity that is required in the world of metaverse, and here I am to ask the formidable Rajat Oja valuable questions on why he planned his venture in metaverse.
But before I start, can I request the volunteers to have our guests turn out? थोड़ा पार्टी करना है, पार्टी नाइट्स के साथ तो हमें तो थोड़े गेस्ट भी चाहिए. Okay, so Rajat ji, first of all, a very warm welcome, and Gujarat Blockchain Summit is extremely elated to host you.
Pleasure is all mine.
And personally, as an old friend, I'm extremely elated to see you after so long.
Likewise. We met in virtual world.
We always keep meeting in the virtual world, and right now we are in the real world. So, Rajat ji, tell me, what made you suddenly choose Metaverse to launch such a fabulous project called Gametronics?
Gametronics is the company, but yeah, so in the interest of people sitting here, I'm a gamer. I play games for a living. I make games for a living, and I have been in that kind of world forever. It's been 28 years now making games. Some of the games, I don't know if you guys ever got to know about Prince of Persia and these kind of games. So I'm behind those. So I saw people experiencing and being in the 3D world. And the potential of 3D world, like it's not about picking gun and shooting each other. You can literally pick a forceps and literally dissect or do anything and everything. So that's the power of metaverse, which you can use for the better causes. And that's definitely I started with ICICI Bank a long time ago.
So you are a banker?
No, I'm not. Oh, no. My metaverse. I'm talking
Okay,
about.
so he created a bank in the metaverse.
I'm not. Yeah, and don't talk about my bank account though, but yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Rajatji, tell me one thing. Were you always fascinated by the concept of creating virtual reality, or was it your quest for creativity that landed you into the world of metaverse?
Yeah, so I think I'm a visual designer, not by qualification, but the career I opted for and all that. So my definition of metaverse is very. I think that's the consolidated, definition of metaverse, which is not just VR. VR is a metaverse of Mark Zuckerberg, and I don't, advocate that. So my quest started with, of course, how we can create a world which is virtual, gives you ample opportunity to socialize with people, have a decentralized, infrastructure, so nobody owns that world. It's just like this Maya, and above all, there has to be a creator's economy associated with that. That was the key genesis when we started Party Night in Gametronics. So we had been telling stories for a long time so Chota Beam comes from our portfolio.
Wow.
So Chota Beam and so we have cinema halls, we have theme parks, we have so we had been telling stories, and we wanted to immerse people in those stories, and I think metaverse was perfect way. Virtual reality metaverses existed since 2006, which we had been doing anyways with defense forces and all those things, but it's way above and beyond and much more in depth. The infrastructure layer is really heavy in the metaverses, so I think that's where we're coming from.
Wonderful, wonderful. So tell me, for a common man, how does metaverse impact our lives? Is it only about the techies? Is it only about the gamers? Or is it only about the creative people that metaverse is going to suffice? Or even a common man, जिसकी let's say रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी है, क्या metaverse उसकी life में भी कोई impact?
Absolutely. In fact, we are sitting on 95 million people on our metaverse right now.
Wow.
With about 8 million people visiting every day. Interesting thing is they come, they watch cinema. Airtel runs one of the largest cinema hall in the world. We have recently sent the numbers to Guinness. We have 720,000 active users in our Metaplex every day. So you can go and watch cinema. We launched the metaverse with Dalir Mehendi's concert.
You created a world record.
Yeah, absolutely. We had 20 million concurrent users on our metaverse.
Ladies and gentlemen, India's first concert in the world of metaverse. A huge round of applause with Dalir Mehendi Saab. And you have more guests. You have turned out the entire gala, celebrities. They can say the Tare Zameen pe aapne metaverse mein la ke
We have close to 48 associations, right from A.R. Rahman sir to Prahlad Kuhad and all these guys. We have 700 plus brands working with us. So if you want to buy a Van Heusen shirt, you don't need to go to Amazon probably. You can just come to Party Night and buy it. So that way you get a digital shirt in the metaverse, and you can actually get a physical shirt using our delivery partners Swiggy and Dunzo at your doorstep as well. We have 80 plus cafe coffee days in our metaverse, where you can just go and set digital coffee and physical coffee sent to your doorstep again. So the thing is,
so totally digital.
That absolutely is physical. So you can watch cinema, attend concert, meet random people, and so unlike your LinkedIn or your Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, or this thing where you just go by what somebody has written, literally you can meet people just like we are meeting outside here. If you like that person, then only send a friend request. So no creepiness there. It's people are literally using for the relationships things as well. So yeah.
That's quite interesting. So ladies and gentlemen, if you want to have a relationship with a virtual lover, metaverse is all yours, right? Well, tell me something. Can we live out our fantasies? For example, for me, a disabled person who cannot actually walk or run, that person is able to conquer a lot of heights, and that person can play a lot of games, and that person can actually relive all his dreams and fantasies and his all his ambitions that could be fulfilled through metaverse. Would you want to throw a light?
Absolutely. So we are working on several such solutions. PRM, people with reduced mobility, is a thing which we are constantly working with Bangalore Airport. So Bangalore Airport, entire 2,096 acre land actually is on our platform, and all the solutions, and they want to empower them. At the same time, we have created an MRI solution. We call it EMMA, E-M-M-A, right? So EMMA is a ferry. So it's to train kids to be in the MRI tube. So because it's kind of scary for them, so they can understand. So there are a lot of practical use cases like the you talked about. So anything and everything you can do. And now a lot of interesting things are happening. Recently, Odisha government trended for 4 consecutive days across India on the Twitter because they got on the metaverse, basically on our platform. So now people could actually visit Konark and Jagannath Puri and all those, no matter where they are, whichever part of the world, they could visit. And again, for me, VR is not the definition of metaverse. It's not. While metaverse standard forum as well. The thing is that the tokens, the decentralized nature of how we actually allow a person to completely be part of the whole thing, not just seeing or experiencing it. That you can do on YouTube also, right? But it's much more experiential once you go in and you actually work with and the creators economy. We let people play with the art. So Ikat art, which is very Odisha art kind of, it's the flagship thing, where we allow people to come and create their Ikat art over there, which once done can be sold as NFTs to other people. So it's a creators economies,
Wow, and you're also promoting what they say is the extinct form of art, and you can relive them in metaverse, right?
Absolutely, you can ride a dinosaur.
Wonderful. See, I told you can be your goofiest self in metaverse. You can be as vibrant, as colorful, as cartoonish, as goofy as you want, and nobody is judging.
So if you see me there in my platform ever, you'll always see me, walking around with a husky dog. So my character in my world has, and that again is a digital collectible, kind of a thing. Because in the real world also I have a husky dog. So I imitate that part, but that guy has a funky hair which I don't have right now. So the thing is that expression. So my easiest example when I talk about metaverse is like the Tamasha movie. How Ranbir Kapoor was when he was in Europe, very flamboyant, outgoing, and all that. But when he comes back to Delhi, he's like completely confined to his computers and stuff. So you can be yourself. You can actually bring your inner self out. Of course, with tons of usage of AI, so we don't shift our skin and say, "Oh, hey, metaverse is dead, AI is new," and all that. We think all these are complementary things. We use AI heavily. We are sitting with 2,000 people who are working on our party night right now. Out of those, around 300 people are just working on censorship of the data, and especially so people don't do offensive stuff and all those things. And the entire KYC system is completely automated on our platform, and the entire platform is on the chain, which is our own chain, which we have built. We didn't want to use any existing one. So people can believe it's a transparent system we wanted to provide to our users.
So basically, AI can be integrated in the metaverse. It is quite I can say it's a boon to the metaverse because it is adding a lot of value proposition, and it is like creating an entire ecosystem, right? Blockchain, AI, metaverse, they are not different. They are part of the same family, but they all hold each other's hand. There's a lot of hand holding, there's a lot of creativity, a lot of synergy, a lot of cohesion. Rajat, tell me, what are the new innovations that are on the offing in your organization?
So one of the biggest thing what we've done is we created our own Gen AI called Brahmand. Brahmand is the universe again. So if you are a creator, we are very expensive. And you come to me and ask me to build a world for you. it's too much for you, and at the same time you cannot build the world because you don't know how to use the tool. So our Gen AI actually allows you to simply type, what kind of world you need. I need a, fantasy, a Hogwarts kind of a place with blue color, with some demons moving around. You'll get that world immediately in a jiffy. We're not saying that it's like completely running on our own engine. We are harnessing the power of what OpenAI provides, and we're utilizing with resources which are up there on the royalty-free world, and we build the world for you there. That's one. The second thing, what we are doing is we recently created voice imitation AI, and so we are doing one of the deceased singer, one of the biggest celebrity India had ever seen, So we are doing a concert with him, and so we have a complete buying, so we were working. I'm not saying.
Okay. Okay, we are guessing.
So we are doing both physical and digital. So physical is going to be in Geo Garden in Mumbai, where the hologram of the singer will be there, and that will interact with public and everything, even though the person is not there. And in fact, the recent trailer what we have released is I spoke to
thoughtful and so heart-touching, ladies and gentlemen. So we are actually reliving our memories with our loved ones. The people that we can bring them back to life with artificial intelligence and metaverse. So we can have all our loving memories with all our deceased loved ones and such talented, iconic individuals who have left us, and bringing them back to the world of metaverse. So metaverse is not just a world where you are harnessing your creative side, but it has got so many real life use cases. Would you like to highlight a few of them, some real life use cases of metaverse?
We are working with 3 banks. Literally, some of the things are very difficult to sell, like insurances. How do you sell term insurance to a 21-year-old, because they don't even understand that, right? So once you put them in a situation where the informed decisions can be taken. So we are working with 3 of the largest banks possible on that. We are working with, as I said, Bangalore Airport on the entire end-to-end thing. What does it do, right? So why an airport needs to be in metaverse, right? So the biggest thing is.
Do you fly in the metaverse? You mean to say?
What that?
Do you fly in the metaverse? You mean to say?
Yes, of course you can fly. You yourself can also fly without any, Red Bull, when Red Bull came, it gave you wings, in metaverse. That actually happened. But coming back to the thing, when I think of aviation jobs, if I ask this entire, people sitting here, I can count them now. So, so the thing is that everybody will say air hostess, pilot. Will anybody talk about being an air traffic controller? Or the logistic, the guy who. So they want to create this aspirational thing in the in kids, in the Gen Z, because Gen Z lives in 3D world, Gen Alpha even more. So they're creating that whole aspirational thing, because the airport for us is business of businesses, and this is the easiest use case they wanted to bring. And these are some of the things, but technically speaking, there are a lot of things. We are working with 743 brands right now. Be it LVMH, be it BMW, be it Volvo XC40, Tissot Watch, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Levi's Jeans, Flipkart. All these are on our platform and chain. Recently we onboarded Spotify also for seamless royalty integration. Time up, you guys saying, so we saw you. So yes, so there are multiple use cases. Whatever you can do. So my thing is, whatever you can do pretty much here can be done over there. With again, it's not just a unidirectional thing, it's a bidirectional thing. People need to actually work, experience and engage, and there has to be creative economy. I should be able to earn within metaverse and burn in metaverse as well.
Wonderful. With that footnote, earn and burn. And here it doesn't mean burn, but it's like burn your calories. As you are very, very excited and being a part of Metaverse, which I feel is an opportunity to unleash your creative talents. Like you said, creators economy is getting a robust push.
The strongest pillar of the true metaverse, creators economy, decentralized, social layer, and then comes the virtual reality or the environment, 3D environment. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, right now we can see that metaverse is not only making our lives completely immersive, but it is also giving us a life which we can otherwise not live in the real world. So there is a virtual world where we can be our best selves, we can reach out to people who we cannot in reality. So there are no limitations, no boundaries, no geographies that can limit us. And thank you very much, Rajat, for your kind words, for bringing to light and bringing to life the concept of metaverse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gujarat, for inviting me.
Thank you, Gujarat.
Thank you, both of you, very much for that very enlightening talk about the future that we are going to all be looking very much forward to, I'm sure. And I would like to, facilitate you for the same. So we've been seeing the lovely Anita Chatterjee very enthusiastically and introducing our very esteemed guests. But what you probably don't know is that she is also very much, accomplished herself. She is, this includes being a Disney lead actor and a world record holder in the metaverse. And more relevant to today's topics, a global Web3 influencer and evangelist and a sustainability crusader. Her upcoming project, Mission Kalyane, I hope I get this right, Kalyaneshwar, is all about empowering and integrating rural and urban women in the MSME sector, using blockchain technology in supply chain, record keeping and production of sustainable, eco-friendly textiles and consumer durables, fostering inclusivity, growth and empowerment, thus being an ambassador of sustainable fashion and green tech revolution. And so it is with pleasure that I would request her to tell us more about this initiative and the critical role of women in driving global sustainability through blockchain, emphasizing the transformation power of inclusive innovation. Thank you.
Okay, so finally I feel really, really honored to join you all. And this is a heartfelt from someone who has been actively engaging in women's liberation, in women's empowerment since the very beginning. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give a small introduction of how I came about into this world. I used to be a journalist with CNN, followed by a news channel, Asia News Network, London, And then suddenly, Disney thought I could be their princess. And I was roped in to play the lead actress in a popular Disney series, which you can still watch. It's called Main Babu. Following that, I was going to various rural parts of the country. So as an actor, we need to do a lot of road shows, stage shows, live events, concerts. And I used to meet a lot of women who used to come up to me and say, "Ma'am, could you be the voice of change? Could you be the voice of transformation? Would all the celebrities just live for themselves? Would they not want to be an active catalyst in the world of change? Can they not be a lady of purpose, men of purpose?" And that made me think that yes, this life is not about just living for yourself, but for living for humanity. And here I came about the concept of Mission Kalyaneshwari. I know it is slightly difficult to pronounce. Mission Kalyaneshwari is all about empowering the Kalyaneshwaris of the world. You know, women in India, they are worshipped as devis. Yes, we have our iconic goddesses, but in real life, are they really treated like devis? Well, in ancient India, they used to be. We see in all our temples, iconic women from all walks of life were treated as goddesses. Why? Because of their virtues, and also because of the virtue of the society, who used to think that women, if they are empowered, they can liberate the entire society, and they can also give power to humanity and to all the life forms on this planet. So here I am to empower the women who are marginalized, the women who are victims of rape, child trafficking, acid attack, and bring them back to the forefront through my mission, Mission Kalyaneshwari. Who are these women? Well, these are the women who are victims of child trafficking, which they had no role to play. But they were kidnapped as little as 3-year-old or 4-year-old, and they were sold off to different parts of the country, and their lives are lives of horror. Well, they have a voice, but you cannot hear them. Because who cares? They are called, quote-unquote, prostitutes. When somebody says prostitute, it really hits my heart, because they never chose to be prostitutes. They were victims, and they were victims. So the society has no right to call any woman the S word or the P word, because that is a slap. I have been actively rescuing a lot of women through a lot of NGOs. And these women have come in the forefront, and they have craved for a new life. They want a voice. So here comes Mission Kalyaneshwari, giving voice to the voiceless, creating victors out of victims. Well, how does that sound, ladies and gentlemen? How does it feel? I can see a throbbing silence. Well, I feel that these people need to come in the forefront, because their objective is not to ostracize them, but to bring them to mainstream, because they also can be contributing to the economy at large. So my Mission Kalyaneshwaris are ostracized women, marginalized women, women who are really not treated in the mainstream, bringing them back to mainstream. How can we empower them? Well, they are great artists, they are great creators, they are great techies, they are smart minds. Why don't we utilize whatever is left within them? Well, that is a spirit of saying, never say die. That is a never say die attitude that these women have. And I thought it is a prerogative of anybody who could, in their position, if they can, they need to help these women come to the forefront. So my project, Mission Kalyaneshwari, is all about creating phygital products. Yes, using blockchain technology, using sustainable development, and producing eco-friendly, waste to energy, waste to wealth products and services, we can bring back these women to mainstream. And these women don't need to come and show you their faces, but they could be recognized through various techniques, through various ways of recognition, which they will feel that we have done good to humanity. I want to create a fashion label called Mission Kalyaneshwari, and if you are part of that fashion label, you should wear it like a badge. That, okay, you're contributing towards their upliftment. The acid attack victims, what have they done wrong? But imagine the entire day they have to cover their faces. Well, thanks to metaverse platforms, now they can look beautiful. They can have a face which they could have never imagined. And that's why I respect the concept of metaverse. It is a limitless process through which you can be whatever you want to be. And next, if these women are so talented, why can't we integrate them, create rural SMEs, and then make them entrepreneurs for days to come? And for that, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need to give them financial help. We need to empower them. Like they say, do not give them a fish, but train them how to fish, and they will remember you for the rest of their lives. So let us build bridges. Let us create entrepreneurs out of creative humans. As long as they are alive, let us create a motivational platform for them to come up and speak their stories and make people aware of how we can stop child trafficking, drug abuse, substance abuse, and all of this somehow is related with the people at the top. When we speak up as a society, they listen. Yes, that's what I believe. So Mission Kalyaneshwari is here to stay, because I believe all of you will have even ₹1 contribution, and you can wear it as a badge that you are part of Mission Kalyaneshwari. We will create amazing, sustainable fashion labels, vegan products, which is cruelty-free, so that we don't harm animals. And we can create NFTs out of them, so that even after their death, they are remembered for years to come. That is my project, Mission Kalyaneshwari. I need all of your blessings, love and support, because without your support, I am nothing, and I don't want any fame. This is just for the sake of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinita ji. Now I request Ritishi Sahu for her keynote.
Good evening, everyone. Distinguished speakers and fellow enthusiasts of blockchain technology. It's an honor to stand before you today at the Gujarat Blockchain Summit to discuss the transformative power of blockchain and innovative solutions being pioneered by Ecox. So, in an era defined by technological innovation, blockchain stands out at the beacon of decentralization, transparency, and security. At Ecox, we recognize the scalability remains a significant obstacle inhibiting the widespread adoption of blockchain technology. So, in traditional blockchain platforms, often struggle to handle the increasing volume of transaction efficiently, leading to congestion and high fees. So, security concerns continue to loom large in the blockchain space. So, immutable nature of blockchain offering unparalleled security, but also posing challenges in rectifying errors. So, as the blockchain application become more pervasive across various industries, so we as a Ecox founder, a next generation blockchain platform, which is designed to overcome these hurdles and unlock the full potential of decentralized technologies. Our blockchain is built upon innovative consensus mechanism and cutting-edge architecture, and blockchain delivers unparalleled scalability, which enabling 20 lakh transactions per second. And our security sharing techniques, parallel processing, and optimized protocol. Furthermore, security lies at the heart of blockchain. Our vision extends beyond more technological innovation. At blockchain, we are committed to fostering an inclusive and sustainable blockchain ecosystem that empowers individuals and organizations alike. Through strategic partnership, community engagement, initiative, and educational programs, we seek to democratize access to blockchain technology and drive meaningful adoption across industry, from finance and supply chain management to healthcare and beyond. So one of the primary issues we taken at blockchain is the fragmentation and inefficiency prevalent in current blockchain system. So our solution lies in creating a unified ecosystem that fosters synergy among various blockchain applications. Through blockchain, we provide a comprehensive suite of services which includes decentralized exchanges, centralized exchanges, NFT marketplace, wallets, metaverse, travel solutions, and cutting-edge banking technologies offered by our Ecrox Bank. By consolidating this service within a single ecosystem, whether you are an investor navigating the complexities of digital assets or a developer seeking to deploy decentralized application, Ecrox offers a cohesive infrastructure to support your endeavors. So we are mainly focused on taking initiative like Ecrox Bank. We empower individuals worldwide with access to financial services, driving financial inclusion and economic empowerment. So with blockchain leading the charge, we stand on the brink of a new era of blockchain adoption, where scalability, security, and sustainability converge to redefine the way we transact, communicate, and collaborate. Together, let's embark on the journey towards a brighter tomorrow, powered by the limitless potential of blockchain technology. Thank you so much.
May we request Mr. Sachin Kumar to kindly come on stage and receive our memento as a mark of felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Now may I request Garima Singh, CTO of Doris Labs, to kindly come for your keynote session.
Good evening, everyone. So today I'm here to present about Digital India. So around 2015, Government of India launched a program called Digital India. Under that initiative, they have launched several programs to empower the citizens. They focus on the digital infrastructure, then accessible government services to layman users, to
governments. Then they empower citizens by Aadhaar, DG India, DG Lockers. A lot of services they have launched. So what is Digital India all about? We will discuss today about that. So under the Roberts Digital Infrastructure, they have a lot of schemes under that. They have allocated a lot of budget around 14,903 crores allocated around 2022, and they are planning to allocate a bigger budget in 2025. So under this area, they are launching a lot of schemes related to blockchain, AI. They have an open AI program for like common man to study and learn about technical stuff. And even they are launching a scheme, Padega Bharat to Padega Bharat. Under that scheme, they are covering a lot of universities across the different states, and they are launching a lot of education program under that. Those programs are catered by Padega Bharat NGO, and they are launching blockchain, AI, metaverse, and gaming kind of courses for like PG program and UG programs. So Government of India is focusing a lot about the technical sectors. Now comes to their e-governance services. They have a lot of services. They launched Aadhaar few years back, and by the Aadhaar, they have changed the entire scenario of finance and banking. Every account is linked with the government data, and you can pass a lot of information about that. Then they cover DG Locker. They facilitate the education sector. All the student data, their marksheet and all, you can have it inside the one locker, and you can access the key. So Government of India has made a lot of initiative in terms of infrastructure. As you can see, they have very good scheme. Under that, they provide the broadband services to the villages also, so that the common users can use that. Now come to another point. There are some platforms like DG Local, Umang, e-marketplace like Jam, where normal persons can connect and they can take the advantage of government scheme and government vendors. And the vendors can list their products there, and they can take the advantage of getting the tenders. So now come to technical digitalization. AI initiatives like India AI, foster innovation with plans for AI centers of excellence. Blockchain technology, evaluation, transactions, providing security, transparency, spreadsheet by the Center of Excellence Blockchain Technology. The Internet of Things, IoT device connectivity through growth across sectors, supported by initiative like Center of Excellence IoT AI by Padega Bharat. Then collaborative and tech giants. Almost IBM, big companies like IBM, they are supporting the education programs across India. So there are a lot of things happening in digital sectors. And now here let me talk about what we are planning under DORAS. So after doing DORAS is supporting Padega Bharat in terms of initiative towards the education program in various universities. We are in the process of following different universities across the state, and we will launch our education programs, certificate programs in latest technologies. That's what we are planning under DORAS as a one group. That's all about the DORAS. Thank you.
May I request Omika to kindly come and felicitate our esteemed speaker, Garima Singh. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. And now we are moving on to our next panel. Gentlemen, so ladies and gentlemen, this is the last panel discussion of the day, and I want all of your kind attention as we are going to embark on a journey of blockchain evolution. And the topic is convergence of blockchain evolution in employment and education. May I now request Mr. Senthil Velu, Professor IIM Trichy, to kindly come on stage, please. Can we have a huge round of applause? The last session of the day, ladies and gentlemen. May we have some energy. Now may I request Mr. Chirag Kapadia, Director, Tact Pro Consulting Private Limited, who Mr. Chintan Dave, India Head, AI Certs, to please come on stage and be a part of this last engaging session of the day. And gentlemen, now the dais is all yours.
I was just telling that we are going to discuss internally. You want to listen? So, as it's recording, it's very important, right? That we understand the most important part about the blockchain in education and employment, right? The entire day that we have discussed a lot of things, which is how this tech is so important, right? And why it's changing the lives. A lot of use cases we've talked about, right? But the most pressing problem that we have been discussing, or we should be discussing, is what we are not all proud of, right? The scams in India, right? If you count the scams in India, the amounts that we have, you can just GPT it, right? If you don't want to even Google it nowadays, right? You can GPT it and you can see the amount of scams that we had. We can educate our entire population 100 times. You can calculate it for 25 years. That's the amount of scam we had over the 75 years. Is it dazzling? Yes or no? So the blockchain technology is a kind of a sloka in a Gita that yada yada hi dharmasya jnanir vardhi bhavata, right? So when there is an adharma, there is a solution as well. Blockchain technology is a solution to it, and that's what our discussion will be around. I would ask Chirag first question. Where do you think, as per your perspective, that blockchain is transforming the education from, let's say, school level to up to the higher education?
Thanks, Chintan, for setting up the ground. And you rightly said that there is an anti-counterfeiting or the scams in all the markets, and we are the topics education, right? So education and employment, we can say, right? Now, before we understand how blockchain can solve the problem, first we have to understand what is the process in this domain, right? Because like as a student or as a academics, when you are in that career and you are coming out of the mainstream market, right? The process is what you have to give the interviews to the companies, right? Either you have to submit your degrees, certificates, your credentials and your CVs to the companies, right? Post-COVID and pre-COVID, the scenario is different, right? Pre-COVID, everything is in physical manner, and now post-COVID is like everything is in virtual world, right? So when you are sending these documents or credentials to the companies, what is the authenticity of these documents are not counterfeit or not duplicated, right? So that's where the main educational, like we can say that the use case in blockchain comes into picture, right? Now, how to solve this problem? How to solve this, educational problem how to stop duplicating the mark sheets and the ratings or degrees or whatever it is, right? So that is the use case number one. Use case number two is like learning management system or self-empowerment systems of academics process, right? So LMS system is also another use case which we can say that blockchain can solve, right? Or can enhance. We cannot say it's solve, but we can enhance. Third is operational process of educational systems or institutes, internal operations where that can be sorted through smart contracts, or that can be sorted through many different algorithms or blockchains. Now coming back to your questions, how secure, right? How it can be secured. Like now, see, blockchain is a records of immutable database. Like we can say, the record which goes into blockchain system that cannot be tempered, that cannot be changed. So once the things which cannot be changed, it will be a tamper-proof. And if the use case of degree or credentials of the students, if we keep that inside the blockchain, that will be easy to the employers or the industries to validate that and authenticate that. Okay, now this is the secure version of the degree, right? So that is the main use case. So I can say that the basics of blockchain, like immutability, the trust mechanisms, the secure, right, and the distributed. These 4 or 5 principles of blockchain can easily adopted in this segment of education.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chirag. I would like to ask Professor Velu sir, and this is a very important understanding of the blockchain. People have misconception that blockchain is only for the security, right? It does more than that in the education domain. It has a potential of doing more than a security. So what do you think about the smart contracts? Like how they can add value apart from the security, and why we are leveraging it in the educational domain, sir?
Thanks, Chintan. Again, this will be the last session. So you're absolutely right. Apart from immutability and security, blockchain brings a lot more value to education. And the education stream has 4 pillars. It basically stands on 4 pillars. The value chain is divided into content creation, which is all the material that we read, distribution of content, consumption of content, and finally the validation, which is either you put to exams or otherwise. And for practical reasons, just keep it short, there are 2 use cases of how blockchain has made a very big impact in education. Unfortunately, I've been part of both of them. One of them being taking technology, using technology to get education out to children in relief camps and people who are torn apart by war. There's tons of that happening right now. We've been traveling a lot through Europe, especially with the immigration camps, where you have children who, for no reason at all, were impacted for several years without quality education. And when these children eventually do come out of these immigration camps, you need a system to validate what they've learned. We found that blockchain, getting NFT tokens based on what they've been tutored and also kind of been tested, allows them to move on to more formal education. The other area that, fortunately, with my alumni at Mellon, at CMU, we had students from Ukraine who would apply for their doctorate degrees and PhDs. And back in the US, when you're applying for a student loan, you need to have their risk underwritten by the diplomas they've got from their parent countries. Now, in the case of Ukraine, there was absolutely no way to validate which technical universities they'd gone to, what was the syllabuses or the courses they attended to. It was a quick turnaround that we did with Berkeley and Mellon, that we've come up with a blockchain platform which allows them to kind of tag their diplomas. And there's absolutely no way to call and validate that as of now. So that's 2 programs which have immediate impact. Yeah.
Thank you so much for adding it. And I'll have a follow-up question because it's about the education, right? It's very important that it's a harsh reality that the contents that we have in the current education system is somewhat not matching to the speed of the blockchain that we have. Would you like to add?
Absolutely. So by the time you come out of academia and you hit industry, there is a disconnect in terms of what is learned, what's digested, and then what happens in development. A lot of that goes down to data. Right? Academia does not have access to data, real-time problems, and problems are analytically defined by data. And if it's banking and finance, if it's supply chain, if it's medical, there isn't easy access to data, or data hasn't been democratized. With the advent of blockchain, NFT, it essentially works as democratized data, and an asset layer which links the data to the value of all the other systems. Obviously, the AI ML being the most talked about system today. And that's what's exciting in academia right now, where for once we do have access to real-time problems, real-time data, which can then on be used for up-to-date learning experiences. So that people, when they leave academia and enter the real world, they're absolutely in tune to handle what the problems hitting them on the faces.
Amazing. And rightly said. Mr. Chirag, I would like to add this question for you. So you've been to around a lot in the academia and the corporates, right? So where do you think there is a gap? And there is very important point that you're talking about the employment as well, right? So where do you see that how the ecosystem can be empowered so that we make sure that they are blockchain empowered, employment enabled ecosystem? What's your points on that?
Yes, you rightly said that. There is a huge potential in the academics, that how we can bridge the gap between industry and academics. Right? The point is like, see, I started this journey before 5 years or 6 years back. So we started together at that point of time, and we experienced that earlier people doesn't understand what is blockchain, and even the universities and colleges and all, they don't even take care that like why we have to even introduce to the students even 1 day workshop or 2 day workshop. Slowly what happened, they started taking importance of this particular technology. Then curriculum got created. Then elective topics came, right? So slowly, since last 5 years, the journey of blockchain is evolving in this particular education domain, right? Now the point is like, what is the gap? The gap is like, there is a theory going on, the workshop going on, the events going on, and 2, 3 day, 4 days workshops. But the real scenario is the center of excellence requirement is there. Right? Center of excellence requirement for every university, that's what we feel. Because that's where students can understand how to develop the product, how to design, and what exactly blockchain is all about. Because the theory says something, by the time you implement the theory, the technology that much dynamic that it gets changed, right? So we have to keep evolving, this particular center of excellence kind of things. That is my observation. And also we have to have more companies and the training industries and all has to come to take this role. Second, I would say that like if you consider the 5 blocks in the blockchain ecosystem, the first block is in India specifically, right? The India is what? India is first block is innovation. The second is product. The third is service and support. Fourth is training and consulting, and fifth is R&D. Now we consider outside India, the entire thing is reverse. The R&D is the first block, training and consulting the second block. They're investing more in R&D, investing more in training and consultation, and then comes to products, innovation, and support services. So that's what the major gap. We have to bring that thing in academics. Can add more if you add.
Yeah, feel free to add. Like if you feel, and this is very important. Like how we can become the bridge. We as an ecosystem, like Gujarat Summit is one of the bridge of solving that problem. So like, what do you think? How we can, as an ecosystem, become the bridge so that we can fasten this process, because the world is moving at internet speed right now.
I think the government of India is doing the most brilliant thing of organizing sandboxes. And you guys are organizing conferences in the right places, right? IITC and everyone over here. Again, the momentum should be on taking technology down to not only, the urban areas, but rural areas as well. Most of the blockchain work, if you look at consultancies, if you look at freelance, a lot of it will come eventually from India. And then taking that technology out to the rural areas is what, where the trick lies. How do you amortize the costs of getting technology out there, and then how do you monetize the work output from there? I think what we've done in terms of employment that Raghu was talking about, you've gone away from the time-tested, the time-based payment modules. You come into a value-based payment schedules right now, right? Essentially, you kind of give them a task, have a smart contract evaluate, have validators concur on the outputs of the task assigned, and then monetize that particular value addition with some amount of either tokens or CBDCs, or programmable CBDCs that we spoke about earlier. So I think that's going to be the game winner of taking technology out, monetizing it across rural India, where a dominant chunk of our people live.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Yes, please.
Yes, just I would like to add something. So, as you mentioned,
can we have a mic? Yes, sir.
Yes, as you mentioned, this is a mind-blowing subject, and as you mentioned, there would be a gap between this education and blockchain industry. So my friends and they have developed one network. Network called the Solver network. This is from the Arizona. Basically, it's Hawaiian, and so they consider the blockchain along with the three linkages between HR consultancy, as well the employment, and one person the student. So it's completely open source network. So everybody can verify their document or credential verified with authenticity. Once it is verified, and then we can provide this cloud-based micro certificate program, professional training. So easily it can be close to this HR manager. So on the merit basis, they can select the person. So recruitment can be easily done. So this is a fantastic way approach by him, and Arizona and New York University is already working for that. Probably that will be happening in our India.
Wonderful, wonderful. That's a really good point. Yes, sir. You want to add up? Can we have a microphone?
Yeah, this is an amazing point of education in the rural villages. It's an amazing. I'm doing a pilot with one of the hospitals in US. In Metaverse, we are creating a education material tool for rural population for their heart health with American Heart Association 8 parameters. So we are putting that on Metaverse and putting that in my villages where patients are going to be treated or diagnosed early. So that this Metaverse solution will come. And with dedicated hospital templates which have been showing on heart health, how good is your heart, and educating the patients about the heart. So as some just mentioned, rural education and then incentivizing it. So keep your heart healthy, and Metaverse is one of the engagement platforms which we can reach. So I'm going to do a pilot with that, getting the content ready. So this is going to be more of fun related education and a lovely take home message. And blockchain and Metaverse is solving this entire process.
Wonderful, wonderful, and thank you so much for adding, both of you. Really appreciate it. Before we wrap up, anything from your end, Velu, sir, Mr. Chirag, you want to wrap up?
So as you mentioned, there is an immense potential in the education industry where we can bring value from the blockchain. Smart contract is another piece where we can touch upon, because not only blockchain is a certificates or degree or credentials database storing system, but we have to do a lot of things from smart contracts by bringing entire process on smart contracts and make it automated. So that is another piece which we can bring value in the education system. And as policymakers, educationists, the colleges, universities, as well as the industry, everyone has to work hands on hands, because that's a major challenge as of now. There is no sync, the real sync between industry and academics, except placement. Right? So the placement, campus placement is going on, but still in terms of the course, the materials, and how the training is happening in that is missing. So that's what we can bring it specifically in blockchain space.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Yes.
So it could be an oxymoron what I'm saying, but essentially we've spoken about regulation, starting with the morning sessions, we've spoken about finance, and why not to say crypto, etc. Right? So my advice to a lot of these startups who've been talking to me again was, you leave the word blockchain out of it. Just refer to it as Web3. If you're looking at emerging technologies, it's a convergence essentially of blockchain, artificial intelligence, or AI, right? Artificial narrow intelligence, as well as a lot of deep learning. So if you leave blockchain out of it, things seem to scale very, very, very smoothly.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, and thanks for being a wonderful audience. Thank you so much for your time. Team, you want to take it over? And before we wrap it up, I would just like to add, so to solve this problem, we have created certifications. We are a certification body. We are a New York-based certification body. We just got it started in India. We are AI and blockchain role-based certifications. So you are a doctor, we have a certification for you. What you need to learn for AI and blockchain. Let's say you are a lawyer, we have it for you. You are an educator, we have it for you. So we have around 60 plus certifications. You can reach out to us on aisearch.io. Thank you so much for your time, everyone. Thank you.
Well, last but not the least, that was one of the most engaging sessions, ladies and gentlemen. One more time. In my voice is loud and clear. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we felicitate our honorable dignitaries on stage. Thank you very much. May I now request Farzana ji, Vinod ji and Mr. Kanak Rawal to kindly come on stage, as we would be extremely happy to felicitate you. As we would be extremely happy to felicitate you for your warm presence today. Thank you very much. May I request Omika Dubey and Agreem Nagrani and Ashishi to kindly do the honors, ladies and gentlemen. As this is the grand finale, can we have some last minute?
But education. Yes, sir. Yes, please. Thank you. Đâu બધા વચ્ચે જ આવી ગયા મારો Yes, sir.
Yes, a photo op, please. Now we are to kindly join hands to welcome all our founders, all our organizers. May I request all our organizers to kindly come on stage one more time for a group photo op.
હા બસ હવે કરવા દો ચો બજાઈ જાય પતી જાય આપણે બોલો
May I now request Mr. Karan Pandey from eCrocs to kindly come on stage and share his insights on his project. May I request you to kindly come on stage? This is our Demo Days presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Well, this is so remarkable of you to kindly come and make your gracious presence felt. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome. Would you like to say something?
First of all, whoever person is studying in the blockchain industry, we are welcome. And right now, we are promoting our blockchain technology, which is e-cross-chain. So, for further details, our CMO will be assist you.
Mr. Jaspreet Singh, CMO of Ecrox Chain, shared his vision and the vision of our founder here. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, good evening. Welcome all of you to this wonderful event. As you know, my name is Jaspreet Singh and I am Chief Marketing Officer at Ecrox. Okay. So let's have a look on the project. Ecrox, can I have the control of the presentation? It's not working.
Okay, there is a slight change of plan. We will have a fireside chat with you and Mr. Sunil Kapadia, our esteemed organizer of the event. And this will be the closing fireside chat.
We're so proud of you.
And we're really proud of you and your success. Can we have the chairs, please? Can we have 2 chairs on the stage? As this is going to be a fireside chat, Sunil, we will be asking you questions related to your project, and you can also give out your presentation.
It will take 5 minutes to complete the presentation. After that, I'll see you.
Okay, right after his presentation, we'll have the fireside chat.
Thank you so much. So as we were saying, our blockchain is audited by one of the most auditing company called Certi. So here we are facing some challenges that we are here on the blockchain industry is facing. What are these challenges? Here we have to solve the limitations of layer 2 DPoS blockchain. The challenge is that blockchain industry is facing today is excessive gas fees and proof of work limitation. Low transaction speed and throughput are obstacles to stability, governance dependency, shared throughput, and logging risk. Now, what are the solutions? Here in the Ecrox chain mainnet, a cross-chain protocol to bridge Ethereum-compatible blockchain with other blockchain networks. Interoperability protocol for communication between Ethereum and other blockchain networks. तो ये हम एक solution करने जा रहे हैं जो भी problems ये जो blockchain industry face कर रही है उसका एक solution है. कैसे उसका result क्या होगा? Instant development of all current blockchains, regularly evolving modules for custom network development, adapter module for interoperability between existing blockchains, modular security and optional security as a service. ये हम solution हम provide करने जा रहे हैं. Next, let's have a look at the features. Ecrox Chain is a developer-friendly protocol that combines the best feature of layer 2 and sovereign blockchains. तो क्या की फीचर्स हैं within 2 minutes? It's Ethereum compatible, sovereign governance, scalability, interoperability, security, customizable, enhanced experience, and it's user friendly with instant transaction, Web3 support, zero gas fees, and we are the best in our class in providing 20 lakh transactions per second, 20 lakh TPS. Next, look on the global blockchain technology market. The market will grow at the CAGR of 68% as per the study of market.us. The current scenario is in 2024, we have the $197 billion market, and the forecast market size for 2032 will be $12,895 billion. So our revenue model, जो हम रेवेन्यू कैलकुलेट करने जा रहे हैं उसके ऊपर एक नजर डालते हैं. फ्रॉम ट्रांजैक्शन फीस, कंसल्टिंग एंड डेवलपमेंट सर्विसेज, licensing and royalties, blockchain as a service, smart contract development and auditing, education and training, partnership and sponsorship. Ecrox chain का जो हम ecosystem डिजाइन किया है, let's have a look on it. Ecosystem में Ecrox chain is building an entire ecosystem of interconnected platform and services. इसकी लिस्ट हमारे सामने है. Ecrox Swap, Ecrox NFT marketplace, Ecrox Metaverse, Ecrox Launchpad, Wallet, Exchange, Staking, Ecrox Bridge, NFT places, Metaverse, and so many things. जो आप स्टेज पे देख रहे हैं. Moreover, we have this Kako short video app, OTT platform, Mitox meeting app, Hilux security, Ecrox gaming, Ecrox shopping, Ecrox ATM machine, and Ecrox POS machines. Ecrox बैंक के अंदर हम लेके आ रहे हैं ऑन रैंप एंड ऑफ रैंप, क्रिप्टो पावर्ड वीजा कार्ड, क्रिप्टो डिजिटल बैलेंस, क्रिप्टो लोन्स, मल्टी करेंसी IBAN एंड स्विफ्ट, free wire transfers, interest accounts, crypto exchange, local payment standard, ACH, faster payment charge. Also Ecrox official debit card powered by Visa. Next, investment seeking. We are seeking here the investment of 0.7 billion USD. Against that, we are offering an equity of 7% to our investors. Okay. So what we are offering against the investment, one I said the equity of 7%, additional we said the importance of providing our investors with attractive returns and flexibility. Therefore, we are implementing a 2-year locking period for your investment. However, should you wish to exit your investment with higher return, we also promise high return on your investment. Now, why one should invest in Ecrox chain? The reasons are innovative technology, experienced team, market potential, and a clear roadmap. A clear roadmap of a perfect ecosystem, a big ecosystem on a single platform. So that's all about Ecrox. Now our CEO and founder, Mr. Karan Pandey, will address any kind of question you have. So let's acknowledge Mr. Karan Pandey. Thank you.
So now we are going to start a very small fireside chat, followed by our closing thank you note. Can we have one chair, please? Right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very significant moment. Thank you. Thank you. Now, gentlemen, the dice is all yours. Okay, before you begin, we request Mr. Bhavesh. We would request Mr. Bhavesh Thakur to kindly come on stage, and we would want Nagrani to kindly felicitate him. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. I've never spoken so softly. Thank you so much, sir. And may I now request Mr. Dhanraj Dixit to kindly come for your special felicitation. I know this is all last minute, guys. Please bear with us. यहाँ से prompting हो रहा है, मैं यहाँ से dialogue कर रही हूँ. 2 more. Okay. Please bear with us. This is very important. होते ना पीछे से आपको प्रॉम्प्ट किया जाता है और सामने से आप खाली लिपसिंग करते हुए होते हैं. A huge round of applause for our esteemed panelists and our esteemed guests. May I now request Mr. Prakash Singh Gohil to kindly come upon stage for his felicitation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are the pillars that have created this wonderful Gujarat Blockchain Summit. So without the pillars, the summit wouldn't have happened. So please felicitate the unsung heroes. Mr. Himanshu Pandya to kindly come upon stage. He has taken care of our entire production. Ladies and gentlemen, let us honor the unsung heroes. Okay, now we are very, very eager to have this fireside chat.
So, I've seen the presentation. The question is, what consensus protocol do you have to reach the 3 lakh, I guess, EPS? 20 lakhs. So, what consensus protocol do you use to reduce that time for block funding? Omega, mic is on.
To make our across-chain blockchain to be successful blockchain technology, we have implemented 9 blockchain technology into the one blockchain technology and formed the Genesis blocks to be consistent starting from the 0 block. With the first time Ethereum is created, then the blocks will be 0. That's why we have formed all the blockchain into the Genesis causes. That's why our blockchain can predict a 20 lakh EPS transactions per second. And also it supports all the blockchain including the Solana and Tron also.
So sort of you can say you have solved the interoperability problem which normally has whenever I refer to a client, they always come to me and ask that, okay, so today we are using Solana. What if tomorrow we want to use Ethereum, Matic or any other platform? So I guess you solve that problem very efficiently.
That's right. For that service, we have already developed the cross-chain protocol. By that, you can connect to any EVM blockchain, including the existing market blockchain like Solana, Tron, Polkadot. Any blockchain you can connect with the cross-chain directly. And anytime you can shift to any blockchain without any restrictions.
Right. And do you support smart contract development also? Or?
Yeah, we can support all the smart contract development.
Also, let's say if I'm moving from Matic, so Solidity, if I'm going from Solana, then just all such.
Yes, also.
Nice, that is awesome. Okay, any use cases right now which are being implemented, maybe in sustainability area or any other area?
Yeah, right now our own decentralized exchange is already working on that and it's live already.
Right.
Where we are already implemented 9 blockchains already,
right.
Which is right now Binance, Ethereum, Chain, Polkadot. This is already doing the cross-chain right now.
Swapping protocol.
Yeah, it's already swapping right now.
Okay.
And we are maximum targeting in the within 1 month. We are implement 225 all the EVM blockchains, which consists of Solana and Tron also.
Right. One last question: that since you are managing 9 different blockchains, how do you manage the gas fees?
The gas fee is the lowest because we have fixed the gas fee.
Okay.
The gas fee is increased because of the validators. True. Our blockchain is layer 2 deposit blockchain,
okay.
And we have fixed the gas fee to which will be 0. It's the basic miner.
Okay.
But for the developer benefit, it will be increasing day by day, but we will does not increase the gas fee. It will fix the geo gas fee.
Okay, so let's say if I'm using your platform to do any sort of smart contract transactions, I will never have to pay any time because even if I'm using Solana or Matic or any other blockchain platform.
Yes, sir. If you have our one e-cross only, you can do the maximum 1500 to 2000 transactions easily.
Nice, that is awesome. That is awesome. So I guess that concludes my set of questions. If anyone else has a question, please ask it. Alright then, thank you very much for your time and support, all of you. And it was a wonderful platform, the PPT and all. I'm definitely trying to take a look at the platform, what you have built. And probably if everything goes right, we may start to answer report to our clients. Sure. Yeah, please.
So tell me something more about the banking solutions that you are building.
For the banking solution, we are tied up with the European governments and United States governments and with the Canadian government for the solving the regulation problem. Because in every project, the maximum blockchain-based banking is not successful right now. So we have solved the e-cross banking solution with the maximum corporate tie-up to acquire all the licenses to perform our banking licenses.
Okay, does that mean I can use the banking solutions to, for instance, I saw you have a debit card. I can make payment everywhere using probably digital assets at the back end and pay in fiat currencies.
You can pay in 270 fiat currencies also, and for the top 100 currencies, you can already store there. And for that, we have the Visa cards also, and in our banking system, every user will get one IBAN account for their individual currency. So our banking system is not for only for the Visa debit card; it's the whole banking system, which consists of all the banking system which is already consistent, like Indian banking is already doing that. It's the same as the crypto banking. But right now for the India, FDA license is not issuing right now. So that's why we are trying to solve the FDA license issue in the Indian also. And the most unique thing in our blockchain technology is identification verification system, which is we have implemented in our blockchain technology. That's means if your Aadhaar card or PAN card you have, your IDs will be merged by the EU wallet address. If Indian government asks that can you share with the whatever the transaction done on this Aadhaar card number, I can share with the whole transaction by the verifying the Indian government panel. So this is the problem already we have solving that. And also we have implement the document sharing and document encryption. Like in the morning there is some question asked if we are implementing CRM panel but our documents are not secure. So we have already converted that document solution in the blockchain technology with a hashing technology and SHA 256 encryption. So any of the document you have stored in the blockchain, it will be encrypted by you, and only the owner should be accept that document.
Sorry, can you remind me again how much are you raising for how much valuation and equity?
Right now we are raising 0.7 billion USD. Yeah, for the equity of 7% of the company stake. And we are also offering the royalty of 1% as an advisory also.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for staying this late. I can tell you that.
Thank you to all the guests who are already.
Thank you.
Now we are extremely happy to felicitate our final round rock star, May we have all of you join hands to please felicitate our final keynote speaker, and we are extremely happy to have you here. And thank you for making this
Thank you
session
everyone
wonderful.
for making my day wonderful and supporting me in that situation. Thank you so much.
And now we have the closing comments by none other than the organizer of this first ever Gujarat Blockchain Summit 20. Gentlemen, may I have Mr. Kapadia on stage.
Yeah, good evening guys, and thank you very much again. I'm saying that for staying late and I planned a speech, but again, looking at the audience, it doesn't make any sense to have that speech. So basically, my tagline was, normally I say that innovation means decentralization, right? So today what we have seen is, we have heard plenty of people talking about from the sustainability solutions to the banking solutions and all, and overall the adaptability of blockchain in the market. And that's what the entire idea was, that okay, let's do something in Gujarat, so at least the academics, the corporate world, the students, the enthusiasts, everybody can have some piece of this technology which can change their life. So once again guys, thank you very much for your support. Let us stay in touch, and maybe in future we can meet in some other event. Thank you very much.
May I request Mr. Rohan Walker to kindly come up on stage and receive his token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for our team member who's worked relentlessly to make this event a success. May I request Mr. Akshay Kumar to kindly come and receive the token of appreciation from our team member. May we request Mr. Ashish Kumar Jain to do the honors and felicitate Harshit. So these are all our unsung heroes, ladies and gentlemen. They are all coming one after the other. Let's appreciate them. May we have Tanvi come on stage to receive the felicitation. She has been relentlessly working very hard, and I can see that. May I also have Urvashi come up on stage and receive the honors. कंजूसी क्यों हो रही है तालियों में? Last but not the least, Gujarat Blockchain Summit. What a day it was. Well, this is one of the pioneering moments in history. And since this is the first Blockchain Summit in Gujarat, we have created modern history, ladies and gentlemen. So one more time for the entire team of Gujarat Blockchain Summit. May I have the entire team come on stage and come up for a group photo session. And as we unite together, we take away with us a beautiful feeling of cohesion, harmony, for the country and for the world at large, sustainability, empowerment, and technology with a purpose. That was the purpose and the soul of this phenomenal Gujarat Blockchain Summit, ladies and gentlemen, as I have the entire team who have worked relentlessly to make this event a grand success. One more time, give it up for the entire team of Gujarat Blockchain Summit. And I'm your host, Vinita Chatterjee, signing off.
1 minute. Please, group. Yes, please. Yes, ma'am, yes.
Hello.
Yes, grouping, 2 minutes.
Wait. Photo.
Yes.
Wait.
Wait, 1 minute. Yeah.
Like a rocking style, like a V, victory.
Okay.
Okay, done.
Awesome, guys.